the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba.
It is 8 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. We thank you as always for joining us. The Friday edition is here, and we are fired up, ready to go. Helmsy off till Monday, so until then, it's the two of us. Greg and I are sitting in, getting ready to go. He's actually been talking about the crap run the entire pregame here, so we'll get all that from him and see how that's going as we, if you're watching on YouTube, get our headphones situated. And I blame you for this whole thing, Greg, but let's bring you in here.
You blaming me?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, over to my left, Mr. Greg Burgess. And the reason for that is I switch out my headphones, which is a bip, because, you know, normally you just use whatever headphones or at whatever station you're at, okay,
Yeah.
at whatever mic. Well, the ones that Rick uses, which are mine from back in the day, I gave to him
Ooh, gave them to my daddy.
because his broke. But the pieces of the headphones come off, and we've talked about that, and they stick to my bald head. Well, because you never tell me that, and I walk around all day with like black dots all over my head, I switch them out and use my headphones that I currently have that do not come off. They don't, you know, the coating is or whatever, it doesn't come off.
It's not as big an area.
And since I've done that, that's eliminated me having black spots all over my head. And so
you're talking about the Dalmatian look?
Yeah. So anyway, I took his out and I forgot to put mine on, so I appreciate you going and getting them.
Yeah, that was a fiasco. But yeah,
it's all right though. You know, we're ready to go. We're focused, dialed in. Here we go.
Here we go.
So today we've got a busy show as always, and we thank you for being with us. We have got the Beth Mowins game of the weekend, and I got to tell you, man, this one here is close to home.
Boy, I'm going to tell you, don't get no closer.
And we'll let Rick officially sound the alarm, but we have to ask the question, is there a challenge in play? And we'll discuss. And you'll know exactly what I mean once we start discussing it.
I got you.
Mm-hmm.
I got it.
I know I think had there was some golden ticket seat talk amongst the staff overnight. I know that there are some coming because they've already contacted me. So golden ticket seats will be here today. Not sure how many, but that's a little bit later. So if you're headed this way, drive safely. We look forward to having you with us. Yesterday's Rick and Bubba University, it was really kind of cool because we had Joel Berry on, and he is the managing editor of Babylon Bee, and you know that's a big topic here on the show. We always are entertained.
Babylon Bee.
They had a great one last night about the Speaker of the House and AOC and all this. Gosh, it's funny stuff. But anyway, Joel Berry was with us on RBU. The new book is part of their guide series is the Babylon Bee Guide to Gender. They broke it all down. Had a great conversation with him, and there's some things that were discussed in the show that I was not aware of when it came to Joel and his connection with our show. So make sure that you are getting your notifications and you're subscribed to Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, because that will publish Saturday morning on audio, on all audio podcast formats, as well as Blaze TV, Pluto TV, Facebook, YouTube, and the works. Plus, we send out links, both audio and video, on our social media, so make sure you're doing that, following us there too, at Rick and Bubba. So that's for you. That's RBU this week with Joel Berry, managing editor of the Babylon Bee, and their new book, The Babylon Bee Guide to Gender, which is sad that we have to do that.
Yeah, I bet it's a good one.
Yeah. And speaking of gender and what's a man, did you see the UK Prime Minister?
I did. How about that?
He went ahead and called it, didn't he?
You know, it was.
Did you imagine our president doing that? He wouldn't have enough.
Oh, my goodness. They yanked him from the podium before he got through it.
I mean.
You hear me?
Yeah. Prime Minister, he really doesn't understand what the big deal is. He's like, hey.
He's like the rest of us. I thought all this science was settled, you know, back at the beginning of time.
Hey, when you're born biologically, you're a male or you're a female. What's the discussion?
Yeah. Next,
please.
If you want to live one way or the other, that's fine. But don't scientifically, you can't back up your claim.
No. And if you're a parent, you should know what your kids are doing at school.
Yeah.
There's really, and if you're a patient and you go to the hospital, you kind of have to know if you're a male or female because they need to know how to treat you.
Exactly.
So there's really not a whole lot of discussion or bullying that needs to go on.
He pretty much come up and said it.
He did, and got an applause too. So we'll play that today.
I truly believe the majority of people feel that way.
Yeah.
Beat down.
Well, people are scared to speak how they feel or the truth because they think the woke was going to just cancel them or going to lose their job or whatever. So that's there for you today. We'll try to keep it as light as possible, even though the news is heavy. I saw where the Bears got their first win last night. I didn't see any of it as far as just sitting down and watching it. I just saw the final score. The Bears beat the Commanders last night. That's so weird saying. And so now the only winless team in the NFL are the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah. And the Bears lost one of their greats, Dick Butkus.
Yes. He passed away yesterday at the age of 80.
I was just watching on the TV. There he is. The highlights.
Yeah.
That was a violent man.
Ooh, boy.
He played the game the way you're supposed to play. He was today's rules. He'd be thrown out of every game.
Yes.
You know?
Good gracious, he would. Hall of Famer, legendary Chicago Bears linebacker Dick Butkus. I should say.
We saw him in movies and series and all this.
Yeah.
Had a little acting career.
Yeah.
But wow, his highlights are fun to watch.
He would just run right through you.
Oh, he'll clothesline you. I mean, he'll hit you right in the throat.
His family confirmed that he peacefully passed away in his sleep overnight at his home in California. It doesn't say I haven't kept up with him, if he was dealing with any type of illness or if it was just a natural cause or what. But they just confirmed it, and so 6'3", 245 pounds. And just could run through you. Good night. He was the third overall pick in the 1965 NFL draft out of Illinois.
Boy, he's something. Like I say, his highlight tape is something to watch.
You see those old face masks?
Yeah, hey, good helmets they had.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, what were they about?
A lot of good
helmets were about as thick as that.
Yeah, and they fit so well. A whole different world then. But anyway, the great Dick Butkus. If you're going to be a great linebacker, wouldn't you love the name Dick Butkus?
Yes.
Butkus.
Oh, yeah.
Sounds like a linebacker.
Butkus on the tackle.
Butkus.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. It's 15 minutes past the hour. We're off and running here on this Friday edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Don't forget rickandbubba.com for all the information about the show, upcoming events, and more. And speaking of upcoming events, we have a few to hit here, Greg. We'll be right back.
Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba.
If you've ever wondered if CBD and other plant-based solutions can help you, well, 90% of customers report better sleep, and 81% say CBD helps with stress and anxiety. If you've been thinking about trying it for a health concern that's not getting better, consider CBD from cbdistillery.com. Visit cbdistillery.com and enter the code BUBBA for a 20% discount. No prescription required. That's cbdistillery.com, promo code BUBBA, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsor.
This fall, take premium audio with you wherever you go. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles, optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, and 32 hours of total battery life, and they start at half the price of other premium audio brands. Right now, Raycon is having their annual back-to-school sale. For a limited time only, get 20% off site-wide, plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba, or go to rickandbubba.com. A new season calls for new taste. There's no easier way to flavor your fall than with HelloFresh. Their fall lineup of delicious dinners is crafted by chefs using fresh produce and the best in-season ingredients. And with a rotating menu of 40 weekly options to choose from, even the pickiest eaters will be asking for seconds. Sign up for America's #1 meal kit today and take 50% off plus 15% off the next 2 months with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? Why would you do that? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands. Auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year. That's 4 times the rate of inflation. And when you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up. We appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, and we get to choose the mechanic we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Okay, I'm not here to nag you about all your diets because I don't always eat healthier either. But I will share this. The Mayo Clinic says if you want to prevent heart disease, lower blood pressure, and cholesterol, eat 5 servings of fruits and vegetables every day. Folks, I don't do that, and you probably don't either. So I use Field of Greens, and I really like it. If you don't always eat right and exercise, join me and take Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA. Fieldofgreens.com, the promo code BUBBA.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
This fall, as you settle back into a busier routine, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. Simply Safe's revolutionary home monitoring innovation, 24/7 live guard protection, helps stop crime in real time. If an intruder breaks in, monitoring agents can see, speak, and deter them. Get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or you can visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. This new innovative MyPillow has a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Now, core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. Available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba to buy one, get one free on the new MyPillow 2.0.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
All right, 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. It is the Good Time Gang, minus Helms. He'll be back Monday, Lord willing. I am Speedy. Over to my left, Greg Burgess, and we are off and running. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us at top of the hour. If you are part of the Golden Ticket seats and you're headed this way, drive safely. They are open today, and we look forward to seeing those that make it today. We've got the Beth Mowins game of the weekend. We'll sound the alarm for that. We'll talk some college football. Don't forget College Game Day is going to be at the Red River. Is it Rivalry now?
Yeah.
Dadgummit, I hate that. But they'll be in Dallas for the Oklahoma-Texas game. That's an early kick, an 11 a.m. ABC kick. But they'll be there for that, and we'll go over all the other over all the other games. But Beth Mowins, Kirk, and Stormy are going to be a little closer to home than you think.
The Red River Rival, whatever.
Yeah.
Doesn't that go around? Isn't like the state fair going on?
It is
on the same area as they play.
Yeah, matter of fact, I know his name's come up a lot, but Pat McAfee, they're doing their show live from the state fair.
Okay,
and because of that, and they were talking about the fact that it's just going to be mania, and how many people go and show up. So that's a big deal, and Kentucky Georgia, that game is going to be a dinner time game, 6 p.m. on ESPN Central. On Saturday evening.
Where are they playing at?
They're at Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll go over all that. This one here, I've got a little piece of audio, if you don't mind, Greg.
All right, give me a little audio.
And I want you to see if you can guess what's going on here.
Okay.
You mind?
I don't
Let's
mind
see
at
what we
all.
got here.
Work from home, so I was in the middle of a meeting and I just saw something run across my front yard here.
What do you think that is?
I was in the middle of a meeting.
And
And I was looking at my front yard. Okay, there's some type. He said something, so I'm gonna think it's probably an animal, or he would have said someone.
Okay, let's go further.
First, I thought it was a dog, and then realized it was the monkey that's on the
A
loose.
monkey.
And saw it run right into that.
I was gonna
vacant
go
house
bear.
There, so
obviously there are concerns for public safety, but we also have concerns for the monkey. I mean, we didn't want anyone to injure the monkey. We didn't want the monkey getting hit by a car. Obviously, our officers are not going to know how to deal with a monkey. I've been in law enforcement 24 years. I've never dealt with a monkey.
He's serious. We worried about the well-being of the monkey.
Right.
What if it got in trouble for
Well,
acting up?
we're not going to do that, Greg.
Wait a
So
minute.
we had us a monkey on the loose, I think named Momo.
So
he was captured.
Obviously, someone's pet.
He's been captured since then, but he was on the loose for 18 hours.
Think about like that guy. If you're sitting like on your porch and a monkey runs through your yard. I mean,
so
there was a monkey.
the monkey, they say, will not return to its owner's home because that's where it escaped from. The city government
they're seizing
impounded the monkey and took him straight to the Indianapolis Zoo for evaluation. But for hours on Wednesday and Thursday of this week, people were chasing the monkey from house to house trying to get it, from street to street, over fences, through yards, around retention
He was having
ponds,
a
into
ball.
the woods. The monkey was found late Thursday morning inside a vacant house. Squatter. Under construction. This here, I love
You
this.
got to give him credit for choosing a good spot.
Listen to what the monkey was doing.
Okay.
The monkey was seen drinking a beer out of the garbage.
Shut up.
It was chugging a beer, Greg.
You're kidding.
Chugging a beer.
That's all it was. He just wanted a beer. That ain't real.
It says here the
So
brother.
he's in a vacant house knocking out a beer.
The brother of the monkey's owner, who did not share his name, said that Momo, M-O-M-O,
Yeah.
Momo said here that he's glad he's back and he's safe. He was probably tired and hungry and a little scared, he said.
Let me ask you this. What type of monkey is Momo?
Well, I'm sitting here looking to see, and
I'm
just
going
says,
capuchin, and that seems to be the one everybody has.
Yeah.
We've had a few of them come to the show.
We need Rick here. Is it a potus? P-A-T-A-S?
Oh, I don't know.
P-A-T-A-S?
I have no idea what that means.
I don't know. It says here, according to the Indianapolis Animal Care Services, he is that P-A-T-A-S. Let's see. Hold on here.
Potus monkey.
Yeah,
right.
Potus monkey. That's what I'm seeing.
I'm
I just don't know if I'm.
Oh, yeah.
pronouncing-
Well, he's an ugly little fella.
Yeah.
Wow, he's ugly.
Patus.
Patus, a Patus monkey.
He's
Patus, not Potus, Patus. Patus monkey.
He's
And the
ugly.
owner
Look at
doesn't need a permit or license to keep it in a residential area, it says, in Indianapolis. Let me see it.
him. He's ugly.
Oh, yeah.
Isn't he ugly?
So they said that I'm sitting here looking at through some of the authorities talking about
Well, he was probably a little bit scared after he knocked that beer out.
It says here the owner, who was not publicly identified, was given a citation Wednesday night for the latest escape after reports that the monkey chased someone. They say, I believe the monkey was chasing and approaching and menacing people. So we're still working with the prosecutor's office because this is such a rare situation. The Animal Care Services says that Momo was kept in a large cage outside and the house was clean. They have no reason to believe the monkey was mistreated or left to roam unattended. It just got loose.
Why do people want monkeys?
It says that we believe that he removed a bungee cord or chewed through a bungee cord that allowed him to escape.
You better be able to get a chain on there.
Mm-hmm. So we've got us a home. It looks like that it was framed up, bricked, and all this kind of stuff. It hadn't, the
That's
sod
where
or
he was
Yeah, huh?
That's where he was staying.
Yeah,
at?
yeah. And so you can see, that this home, it's
Not a
got the
bad
windows, everything. It's just that they're not finished on the inside.
Yeah.
And he went off in there. But they say he was seen drinking a beer out of the garbage.
I wonder what brand it was. I'm just curious.
Well, I don't know.
I better not have been Bud Light, I'll tell you that. Everybody make fun of
We're going to cancel him if we did.
Yeah, they're going to make fun
We
of
see that. But that is good. But yeah, I love the comments from some of the law enforcement that were in charge of getting him. We don't want to injure
the monkey. I like when he claimed he didn't have a lot of experience dealing with monkeys. We need him. It's quick. Someone get a monkey expert out here.
Golly. You kidding me?
Sitting on my porch. Was that a monkey that ran through you?
Right. What was that?
Wait a minute.
Sometimes you see something out of the corner of your eye and you're like, what was that?
I swore it was a potus monkey.
Potus monkey.
Something like that. Patus,
Potus. No, Potus. I think we said that right.
I can't remember.
No, it wasn't Potus. Yeah, Patus monkey.
Patus.
You said it right.
Oh, Patus.
So that's the news. Also in the news, and I don't know that we have time before the break to get into this one, but you talking about a nightmare. Mid-air mayhem is what they're saying.
Oh, no.
A plane from Bangkok to Taiwan took a wild turn after wild animals terrorized the passengers and the crew mid-flight.
Wild animals? What? A giraffe? What was
Apparently, it says here, a rat and an otter smuggled aboard by a passenger got loose in the main cabin mid-flight, and everybody was going nuts. I'll describe coming back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's official. Fall is here. With the kids at school and spare time filled with seasonal activities, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. That's why we recommend Simply Safe Home Security and their revolutionary home monitoring innovation. 24/7 Live Guard protection. It's designed to help stop a crime in real time. Now, if an intruder breaks into your home, Simply Safe professional monitoring agents can actually see, speak to, and deter them through Simply Safe's new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera. 24/7 Live Guard protection is made possible by the new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera, available with a Fast Protect monitoring plan. You can install it yourself in about 30 minutes or have a Simply Safe expert set it up for you. And for a limited time, get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands.
That's true, and auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year.
If an unexpected breakdown happened today, would you be ready?
If you had CarShield.com/Bubba, you would be.
If your car is just over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. We all know our daily drives are more than just getting from point A to to point B, traveling by car is a way of life.
When you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up.
That means for as long as you own the vehicle and the mileage increases or how many claims you file.
They offer plans starting at just $100 a month with no long-term contracts and options to fit every budget.
Now, we appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, choosing the mechanic that we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Get coverage today and save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the MyStore.com website. Go to MyStore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find the link at rickandbubba.com. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in. Good time gang here. I'm Speedy. There's Greg Helmsy. Back on Monday, Lord willing. So as we went to break, we were talking about the monkey that was on the loose in Indianapolis, the fact they got him. He was on the loose for 18 hours.
He drank a beer.
Yeah. It was not from a zoo. Someone owned the monkey. They say they don't feel like the monkey was mistreated, and there was a clean house. It just got away and was terrorizing the neighborhood for about 18 hours and seen chugging a beer out of the garbage can.
Then they found him squatting in someone else's house that is being built.
Hey, these squatters.
Boy,
don't understand that. So I'm just going to come in, I'm going to take over, and you can't do anything about it or something?
And they claim that the law protects them.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I haven't dug off deep enough into that.
And then the zoo there has gotten the monkey and given it an evaluation, make sure it's good.
He got in trouble too.
And that kind of got us talking about this plane that was flying from Bangkok to Taiwan, and it took a wild turn when a rat and an otter smuggled aboard. So I don't know how you do that.
On that flight,
yes,
they needed their pet rat and I guess their pet otter.
Yeah.
All mayhem just broke loose.
Yes, needed them on board, and so a passenger snuck them on, and they got loose in the mid-flight on the main cabin, and so everybody started going crazy. They're saying here, I was totally confused. One passenger said, I saw a small white body, and I realized what is that? What is happening?
I got a question about that.
Yeah.
Are you? I'm not a rat person.
No.
But I can handle a white rat better than I can just your basic rat. You know, because the white rat to me looks like a pet.
Yeah, it does. That's a little bit better than the brown.
Because you're not going to see them just, like out in your garage, you don't think.
Right. It says here it did have a white body, the rat, and it's not small. It was a pretty good one, I guess.
They get big. So there's certain breeds.
So everybody's freaking out. I would. I don't like rats.
No.
It was an albino rat and a nearly 1 foot long otter scurrying around the floor of the plane.
Otter and a rat.
Yes.
I got to bring them with me. Then can you imagine the screaming that was going on? You know how people freak when they say stuff like that?
Mm-hmm. Oh, it doesn't stop. You ready for this? Police started searching the vessel, also located in a box containing 28 live turtles.
What?
A snake, 1 marmot, 2 otters, 2 other rodents of unknown species among the luggage upon landing in Taipei.
So they had those in the box, and obviously the ones that got out they escaped their
Look, I'm just going to tell you, if there's a rat mid-flight, I'm freaking out. I hate rats. I hate them. I hate them. I hate them. We've had rats are probably a little much. It was like a field mice, but small.
I don't care. Yeah.
We had one in the studio one time years ago.
We had one. I remember Bubba hit it with a golf club.
Yeah.
Remember the interns lost it? They were screaming.
We've had in 2 studios. We've had a mice, rat, whatever, seen live on the air twice. One was sitting up at the top of the curtain back at the Red Velvet Lounge.
Then you'll have a squirrel get like in the merchandise room and scared somebody to death.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, one of the interns.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I got to tell you, I try to act pretty tough, but when it comes to rats, I don't like them. I just don't.
Nope. Don't like them. Not big on them.
So it looks like this person here has just got all kinds of stuff they're trying to get.
Yeah.
Through the police, through their investigation, said that one female passenger who allegedly smuggled the creatures through security at the international airport there in Thailand is facing a penalty of up to $31,000 as outlined in the Prevention and Control of Animal Infectious Disease status.
Yeah.
They don't like this, and who would?
So we got an otter and one of the rats let themselves out.
Someone took a picture of all the passengers, some standing on their seat, and others trying to find and get the rat and the otter that's just running up under everybody's feet.
What if you're the one that tried to smuggle them on? You're sitting there going, "Oh, this ain't good. This ain't good.
This is not good here."
Yeah. Oh, I'm busted.
Oh, good night. I don't like it.
I just wish one of them turtles would have got out.
Yeah. All right, so also just changing gears, we have a friend, not going to name him, and they have what they call these holiday trees.
Yeah.
Okay? And when I say holiday trees, I mean starting at Halloween, they have a Halloween tree.
Okay.
Then that turns into a Thanksgiving tree.
All right.
And then that turns into the Christmas tree. And they keep they starting right now. They keep it. They put it up.
So they take decorations off. They just decorate with the season.
Just the theme of the season. Tree. Correct. And they have young children and they're into Halloween, but it's the fun Halloween. Like it's not anything dark. Like the creepy stuff, but just
scary
fun stuff that's Halloween colors and stuff like that. And they have one little area where it lights up the room. It's something stuck up on the ceiling, so from the outside it looks kind of spooky. And I wanted to bring that up for the simple fact of, have you heard of Halloween trees? And then secondly,
I haven't. No.
You have a story about someone that's doing something similar, but their situation is the windows and the inside of the house lights up to where it looks like the house is on fire.
Yes, it does. And in fact, I just saw a video. It looks really real, by the way. But it's actually Halloween decorations. Can you see that at all?
Oh no, yeah, it does look like it's on fire.
Someone called the fire department.
Of
course, thought it was really on fire.
Oh, that by the way, that really does look like it's on fire.
And then come to find out it was just a Halloween decoration. And speaking of Halloween, there's this place I pass on my way home. I don't understand. No, I can't tell you how much decoration they have in the yard.
Oh, really?
They have creatures tall, lifelike. I mean, it is unbelievable. I mean, they were telling how long it took them to put it up.
Halloween. Just Halloween.
Oh, and it's the ghoulish stuff. And it is everywhere.
Like can't hardly see the grass kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you can't walk without bumping into some kind of ghoul or a witch and it's high dollar looking stuff. I mean, it ain't that cheap stuff that you get at Party City.
Mm-hmm. More expensive than the house.
Yeah, well, probably at this point, but unbelievable. And now this house on fire thing is kind of cool to be honest. But this yard is full of just. I mean, it's scary to look at it. Yeah. But I just don't get people's obsession with that.
I don't either. I've never been into Halloween as far. I know we did the thing where the 13 days of horror and stuff. We did the show stuff.
Trick or treat.
Oh yeah, growing up. But we were always football players, and because we would always forget about costumes and then realize, hey, we got our football uniform. Let's just put it on and run around. That's kind of what my boys did.
Or if Halloween hit on a Saturday, we usually had a game when they were in Little League. Yeah. You just wear your uniform and go get a bag. And
we did the fun things, but what I'm saying is I've never, or Terry and I have never really been into, we're going to decorate the house in nothing but Halloween stuff. You might have a pumpkin out or something.
It is unbelievable.
Yeah, that's intense there. But you're right. From the street, those of you that can't see this, from the street, it just looks like all the windows are lit up like there's a fire inside.
Yeah, and it actually moves and everything.
Yeah, like there's a blaze inside, and
it looks like the house is on fire.
And someone called it, I should say, 911 to report a house on fire, and they got there, and it was just decorations. Wow. But no, I've never. A friend of ours sent a picture of his Halloween tree.
Look, I don't like dealing with a tree just at Christmas, much less every other.
But they put it up, and you really have
a lot of pumpkins hanging on.
Yeah. They got boy, it's just full of stuff. And then after Halloween, it'll just transition into the Thanksgiving tree.
Here comes the turkey.
Mm-hmm. And then look at here, it's Christmas.
Christmas, I'll be dang. Look at that.
So they got a tree up from right now till like January. Okay.
Good. Well, look, if that's your deal. Well, at least they get a good use out of their tree.
He did say that. He said, my wife has had me working so much, I'm okay with putting it up early because I don't want to work that long and it be up for like a week.
Like I'll do.
Yeah.
I'm dreading it already.
Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that is MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save many families up to $500 a month, and that is huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The member satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years. Members have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. So see what you can save. This is a very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. Call 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Hustle up. We've got 8 more floors to go before lunch.
Sarusha's window washing business is reaching new heights.
Wipe, and let's roll.
They need more certified cleaners to keep online reviews crystal clear.
Team, I know we're hustling, but watch for streaks. Candace, can you give me a hand over here?
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our hiring platform instantly connects you with quality candidates, and you can schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from the Indeed dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
At SimpliSafe, your safety is the only thing that matters. Introducing 24/7 Lifeguard Protection, only from SimpliSafe Home Security. Now, monitoring agents can see and speak to intruders through our new indoor camera to help stop crime in real time and for fast police response. Get 20% off any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplisafe.com/radio. Advanced home security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
Some days, my active psoriatic arthritis makes it hard to get in the game. Now, the ball is in my court, thanks to treating my skin and joints with Skyrizi, Risankizumab Rizin, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults.
Nothing is everything.
Skyrizi helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
A busy fall schedule doesn't mean you have to compromise when it comes to meal times. Great taste, quality ingredients, convenient doorstep delivery, so yes, you can have it all with HelloFresh. HelloFresh knows you got a lot on your plate, so they deliver pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof recipes to your door. From fit and wholesome options to family faves, they handle the meal planning and grocery shopping, so all you have to do is receive your box, cook, and dig in. And HelloFresh is not just for dinner. You can stock your fridge with quick breakfast, 10-minute lunches, and fresh snacks delivered along with your weekly order. And probably the best part, HelloFresh is actually cheaper than grocery shopping and 25% less expensive than takeout. Right now, you can save even more when you join America's #1 meal kit today and get 50% off plus 15% off the next 2 months with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. This fall, take premium audio with you wherever you go. Raycon's everyday earbuds. They look, they feel, and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles to match whatever I'm listening to. They feature noise isolation, awareness mode, so I can choose to be immersed in sound or I can tune out my surroundings when I need to. With optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, these earbuds are comfortable enough for all-day wear, and they do not budge. 8 hours of playtime, 32 hours of total battery life, and I love this. Raycon's everyday earbuds, here we go, start at half the price of the other premium audio brands. Over 78,000 5-star reviews and a 30-day happiness guarantee. There's no reason not to check them out. And now that back to school is in session, Raycon is having their annual back to school sale. For a limited time, get 20% off site-wide plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba for 20% off or rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 10 minutes. 10 minutes until top of the hour. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is brought to you by cbdistillery.com, cbdistillery.com. And right now, if you're frustrated with health concerns and they just aren't getting better, try CBD. They have right now 20% off at cbdistillery.com when you enter promo code BUBBA. There's no prescription required, so you can go check this out. All the oils, topicals, drink mixes, capsules, gummies, and powders are at cbdistillery.com. They even offer pet products, too. And you can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button or go directly to them, cbdistillery.com. Enter promo code BUBBA and get 20% off. All right, so Greg is a little proud of himself, and I am, too.
Proud of myself.
I'm
very proud of myself.
You got your chest out a little bit. Because we've been talking a lot about the crap run, and we wish you the best of luck, and it's for a great cause.
Sure
Venice's Foundation. It's just, and that's where you got to go with this, Greg.
Oh, yeah.
As bip of as it is, people are going to come around behind you. But we were talking about
they're going to be slow if they're behind me.
30. We just made up a number, and for those that run a lot, they feel like it's a pretty accurate number. 34 minutes. The over-under, meaning, would you be over 34 or under 34? The staff weighed in on it. But we talked about you not being able to pace yourself because you don't have any way to keep up with your time. until you're at the end and you
But
see the clock.
Even if I see the time, it's not going to make me be able to run.
Yeah, but you can realize, hey, I've gone out way too hard. I've gone way too fast. I'm running in the 8.5, 9 minute range. I can slow down, so I've got something at the end. Or you could be like, hey, let me average 11 and a half, and then that way that last mile I can turn it up if I want, and beat the 34. That's your call. I don't know, but you're proud of yourself because you said you went and got you a watch.
Well,
What'd you
I
get?
haven't had a watch in years, and I thought, they got all these fitness
Sure.
things, and I said, I'm not spending that kind of money. So I just went to Walmart and got me a $10 one, and it's got a timer on it though. So I clicked the timer on. Now, granted, it's blue and black. It's kind of gaudy.
Yeah.
But I said $10, I can do that. But I don't need one of these that tells you how far you go and all that. I mean, that'd be nice, but I don't care enough for that.
Right now, if you're not going to use
Like
it,
that one
all
you
you
got.
need to do is just keep up with your time.
That's
it.
what I got.
That's it.
$10.
That's it.
$10.
Now, do I think if you had an Apple Watch or something, you could learn how to use it and it be effective for you? Yes. But I don't know, Burgesses and watches and all that. I've just never seen y'all really wear one.
Yeah, I might go to one day. I just don't want to drop that coin.
But I'm just happy that you actually stopped and did this.
Yeah, I did. I said, you know what? I'm going to try it this time with actually having a timer.
Yeah, I think
because I may be looking and go, I'm kind of ahead of my schedule. I'm going to stand here for a second and drink a water.
Yeah, well, but you've talked about sometimes running out of gas, which means that you went out way too fast.
Yeah.
And this allows you to pace yourself.
Yeah, I guess.
Now, I've never seen the road course, but they say coming into town, it kind of starts to be downhill. It's kind of a really cool little scene, and then you take a right turn, and there's the finish line.
You turn and you run down.
Here's my request to you, okay? Is that the audience is all about this. They've been emailing, and no, I'm just saying they are.
Yeah. Right.
And so will you just embrace it? And if you've got a crew like in Rocky that's just filling.
First of all, that ain't gonna happen.
That's filling.
You're beefing it up.
That's filling the road behind you.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And they're all
full.
They're all like round. Greg.
They're going. When's he ever gonna show up? My God, we've all been finished for 10 minutes.
Will you do me a favor just so I can frame it? Will you like hold your hand up? Like I'm coming in, and then just
Speedy,
the scene
at that
behind
point,
you.
I won't be able to hold my hand up.
I'm just thinking but picture you coming around the corner and the scene, and it's a pretty downtown Piedmont area kind of deal. And all of a sudden, the road's full of people, and you got your hand up. That will be framed and in the hall.
Well, that ain't gonna happen.
Huh?
Believe
and
yeah. Well, I'll be lucky to hold a hand up. I'll be lucky to even be moving.
Well, unfortunately, I won't be able to be there. I'll be at the UAB.
Well, I hate you,
USF game at Protective Stadium. That's a 3 p.m. kick.
There
so.
You go.
It's Children's Harbor a game, and so
that's a good deal.
Looking forward to that on Saturday. But I've been promised by a number of people that are going that they will provide video and footage for that.
Buddy.
So
whatever. Every year, somebody normally catches me struggling and has a picture.
Well, I look. The fact you're doing it's great. And if you struggle, you struggle.
Yeah,
I don't know too many that don't when they're running.
Yeah.
I mean, you have some like
don't.
Philip Webb that are just phenoms.
Yeah, he's toting them back.
Or Jason Benefield, who's going to be laughing the whole way through.
Jason's been training. I beat him last year,
but
so
for
he's
those,
gonna make me pay.
For those that aren't intense runners, that are just casual runners and going for a great cause, a little 5K here, they'll be struggling throughout. So just embrace it. At least you know when you're struggling how fast you're running.
Yeah, that's true. At least I know, wow, you're really not going to make it.
Yeah.
When I can look. So that's one thing I could, in the past, lie to myself and go, you're doing good.
Uh-huh.
But now I can look down and go, ooh, you're not doing very good.
Well, you've always been I got more in the...
You're not doing very good.
You've always been I got more in the tank kind of guy. Yeah. So at least you know going into that last mile where you are. You can turn it up, or if you're hurting, you can whatever.
The worst part, and this is whenever we'd work out, we discuss this, is the beginning.
Oh, yeah.
I hate trying to get through that first. Oh, it's horrible.
Yeah.
Because you come out and you're like, okay, I'm ready to stop. I just started. Yeah, if I can get through the first part, then I guess I got a shot. But
yeah. But before then, today you're going to be at Hendrick, Hoover Auto Mall.
Right.
11 to 1 Central. You have some Papa Murphy's Pizza. Shout out to Kevin and the crew. They always come through. And so you've got that going on today. And then tonight, locally, in the Birmingham Metro. Thompson High School is going to Hewitt-Trussville.
Yep.
And that is a
region
that's a
game.
big 7A matchup.
Yeah, that's a big region game.
And that's the highest classification in the state of Alabama for those of you around the country. I know different states have different classifications that are the highest. 7A in Alabama is the case, and those two go tonight. So you got you a day, my friend.
Yeah.
You got you a day, and then
got a wedding Sunday.
Yes, and then it is wedding
5K Saturday.
It's wedding weekend.
How about
the
that?
excitement around Brody Burgess getting married is here.
And Ellis is in the wedding, and who knows how that's going to turn out. You never know with that little fella.
I cannot wait.
Who knows?
I cannot wait for that.
Good night.
All right, so by the time we get there, we're going to know how all this went.
Yeah.
Huh?
So ain't no
And then there's Ellis.
There he is. Oh, my goodness. Will he go down there or not? Yeah.
Right. Will he do what he's supposed to do or
Will he
venture
wear
off?
Mario's hat? He loves
okay.
He loves his Mario hat.
Yeah.
Wears it all the time.
Will they allow him to do that if he does what he's doing?
No,
Okay.
of course not. But he'll ask for it.
You just never know.
Yeah.
All right,
Or a giant cowboy hat. He'll wear that too.
So we've got a minute and a half, but I know you have a story that you're dying to talk about.
Oh, well.
Now, did this happen on a public transportation, a bus?
Yeah, it did. It was in Arkansas.
Mm-hmm.
So, let me give you the headline. Misunderstanding after passenger passes gas. No, it's actually Las Vegas. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Leads to a shooting.
A shooting?
A shooting. Basically, to break it down, some guy has ripped one. I don't know if it was silent but violent, but this guy and his girlfriend are laughing about the smell and all and making fun. Well, the guy pulls the gun out and shoots. Nobody died, but he did injure him. He shot like 4 times and hit the guy in the shoulder.
Because they made him feel embarrassed.
Yeah, he got
it?
embarrassed because he ripped one and they were laughing at it,
Mm-hmm.
and he didn't like that.
Right.
And he pulled out his gun. Imagine, why did you shoot him? Well,
Yeah.
they were making fun of the fact that I'd let one go.
No pun intended, but Greg's been sitting on this story all morning.
I'm just saying that when you see that headline,
he couldn't wait
you're
for
like,
this story.
And what if you're the police officer that gets called?
Yeah.
You're investigating. You go, let me get this straight.
How'd this start?
Now, this started.
So what happened now? So you passed gas and they were laughing at you and that offended you? You got embarrassed?
And if you're the guy that got shot, you have a great story. What's that scar on your shoulder? Well, I'll tell you. Guy ripped one. We thought it was funny, and he didn't like it.
You're the me monster of stories at the party.
Yeah,
I can tell you that.
Tell you what, that's nothing.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back.
It must have been really bad.
We're just starting. The main show starts next. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To accomplish what he's accomplished, and to be two-term governor from California.
Don't forget he
was
threw
it 2
that in
terms?
there.
He was the governor of California.
That's right.
Either way, that's pretty impressive.
It is. It really is.
Good. Set it fire.
Get down.
I mean, he started out as his fame as a
start that.
bodybuilder. That's what he was, and then all of a sudden he became
I
a
know about
movie
Arnold.
star, politician.
I like
Yeah.
Arnold.
I mean, yeah. And what is this thing now where we keep hearing from him all over the world? You know, we see a guy try to drop kick him while he's doing something in Africa. Now he's over here rapping in Australia. I mean, what is he doing? Why is he rolling all over the world? What's he doing?
I don't know.
That Speedy, did you ever try to work out to be like Arnold?
That'd be a negative, Rick.
Huh?
Where did your mind even get
Well,
that?
I know
remember
that
you used to take steroids.
I did not. You were big into
look,
fitness for
y'all
a while.
went right up to steroids. Y'all aren't going to start this.
Now, does
you've
Arnold
already got me fake smoking and claim I'm cheap as all get out.
Rick, now you are cheap.
I'm
look,
not.
The smoking thing was a joke because of the way that you get tickled and you start coughing.
Right.
The cheap thing is real.
No, it's not.
And
It's a workout thing.
It's really not.
You didn't
And you
take
do work out.
steroids, but you walked up to the edge and looked at
You and Judd.
See,
y'all
the
aren't
supplements. They took every
You and
supplement.
Judd, we never got.
Yeah, we're all into
close to
it.
that.
I'm buffing myself up.
I've never heard. I didn't even know there was a thing called creatine until I met Speedy.
That's right. Remember your creatine run?
Well, now we just all make.
Did that happen?
Huh?
You're a big creatine guy for a while.
Guys, I worked out.
Rick, he walked right to the edge.
Yeah.
Did Arnold ever admit?
He shook hands with
Did,
him.
did Arnold ever admit he did steroids?
I think so.
Yeah, I think he
I said, "Don't I did."
Because he didn't have heart damage.
See, now we just use. What do you? Everything Arnold?
Yeah, you can't look like he did and not. I mean, a human being doesn't look
Yeah,
like
I
that.
can't remember, and I certainly don't want to
You
get.
go caveman.
I don't want to
That's
get into it, but whatever that, there was some documentary that came out when he was at the height.
Pumping iron.
Let me tell you something. Do not watch that.
Oh
I
yeah.
know, but
Well,
he remember
he was a cutter back in the
Hey,
days.
hey,
now.
wait a minute. Hey,
Oh
hey,
yeah.
look, I understand people who have hobbies and like to work out, but
Yeah, I know.
But do you remember
bad.
the trailer for that movie?
his speech on working out is
What?
And they refer to him as the Incredible
This
Arnold
is probably one of the more uncomfortable. What do you got?
I've got evidence of Speedy taking steroids right here. Look how jacked you are right here.
Okay. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
Guys,
yeah.
I'm also 20-something, right around 30.
Size
You're
those
built
pants.
like a brick
No, I'm
house
actually-
here, buddy.
yeah,
I'm
like a
actually
brick
probably a little
house.
younger
Yeah,
than
yeah.
that.
Speedy's
right.
still built good. I mean, he
I
works
am
out
not.
a lot.
Look, he even had steroid face.
Buddy, I'm going to start making stuff up about you.
Right up in here, Greg.
Yeah. I walked in a few minutes ago, and Greg was drinking.
Square jaw.
Remember his temper?
Hey, Mark McGuire. Hey, Mark McGuire, what's up, man?
You talking about roid rage?
You know how I get uncomfortable? I know we only have a few seconds here. This would be one of my more uncomfortable moments of the video.
Years gone by and the movie star proudly ran for governor. You need to go specific.
Just go into that video because you knew Adler had to run back in there
Right.
to switch it.
I was trying
That
to
was
change the
excellent, by
direction
the
of
way.
because y'all were making God so
You did
sad with
great.
their lies.
That was excellent.
Rick and Bubba.
This Speedy, what game was it?
It was the Astros were hosting the Cubs, and it's one of those things where as soon as it happens, the reaction tells you everything from the players on the field to even the umpire to the dugouts and to the fans around the young girl that got hit. So there's and I don't know who she was with, but apparently a child was sitting just past the third base dugout, just a couple of feet where the net stops, the protective net, and that's another discussion. How far should the net go down?
Right.
And Almora Jr. is up to bat for the Cubs, and I guess there's some type of off-speed inside that he turns on, and it's about 100-mile-per-hour line drive foul ball
Oh, my gosh.
that hits this little girl dead. I mean, he said after the game the reason why he reacted the way he did is because as soon as he hit it, he knew it was going in hard, so he swung around and he made eye contact with the girl as she was getting hit.
Oh, my goodness.
But here's how it happened live.
He had a tough go of it
Oh,
last
I'm sorry.
season.
I'm sorry.
Or 2 seasons ago, excuse me, in Baltimore. Oh, look out, people.
Did you hear him say, "Oh my God"?
Mm-hmm. Even the catcher's like, no, he's very. I mean, so he's very. He's really, really struggling with that.
Hayward was, I guess, on deck, who plays for the Cubs, and he even comes up to try to talk to.
Yeah, and so they're not showing, I guess, because it must have. How old a child are we talking about?
It just said a child, a young girl is who got hit, and as you can see, the security guard is even trying to, tell him, hey, buddy, it's going to be all right. He finished the at bat. He struck out. And after the game, he spoke about what happened.
That's probably what sucked the most. Just the way life is. As soon as I hit it, the first person I locked eyes on was her. So that's what happened.
Take us through your emotions after that. I mean, obviously at first you looked pretty devastated, as everybody in the building was.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
6 minutes past the hour. How about it? The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. As we have much to do going forward on this one again today, we'll start this baby with the national anthem. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Who's ready to go? The weekend is here. The Friday edition of the show is ready. So here we go. We'll unpack it today. We'll get you ready for the weekend. We've recorded a new edition of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. A lot going on this weekend. We'll update you on all that today. Stories from the last time that we were together. We've got the gang here today, minus Helmsy. Speedy and Greg gave you a kickoff hour on all the Rick and Bubba platforms. Eddie Van Adler now joins the gang with the YouTube experience, both live and archived. If you haven't subscribed to the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel, do so. You'll get alerts whenever any new live feature is happening. You need to also hit that notification bell and click the big thumbs up there.
Smash it.
Apparently, all that matters. So do that, and then we'll get your phone calls in today. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We know that the golden ticket seats will be happening in some form today. We know we had a big group that booked, and we got word from Helmsy last night that they unfortunately have had to cancel, but we have others that are still going to be here with us today. So it could be the terrific two. We don't know, but we'll see with the golden ticket seats coming up a little bit later on in the program, and they'll get an opportunity to spin the giant wheel of canned meat for you today. So that'll be fun. We're missing one. You heard him just for a moment, the silver tongue one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey!
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to the little party called Rick and Bubba.
Put your robe on. We the choir. We the champions. Rolling hours. Hey. Crowder and higher power. Bubba, Dick Butkus is dead, and I don't feel too good myself.
You know, I was told that yesterday afternoon. I just thought Dick Butkus would live forever. You know, he was just tough as nails. Right?
80 years old.
I want you to keep your eyes right up here on these TVs. They're showing highlights. Wow, what a violent man he was.
Yes.
He played it like he's supposed to play it.
And then later in life became an actor.
Yeah.
And, you know, he was the coach at one of those high school shows on Saturday morning where he was very laid back, which was very funny.
That was
too.
weird.
So,
I forget what it was called.
But we lost Dick Butkus. He was brutal. Yeah, if you get a chance to see his highlights today, I want you to see how they used to hit in the NFL.
Yes. Well, I will say this to those of you that are concerned about head injuries and the long-term effects. He lived to be 80, and by all that I could gather, was cognitively way ahead of the current president to even to the end.
Yeah.
So he never really had the and I don't know what happened in his personal life, but there was never anything public that he was really struggling with any kind of, and the way he played the game, if you believe that caused long-term head injuries and problems, he should have had them because he certainly played it like a human missile.
Oh, man.
Boy, did he. And I tell you the one that's funny. Have you ever seen the one where they have the bad snap on the field goal or the extra point? I don't know which one it is, and he's eligible. And the holder picks it up and throws a pass to him.
And he starts running over everybody.
No, and he catches it in the end zone. Then he just reaches over to one of the Eagles guys, goes like that, and flips the ball to him. The guy's like,
or the Redskins.
I think it was the Eagles. I could be wrong on that, but I think it's the Eagles.
I think I've seen that clip.
Yeah.
It's pretty funny.
But I don't know how he ends up with 51 being eligible on that play, but he was.
And they found him in the end zone, and
it is Eagle.
And he flips the guy the ball like, how about this?
Could you imagine him if he'd have been a tight end?
Oh,
back then.
Oh, but he played and they said that he loved his beloved Bears, and he just would lament when they weren't any good.
Right.
It just drove him crazy when they weren't any good. He didn't think the Bears, which I agree with him, should ever not be good.
Right.
And when they weren't, he hated it.
The winless Bears, I think it was only fitting for them to win last night.
Yeah.
On the day that he passed.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like they willed it. They like, all right, we're going to win. Even though we haven't, we're going to win tonight.
Well, it also goes when you watch his highlights, like all of you are talking about. You realize that game has changed tremendously. And I guess on one side, maybe for the better, but on the other side, kind of missed the way it used to be played. It was something. I'm telling you. Look right here. Look, Bubba.
That's funny.
Adler, if you got any highlights of his hits, we just
he showed some of them. He was showing some.
Yeah,
he was showing some B-roll. Let me tell you, he was there. He was trying to. He really, honestly, played, and everybody said that he played like his desire was to kill you.
Yeah.
To kill. And remember, Greg, that official that taught that time that said Butkus would recover a fumble on every single play.
Yeah,
every play.
He'd pull the ball out, jump up with it.
He would get into the pile, pull out the ball, stand up, and claim he got it. He said every single play he recovered a fumble.
I got it.
And so
he was a ball hawk.
Yeah, he was. So anyway, Dick Butkus is dead at 80, but he made it to 80.
Yeah,
I mean, with all the like you said, the way he lived. And again, I forget what that show was where he was a coach and he was supposed to be so mild mannered.
I get him and Alex Karras mixed up in their acting.
Yeah,
right,
I do too.
Right.
Yeah, they run together as the same person. Yeah, one was with Webster, and one just had that was Alex Karras.
It was the basketball team that had the girl on it.
Right.
Remember?
Yes. And weren't they like green uniforms or something? I think I can't.
Oh, now you're getting.
I'm just trying, Greg.
Was it Bound for Glory?
No.
No.
Oh wait, no, that's a weekly. Sorry.
Yeah, I can't remember.
Well, this was a weekly show.
Yeah, it was like on Saturday morning.
It was a sitcom.
Yeah.
Wasn't he on a sitcom too?
It seems like it, Greg. I don't know.
Yeah, he did a little act.
I can't remember it. Now he and Alex Karras are running together again. So,
if you're not careful, Iron Mike will work his way in there.
Oh God.
Oh yeah.
But when you think about those guys, to me, they're all in a little group. You know, you have Alex Karras, you have Dick Butkus, you have Conrad Dobler.
Yeah.
You know, and those were just some mean people.
Wow, he did a lot of acting.
Yeah.
he did.
Oh yeah.
He was in The Last Boy Scout with Bruce Willis. I did not know that.
I did not know that either. So there you go. So Butkus went on in.
The Butkus.
Is it just coach?
Maybe. That sounds familiar.
Maybe.
He was in Hang Time.
No, Coach.
Hang Time.
Hang
Hang Time was it.
Hang Time.
Hang Time was it.
He was in coach.
He was actually a basketball coach.
He was also in Any Given Sunday. Didn't know that.
I did know that.
yeah.
I did know that.
Are we allowed to say his name on the radio?
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And then credit to Miley as well. Came to me and said, you know, try to calm me down. The rest was kind of a blur. The rest of that at bat, I finally kind of came to my senses after the next half inning when I went over to the stands.
And apparently he's a young father of has a couple of kids, and he said it just hit him hard after he saw, as he said, he made eye contact with the little girl. And so now that's brought up the discussion on these hot zones at these games where, should it be restricted to age? How far should the netting go down? Because when these balls are hit, I mean, they're deadly weapons.
Oh, yeah.
And now, when you're in the outfield or you're in the upper deck, you've got a little bit more time to react. But when you are that close, I would say maybe from first base pad or third base pad in and maybe down the line just a little bit, you don't have a whole lot of time to react if it's a line drive. Now, these devices right here, these smartphones, they are also a serious problem because a lot of people are looking down at them when there's somebody at bat. But a lot of times, like some of the players and former managers that were on the set at MLB Network last night, a lot of people you don't have time to react. And so, like, let's say somebody's in front of you and they duck within you're standing, you're there waiting to get hit. And so the discussion was just like, what should we do? 'Cause sometimes it's just an accident, and there's not a whole lot you can do. Should parents be bringing small children and sitting them that close to the action? Should they be restricted to sit in those sections? I don't know. I don't know what the
camera right to you. I think we can do one more.
One more.
Let's go to Travis. Travis is in the great state of Kentucky. Travis, welcome to the show. How are you?
Hey, doing good, guys. Wow, what a wheel.
Come on! One final spin, Marcy. Turn it loose, girl.
Rock that thing.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Marcy. Happy birthday to you. Oh, Henry. Oh! It is Henry the horse for the birthday girl. Hey! Oh, shit. Hey, Henry!
How about no pictures today?
Hey,
what's up, guys?
Hey, Henry, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing all right. I did just have to bail my little brother out of jail.
Oh, no, what happened?
Well, he bucked off his jockey in the Kentucky Derby.
Oh!
Went on a 2-week-long bender and got arrested.
Oh, no.
But, you know, we all know what it's like to have a little brother that acts like an ass. Am I right, Rick?
Adler is doing Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu still. Is that .21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you all for being with us. All right, so we got a lot. Let's first of all just talk about what's coming up this weekend, okay? All right, so we got today, if you're going to be visiting with us or you happen to live in the Birmingham area, you get a chance to see the real Greg Burgess today, 11 to 1 at Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall. You can go grip and grin, see Greg, hang out with him, and get a beautiful weekend in Sweet Home Alabama started. All right, so we have that. We have a new version of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, coming out this weekend. It was a glorious day yesterday because we are such fans of the Babylon Bee. And we talked to one of their editors, the managing editor, Joel Berry. Had a wonderful conversation with him, not just about the Babylon Bee Guide to Gender, which is their latest installment of its guide series, and they are hilarious. But we also got to talk to him about the Babylon Bee in general. And then, you know, as if the day couldn't get any better, I find out that Joel's
church is doing the curriculum from the man church, one of our curriculum.
Could you believe
I
that?
couldn't believe it. And he was like, we're doing
Rick,
man.
you lit up like a little candle.
When somebody from Babylon B says to me, Bubba looked at me and said, Rick, can it get better right now?
I don't know if it can.
And then he goes on to talk about how much it's impacted them and how much they think it is. Well, that was off the air, but he was talking about. But he did say, I guess, on the podcast how much they're enjoying it, and then he makes a little joke about this is helping him become a man. But anyway, so
he let a secret out, Rick, that we can send headlines in.
Yep.
For them to possibly publish. So I am ready. Do we have the email address?
We can be contributors.
Yeah,
we can be contributors. So and I think we dropped a hint that they might include us in an upcoming. Title, one of their headlines. So it was a great.
Tell everybody what the suggestion was, because it's such a good.
Yeah, the suggestion is, because if you've been with us for the, in January our 30th birthday, we've had a bit of a struggle with our weight, and I said a great headline, Joe, would be evangelical radio host Rick and Bubba talk about the 6 deadly sins. and the whole article goes how we leave out gluttony.
Yeah.
That's
good.
And he laughed at that. He thought that was pretty funny.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's this weekend. So enjoy that, and also was a little. I know that we've got churches doing it all over the country, and even we have a few in Canada and the Bahamas. But I really wasn't prepared because I thought when I said, well, what church you go to, I fully, honestly, because it is kind of a hub for young followers of Christ who are doing all kinds of things for the kingdom. I expected him to say Nashville, didn't you?
Right.
I expected to hear Nashville, Hendersonville, something like that, Brentwood, and he goes Toledo. I said Toledo, and he said, yeah, Toledo, Ohio, Emmanuel Church, we're doing it. And I thought, well, there you go again. So anyway, so that was kind of a cool, unexpected gift yesterday, and I sent it out to all the guys on the team with Man Church with a little encouragement. I said, hey, there's a guy at the Babylon Bee, and his church is doing one of our curriculum. So that is this weekend. Of course, the wedding is this weekend,
Yep.
and so
How about that?
Wedding weekend.
Wow, here we go. Wedding number 2 in 30 days. Son number 2. Bride number 2, another daughter-in-law coming into the family, coming up this weekend, and it's camtastic. And I just
does she like that nickname? Is she all right with that?
She is. She said,
when I greet her, should I call her camtastic?
Absolutely, she doesn't mind it at all. Because, and I'll include it in getting to officiate the wedding, talking about watching them as their sweet little couple. They've been boyfriend and girlfriend for like 4.5 years or something like that. So she's been part of our family for a while. So anyway, we'll do that. That'll be this weekend, and then we find out moments ago when we sound the alarm for Beth Mowins today.
It's going to be right under our studio door.
Hey, y'all not going to believe where that's going to be today.
Do you think she's in town already?
And Calvin Speedy Wilburn has been given an assignment. Calvin Speedy Wilburn.
Do you understand the assignment?
Will be spending Saturday with Beth Mowins. Looking forward to seeing Calvin.
Okay.
Look at him. You may know him from the Rick and Bobby Show as Speedy. Okay. And
she's not ready.
Rick, not helping.
She's not ready for the energy you're going to bring.
Oh, yeah. Well, I just got it. We're going to be in the same place, but we're not.
I know.
That's
Speedy.
normally not where I even entertain going.
But
So
Speedy, you
I've got to
have the microphone, and it's hot for the whole stadium.
But
As
Speedy,
you start whatever you're doing, you can say, "Hey, Beth," you can get her attention.
think about this, Bubba. When you look back over Speedy,
Right here, Beth. Woo, woo, whoop, woo, whoop, whoop, yip, yip. Breathing fire down here.
Beth Mowins all up in there. But when you look at this, at all the things over the years, all the obstacles you've overcome. You getting in the TV booth while being the stadium guy in the same stadium, that's not a big one. I mean, that ought to be easy for you.
Speedy, this is a walk in the park.
This is a walk in the park.
I know.
So
I got to venture
you got to
off.
get a drop from.
I've got. Well, I don't know about that.
Yeah,
I'm
well,
gonna
let's
try
it.
to get a picture at least. But I got to venture off in areas that I normally don't go pre-game and at halftime. I'm normally staying on the field. But there's time where I can go up to the press box and go to the where the TV and radio break room is, and hope that I can interact.
So
with them.
what's one of the promotions that you do? What's the one where all the little kids hold their, all the parents hold their little kids?
Y'all, let me just announce to the staff.
What was
quick.
that one? I forgot.
Y'all are,
Little
hey,
Link.
let me. Y'all aren't going to ruin this gig for me. All
We're not
right,
gonna
y'all
ruin it.
ruined so much for me. Y'all aren't going to do this one.
What was the name of that contest? I forgot because you showed us.
We'll talk about the Whataburger match game. You got to match 4 menu items.
What
and
was
you
that?
got 45
what's that one
seconds.
where they hold the kids up?
There's one that held kids up.
I can't remember. We've got the consolidated pipe helmet shuffle.
Little Link.
Yeah.
Beth Mowins shows a little link.
So you're not doing it. You're not doing it.
Link, Beth.
And don't you pull that mic down, Adler. Don't you pull that mic down.
Oh, you don't have any hair. I love that.
I'll be holding up my Kanaka.
Oh boy! See, you're not going to do it. Don't you?
This was what a wonderful day. So you
Lay
mean to
that
tell
like
me?
honkies all
You mean
over
tell
again.
me
There it goes.
I got a wedding with my son coming up this weekend.
Yeah.
Babylon B's doing the man church curriculum, and
Yeah.
Beth Mowins is coming to UAB.
That's
I don't deserve all this.
I know. And Greg's running the crap run.
Yeah,
all that. in one
That's
weekend.
Saturday, baby. Greg,
See, officially the rough patch is over. This is all good stuff.
It's all good stuff. So all right, so Greg today.
Well, in my world, I'm enjoying all of it.
All right, so Greg, listen to this weekend, y'all.
This is a lot better than tearing out boards.
Yeah,
and
it
stuff.
is.
Yeah.
So
But
Greg-
Vikings host the Chiefs. Be careful.
Greg.
Oh, they're gonna get killed, but nobody cares.
Greg today at Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall.
Yep.
Greg tomorrow at the Crap Run in Piedmont.
Yep.
Speedy at UAB with Beth Mowins.
Hugging her.
Rick and Bubba University is Babylon B,
Yep.
and then wedding this weekend.
Yep.
What a
run.
weekend. Rick, what a run.
Quite the weekend.
And I may get out and walk in the woods tomorrow morning. So this is
Wow. Tomorrow's the day to do it, my friend.
I know it.
Yeah.
I know it.
Watch out, you know what'll happen when you're out there by yourself walking around. You get a stomach pain.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is about woods.
No, you're right. That and bookstores.
Because you get relaxed.
That's true. Libraries. Because I don't go in those a lot.
Or when you was a kid and you were playing hide go seek and you were hid somewhere.
Well,
in the
that's
dark.
woods kind of a little bit. Yeah. That don't you think that still comes from the place in the woods? Yeah, a little bit.
I don't understand it.
We'll be back. So there. Look, the table is set for this weekend.
What a weekend!
I just got to figure out how to do it and be smooth about it because I can't just bust up into the TV booth.
See, I think
I got to catch her out in the hall, but I'm kind of busy. I can't.
I think you getting a picture with her, I'd give that a silver medal. You getting a picture and a liner for the show is gold.
But if I say Rick and Bubba, she's going to say,
you got if you tear it, sure.
She don't even know who.
Greg, we ain't tearing the sugar.
You got me searching.
There's ELO, Sweet Talking Woman. You better watch him.
Rick, did you see Speedy on the cello?
I did.
I liked it.
He spun it.
Saw it on the old cello there.
The cello makes a good sound.
It does.
I saw it in a video clip of some studio musicians this past weekend, and it really has a good bassy sound to it, more than I thought it did.
It does. And if you remember the first time when you saw them, you were like, okay, They're electrifying cellos and putting them out on the stage.
Yeah.
What's going on here?
Yeah, WELO.
Yeah, and so
remember they had the cool spaceship.
Oh yeah, the Electric Light Orchestra.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, we loved it. So that was going on. I know we got a number of updates that we'll give you today. We got an evil dictator update that looks like a doozy. We've got that for you today. Also, I saw that we're now learning that the man who set himself on fire after doing some testing, he's passed away. Synthetic marijuana and other drugs involved.
Yep.
That'll do it.
So
it wasn't a
there you
political
go.
statement or anything
Well,
because it was in that area.
You don't know whether the drug-induced state he was in made him think he was making some sort of statement. It could just simply be that, just like Scripture says, that don't allow your mind to be open.
Yeah.
When you let your mind be altered, it is the playground for demonic and evil forces, and then they take over and tell you to set yourself on fire. Could be that.
Yeah. It was, as you said, Rick, synthetic marijuana K2 laced with PCB.
Well, there you go.
PCP, excuse me. And his family earlier in the day had reported him missing, and he has since died in the hospital.
Horrible. It's terrible.
I think he's from Maryland, and
so really,
that's the latest.
When you're trying to figure it all out, what you really have is somebody who got involved in mind-altering drugs, and it led to that mind being altered to the place that he set himself on fire.
Yeah.
That's really it. And now's dead.
Well, I don't know how many people we're gonna see go down this road before they realize that when you start taking these illicit mind-altering drugs, there's nothing good comes out of it.
No, it's not the way to go. And again, it's I've talked to people. I've tried to help people. Some people have done well with it. Others, it's got such a hold on them they keep going back to it because it does take them into a state of euphoria that is fake and not real. But you also lose the sense of, in some cases, like when you get into meth and things like that. Hey, I've been sitting in a trailer park for 6 days, and all I've done is lay here on the couch, and then as soon as it wears off, take more. Hey, there's sores all over my body, and think about how bad something alters your reasoning abilities when you see that it's having negative impact on you, but you still want it.
Yeah.
But sin works that way.
But the synthetic marijuana, I thought that we'd all finally got the word on that's. I mean, even if you're a doobage person,
right,
okay,
right.
This synthetic stuff, I mean, it makes people do really crazy things. I think by now we've done figured that out, and the flacker where you eat people's face off and all that. Maybe stay away from those.
Yeah, but the problem you have though is any of it can take you into that world. But you're right. I mean, if somebody says, "Hey, what do you think of?"
It's 35 minutes now past the hour. Cook's Pest Control and the Rick and Bubba's show teaming up with the best termite protection on the planet, Centricon. Put them to work for you. It's an unbeatable combination. Fall's here. Colder weather is already affecting a lot of you, and even those of us in the deep south, we're about to get some cooler weather this weekend. Ants, spiders, rodents. Rodents start going, ooh, a little chilly coming in. Nesting wasps, they're still hanging on. Put them to work for you by going to cookspest.com. They'll come out and give you a free, thorough inspection and evaluation of your home or your business. There's no obligation to use them. They even offer services for contractors and new home construction. So if you guys are needing that, that paperwork done, they can handle that. So go to cookspest.com. We've been using them for years, and they'll do an outstanding job. You might as well put the best to work, and then you can sing with us. Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control. So I know with this new opportunity that's coming up this weekend.
I just can't believe how everything's falling in place
here. Everything's falling into place, and so Speedy.
I may find a gold brick under my desk.
Right. Yeah. Well, so we've been talking about, and I guess since we need to go ahead and talk about it, should we go ahead and just tell everybody?
Probably.
Should we just go ahead?
Yeah, that way we can talk.
That way we got to talk about it openly.
And Bubba wants this part.
The alarm has been sounded.
Good morning, Bubba.
For the two fan bases that have been assigned Beth Mowins.
When does this one run out?
It will be a 3 p.m. Central Time kickoff
on ESPN2, and it is South Florida coming to Birmingham, Alabama to take on. Well, they're going to be taking on the UAB Blazers, Rick. And I'll be there with Kirk Morrison and Stormy Boot and Yaya. Coming to Birmingham, Alabama. Sweet home, Alabama. Beth Mowins will be there at Protective Life Stadium in the home of Rick and Bubba.
Has Beth heard about the stadium guy?
A stadium guy, Calvin Speedy Wilburn. I love a bald man. Watching the Alabama sun gleaming off that forehead makes Mama happy.
Good night.
Look at that bald head. Look at that beautiful head, Stormy.
Polish that thing up.
Kirk, I wish you had a head like that guy.
Oh, hey.
Speedy, how old are you?
Calvin Speedy Wilburn.
About 54, about to be 55.
54 years old, Bubba, but keeping himself in shape. Mama notice.
Mama notice. This is where y'all.
Well, I'm just looking at her bio. She's 56, so she's about
Perfect age right there together. Happily married man, though. Mama not going to interfere. Maybe a little kiss on the old cheek for Mama.
Y'all gonna get me fired.
Better known as the platinum package. But now what we're saying.
Laugh at him. Do not laugh at him, Greg.
Kirk Morrison, can I talk to the young fellow there with the bald head? So
I definitely can get a
Blazers
picture with Stormy because she'll be on the field.
Yards. Stormy, tell Calvin Mama says hi. We take it down to Stormy. Talk to him. So,
Speedy, you definitely got to build the bridge.
So here's what you do.
I don't know, boy, it's gonna be tough, y'all. But I'm up for the challenge.
I'm up for the challenge. The silver package is, and it does not come, by the way, with a talent fee. You get a picture with Beth. That's good. We like that.
No, that's great.
That's good.
That's real.
But the gold package is you discuss the show and get her reaction.
No.
And if she doesn't give you a negative, even if she does, it's still great for the show.
Oh, it may be better.
There's not a loss in this, guys.
There's not. And whichever way that
if
goes.
If she goes, I'll tell you, get out of my booth. I hate those guys. Well, that's great. I mean, we don't mind that. You come out with a great story on Monday. But if she doesn't know it, and she says, sure, I'll do a liner for you. Hey, it's Beth Mowins. You're listening to Rick and Bubba. Picking up yards.
Oh, see, that'd be great.
I mean, and then we get back with fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, it's a win-win.
I tell you, this show needs a timeout.
We don't have down. The only problem is we don't have downtime. We're both working.
We'll just get there early.
I am.
Find a way.
I always have to be there early. I just don't know what she does early.
I'm just saying, find a way.
Good news.
Yeah, I don't care how you do it. Just find a way.
Good
just
news.
like you've done always.
We have an email, and you're on it. We have some people, and I'm not going to give their name, who are already involved in the game. And they are willing to help you however they can.
There we go.
And they will be up in the box.
You're so well connected there, Speedy. This will be a walk in the park.
Yep.
Yeah. I know, Kevin.
Bubba's going to be a walk in the park.
Yeah, no, I can get to where I need to be. It's just, is she available?
You're looking live at Protective Life Stadium. Mama along with Kirk Morrison, Stormy Boot and Yaya, and Calvin Speedy Wilburn.
Yeah, that's all.
Working this place into a frenzy.
Into a what?
A frenzy. So I had a line right there that would have made y'all's weekend, but likely would have cast me in a bad light.
Yeah.
That's mature.
I think she's going to have fun saying Trent Dilfer.
Coach Dilfer, he can get a little hot under the collar, like Calvin makes Mama.
Okay. Rick, you're doing good.
Stop it, Rick.
Stop it.
No, you don't know. I have one that would slay.
Well, don't do it.
I'm not. No, Adler, that's not your
Adler,
role.
this is
I thought you're supposed to help.
Rick, you got a wedding. You don't need all that.
Right, I don't need all that.
No, you don't.
So anyway, so the silver package is a picture.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
The gold package is a conversation with her that either produces a liner or her getting mad at you.
There it is.
All right,
And then
so,
Greg says the platinum is to give her just a little something on the cheek, but
Yeah.
I don't
friendly.
think that's wise.
Just a little friendly greeting.
I think that's bad advice from Greg.
Well, welcome to Birmingham.
Maybe just a little hug, just to.
Maybe a little
y'all
side
know
hug.
I'm married, right?
Maybe a little
that's what I mean.
Okay, 'cause I think
But a lot of people greet each other all over the world.
Do they really?
We're talking about
with
the
just
like
stuff,
they do.
stuff that's not
They
inappropriate.
do? Okay.
No.
Oh,
How about a
no.
side hug? How about a side hug?
Okay.
Okay, so
That's more like it.
I mean,
but anyway, so
tongue fight.
What?
I didn't mean that.
Greg, nobody said that.
That's what
Don't
I'm
ever
trying to
use
hear.
that phrase.
What?
Ever.
Don't
ever use that phrase.
I was clarifying that's not what we were talking about.
Right, I know, Greg, but I think we had it.
Are y'all going to cover
Like
my
your
talent
aunt.
fee when I get kicked out?
No, we are going to. If
You are? Okay,
Look,
good.
I'm going to tell you this: if you produce the gold package, there may be a little something in there for you.
Yep.
Little love, little love.
Now the platinum package gets a whole.
Oh my goodness, the platinum package, you probably get a week off. But we may see. We can't just pick up your lunch because we do that anyway.
Right.
And whenever we eat.
But
breakfast.
you couldn't be off the same week that Jack State's women's tennis play. That's the only case.
Well, that means no week.
No, I gotta get steak hockey.
Hi, buddy.
Blazers, Dilfer, Yards.
All right. So, but is this the first time ever this has happened? I think it is.
Think it is.
Yeah, I think it is,
I believe it is.
I think it is.
I don't know if she's ever had a UAB game. She might have, but it was just an away game, maybe. I don't think we've been in the same stadium. I don't
think so.
Things are looking up. I told y'all the rough patch was over.
Yeah, let me tell you something. You know what she does? She does
back to glory days.
It's one thing for Bubba. It's one thing for Speedy to be sent on some adventure in pursuit of this. She's walking into his house.
Oh, I know. In your house.
She is in my house.
Dilfer, Yards, Blazers.
But
You know, in a lot of like customs, you can do the double cheek kiss. Is really not like
That's
an
what I'm
intimate
talking
thing.
about.
She probably think it's cool.
Right. Yeah.
She'll probably think it's
She'll
cool.
think you're classy.
Yeah.
I don't know if she'll think it's cool.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. I'm not
Just
sure.
don't turn your head too quick.
Right.
No.
Remember when that happened to you?
Yeah.
Golly.
Oh gosh. And that was with some American Idol contestant, wasn't it?
It was.
Yeah.
Kimberly
about-
Lott.
Kimberly
Good
Lott.
night, Bubba.
Gosh, that was a funny day, Greg.
What if I said Rick and Bill?
Right in the gallery in front of everybody.
Well, so to speak.
Could I say Richard and Bill? Hey, I work with Richard
No.
and Bill. And then because I think Rick and Bubba's going to trigger.
No,
something.
She
just
has
go
to
with
know.
it.
She has
to. She
because
has to
again,
know.
if it goes well, it's a win. If it goes poorly, it's a win.
Well, I'm gonna tell her
there's not a loss.
I'm actually
she
gonna
may find you.
I'm going to say we actually
That's true.
we talk about her because we love her so much. We think she does a great job. We're actually complimenting her.
What about this? What
Did that sound good?
To Bubba's
Don't
point,
they claim that's like flattery if someone does
Does-
mock,
yeah,
maybe not mock.
well,
but
Imitation is the highest
Form
form
of
of
flattery.
flattery.
That's what I was
the
looking
saying.
that is the saying.
That's what I
Imitation
was
is the
saying.
And Rick
highest.
has imitated her a bunch.
There you
he
go.
has. Well, just like 2 seconds ago.
But like
Yeah.
y'all,
Right.
Bubba just presented a scenario that is possible, and again will hover between gold and platinum, and that is he doesn't even have to try. Somebody says, "Hey, Beth Mowins wants to see you."
Yes.
Oh, that
yeah.
right.
You
And you
may
walk
you
in-
may get called up to the
And
booth.
you come in, shut the door, and you're like, "Let me have a little word with you. You work with those idiots. You think that's funny?"
All right, let
But
me
I
ask you-
told
hey, can
Speedy,
I ask y'all the
Speedy,
question?
he's not responsible for you doing the impersonation.
right.
No,
Just like
Guilt by
and
association.
You can always just say, "Hey, that's Rick.
Yeah.
That ain't me."
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because you're not responsible for stupid things I say, and
No.
you're certainly not responsible for things Greg says.
If I was,
I've had to
good night.
clarify that often.
You can lie and tell her that you actually support her and talk about how good she does.
Okay.
course, I'm both
Let me
ways.
ask you this:
He's pretty good at that.
Is there a chance? Is there a chance?
if he's on the phone.
You ready? Is there a chance that the way you feel about her could shift a little bit if she's super cool? She's like gives us a ton and is like, hey, I'll come on anytime you want.
Yeah,
is there a
changes a lot.
chance
Yes.
that all of a sudden everything
Absolutely.
turns?
I won't be able to. They won't make me like the way it sounds.
Yeah.
But I will say on this air in front of the world, I have a great respect for anyone who doesn't take themselves too seriously, and that shows a humility that she can laugh at herself.
What about this? What about if I
Probably
talk
not
to
gonna
her, she's nice, she doesn't know what happens, and she agrees to come on and has no idea?
Oh, that'd be awesome.
You need to tell her though.
And I think that's likely.
You're talking about her coming into a situation doesn't realize that we have a segment every week based on it.
Yeah,
But
you need
she's
to
super
tell her.
cool. It's like, man, I come on anytime.
I think
and
that
every Friday we had her on and we broke down the weekend.
Look, I wouldn't mind telling her. She does and knows a lot. It's just she just needs to dial it back.
So
a
you're
little
not
bit.
helping here.
I would rather her get mad at you and slap you.
I think the fact.
Yeah.
Thank you, Greg.
I'd rather
That'd be
she
better.
call you to the booth and just wear you out, chew you out.
Okay, thank you for saying shoot me.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Is it FLACA? Like, you know how you say it? What do you think about this? What do you think about PCB? What do you think about PCP? What do you think about this synthetic? The last I heard, people were trying to tear people's faces off and turned into cannibals, and now you can say and set themselves on fire.
Yeah.
Probably, to me, if that was a theme park, you'd have a hard time selling me on buying a ticket.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. How do you fall into that? I guess
you're already halfway there, and you make a bad.
Well, then you get addicted to it, and then you can't. Look, let me tell you, I don't know that you've ever tried to sit down and reason with drug addicts.
Yeah,
it's a wild ride. Because you think it's as simple as look what it's doing to your life.
Yeah,
it's way beyond that.
Sure.
Yeah. And there's got to be
It's
a
tough.
spirit.
It's hard.
And there's got to be a spiritual change at some point. If that doesn't take place, you're kind of walking uphill.
Yeah.
So anyway, but sad story. But when you're looking at all the reasons for it, it looks like it's just another person who took mind-altering drugs and it destroyed their life and killed them.
Sad deal.
If you just want to get it down to the bare basics. 15 minutes past the hour. We have much to cover. Going to be heavy on phone calls today. We always love toward the end of the week checking in with you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We do have a spelling bee story. Now why are we talking about the spelling bee? I know to hear us talk about anything involving the English language, grammar, spelling, phrases, it's probably our weakest area as a group of people. But the reason why this is a story is because the National Spelling Bee has now declared 8 co-champions because they went 20 rounds and they could not come up with a word that these kids couldn't spell. And which is great. And
8 of them. Ran out of them.
And congratulations. But I think I think we could have gone to sudden death and solved this. The key is they're so brilliant, you start asking them to spell things that they wouldn't know anything about.
Right.
You start to asking them to spell sports phrases and things.
Yeah, go that way. That'll challenge them.
Yeah.
Don't go this Greek and all this stuff.
No.
Give them, like I say, give them something that's fairly simple. They'll probably miss it.
Yeah. Drop the word broccoli on them. Drop.
It's a good idea, Rick.
Sure.
They go. Now we're going to normal words and see if because y'all haven't worried about spelling them for years because you've been studying all these other Greek root and
Latin.
all this.
Your
Latin
your word is tackle. Tackle.
Roll.
Oh, well, can you tell me what the origin of that is? It's football word. Try some
Jump
stuff
shot.
Jump shot. Dribble.
Dribble. The word
is dribble.
Yeah.
Can you tell me what's the
origin?
What's the origin?
Well, first off,
Steph Curry.
That thing drives me crazy when it's on because I'm not a good speller.
No. The word is quarterback.
Word is quarterback.
And why is it on ESPN? That always bugs me.
Marathon.
Origin. Javelin.
I bet what would give them more trouble are 3-letter words, that are rarely heard.
The run is dog.
Wouldn't you love it if it got down to sudden death and they said cat and then one says K? Oh, my
No.
gosh. You're out!
I was thinking Kit Kat.
Oh, no.
So anyway.
Well, there was drama last night, Rick, and this will explain it.
All right, we got a package.
Odolic. Odyllic.
Suspense, adrenaline, and a lot of words you've
Suspense
never heard
and adrenaline.
This year's Scripps National Spelling Bee in Maryland had it all.
I mean, listen to this guy's voice. Even he's not.
It also made
See
history,
him jump.
declaring
Scared him.
winners for the first
I
time.
wound a little tight.
Judges made that call as the contest stretched into the early hours Friday without anyone
Look.
tripping up.
Wound a
Look
little
at
tight.
ears back there. He's
Of declaring as co-champions those of you still remaining in the competition.
The judges said later they'd been running out of challenging words.
U-T.
You are correct. The marathon session also delivered the drama, with plenty of cheers and tears.
Correct.
Sometimes it got a little overwhelming.
Zeus has long gone to bed.
U.S. Fucus.
Correct.
Nearly 600 of the sharpest spellers from across the U.S. and 6 other countries took part in this year's bee, aged 15 and younger. Experts say the spelling bee is more competitive than ever, with some participants even hiring coaches to get them ready for the big event.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, let's hit some phone calls here. 866 We Be Big. Lots and lots and lots already, Bubba, on the table as we lay out the weekend for you. So if you're just joining us, we have declared
busy hour today.
Because Speedy's got an assignment that Beth Mowins will be calling the game for UAB this weekend. Speedy will be there as the stadium guy as Beth Mowins comes to Birmingham, and Speedy has been giving his assignment.
Rick, I want to ask Speedy. Speedy, do you understand the assignment?
Do you understand the assignment? So we got Greg in Birmingham today. You can go see him at Henry Hoover Auto Mall. Greg in Piedmont, Alabama tomorrow for the crap run. Speedy at UAB tomorrow. And, of course, we have the next big wedding inside the Rick and Bubba family this weekend, and all those updates will come on Monday's program. But and our
Caitlin got in yesterday. She's excited for the wedding.
It's so funny you would mention that. I got a text for some reason. I know why, because he's been on the writer's strike, so he's back doing auditions again, and hasn't had any gigs. Is my oldest son Blake just texted me this morning and said headed to Bama from New York City in a car. So he's driving it.
What?
Yeah, he's driving it. So,
oh my gosh.
So anyway, he'll
glutton for punishment.
Well, he found out it actually turned into an opportunity because the strike has kind of ended now. That he was told by his new agent. He goes, think about this, how things fall together sometimes, because the wedding's been on his calendar for a while, and his agent said, "Is there any way you could do an in-person audition in Atlanta?" And he said, "When?" He said, "October 9th." Well, and he's like, well, you know what? You know what? I'll be in Alabama. I'll just drive over and do that before I go back. So anyway, yeah. So all the kids are headed this way, and Sherry today before I got to work said, "Well, when's everybody getting in?" I said, "Honey, when it comes to our sons and kids are trying to make their way home, just don't have any expectations.
Yeah.
Why don't you just say they'll never get here, and then when they get here about 9, 10 o'clock tonight, you'll go, well, good, they're here."
Yeah. Sometimes I have to give that arrival time. I'll be there when I get there.
Yeah. It'll be.
Who knows what I'm dealing with?
So they're all en route, and looking forward to seeing Caitlin and Hunter and all your kids, and Greg, all your bunch. I'll tell you a funny thing about the wedding this weekend. Sherry and I were talking about this just a few minutes ago. Taylor Burgess was a ring bearer in Sherry and I's wedding.
Yeah, he was.
He and Blake together. Remember that? And they were little bitty luds. And Ellis is bringing the ring down for this wedding.
I know it. Isn't that funny?
Isn't that wild? So Taylor's son will bring down the ring just like he brought down the ring when Sherry and I got married.
I didn't think about it.
Well, it just hit me this morning. I looked at Sherry and said, "Do you realize that Ellis is doing the same thing that Taylor did in our wedding?"
Yeah.
Isn't that cool?
You think we can talk about him wearing his cowboy hat or his Mario hat?
Sherry asked today, she goes, "How do you think Ellis will do?" She said, "I think he'll be committed to doing the task." She said, "I think he has that in him." I said, "Well, I would say that Ellis would be pleasantly unpredictable."
Yeah. That's fine. like a 4-year-old. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it could go south at any time.
Right. Mom also brought up, because she's got pictures, when you and I were in our aunt's wedding.
Yep.
And I was around the same age as Ellis.
Yep.
I might have been a little bit younger.
Right.
But when we were both, remember? And
we were ring bearers, weren't we?
And I don't remember. I mean, I vaguely.
Looking good.
She claimed that one of Dad's uncles had told me to stick my tongue out at everybody when I came down the aisle, and I did.
And you did.
Yeah.
Never listen to Dad's uncles or cousins.
No.
To the phones we go. We'll go to Brandon out of Coleman. Hey, Brandon, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
How you doing, guys?
We're good.
Looking back, whenever Rick was off the show, Bubba and Adler were talking about rolling, and if things got tense, Bubba said something coming up with a skunk move. Well, if things get too tense with Beth and Speedy, you can always just pull a skunk move and bail.
What's the skunk move? I never heard skunk move. I heard calf rope. What is it?
So that we were talking about jujitsu.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And Greg said, when you're doing jujitsu, does anybody accidentally?
Oh, I see.
Rip one.
Yeah. Of course, Greg would ask.
And then Bubba said, "You know what?
A lot of stretching going on.
You know what? That could be my signature move. Call it the skunk."
Yeah, that's funny.
We had a great time with it.
That's great.
I think I need to put that clip out because it was fun.
That is gold.
Yeah.
Jason in Huntsville, 100.3.
Oh no! Here he comes, the skunk.
The skunk move.
He's out.
Happy Friday,
and
big guy.
your whole what you rolled in, it was black with a white strip down it.
Oh yeah.
And you played Pepe Le Pew music?
I'm not sure why, but Bubba's opponent has just told the official he's done.
He's quitting. He's tapping out. He's not even in a hole.
Oh, I think that was the skunk move, Jim.
He stumped him.
Gosh, that's
Several people on the front row are running for cover. What is happening here on the map?
Clearing the arena.
Jason, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys. How are y'all?
Morning.
Hey, I've got a scenario for Speedy. If he comes out with a Rick and Bubba T-shirt for Mama Beth, I guarantee you he gets some Mama sugar.
That's true.
Give her a
Bring her a
T-shirt.
T-shirt.
There you go.
You know, we have a few back there. She looks like a tiny little thing. We got small sizes here.
Yeah.
That's all the others.
So he threw out Mama sugar.
Yeah.
See, Speedy can just bust up in there on the phone like he's talking to somebody going, I don't know where the batteries are.
Oh, he's a kid.
You know, he's
so good at that.
Beth, I didn't realize
Y'all realize how
is this TV?
This is nothing for Speedy.
No, Rick.
This is nothing.
Listen, he's a little out of practice, but, I mean, he can take this to a new level.
Yeah.
When he gets that phone on his ear and he acts like he's talking to somebody, there's nobody
nobody's
better. Nobody.
And now he's got credentials that go along with it. He doesn't even have to fake those.
Got access to the whole place.
Luke in Dadeville. Luke, go ahead.
Hey guys, I sent an email. I'm not sure if y'all had saw it or not, but I sent an email about an emotional support alligator. This guy has a pet alligator that he takes on walks. He feeds them Cheetos and chicken thighs, and he gives them hugs. And it's just a funny story. It's a video I sent on an email. Didn't know if y'all saw that or not, but it was pretty dang funny.
Well, you had me at emotional support alligator.
I have a feeling we'll have another story about this
Guys,
guy.
see, that alligator's going to continue to grow.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, he's cute now.
Yep.
He's going to get bigger.
One day he's going to.
He's pretty decent right there.
He'll put that head right in his mouth.
He's going to need an emotional support animal to get him over what this emotional support animal is going to do to him.
Yeah, because eventually the chicken ain't going to be enough.
Melissa in Birmingham. Melissa, go ahead.
Look at him.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you all?
We're good.
Make shoes out of it.
Good. Just a thought on what if Beth Mowins and Tony Romo did a game together.
Okay, Melissa, now look.
The
that's
equipment
like,
would burn up.
That's like crossing the streams as a Ghostbuster.
That's exactly what I was thinking
You
about.
cannot cross the
Just had to
streams.
put it out there.
Melissa,
Had to
you
put it
can't.
out there, gentlemen.
If that happens,
Good night.
all broadcasting will never be the same. We cannot allow that to do not
We
cross
may have
the
a
stream.
rip in the space-time continuum.
That signal they did, a test the other day,
The
means
EAS.
nothing. Means nothing. They'll destroy
to Al in Alabama. Al, go ahead.
Hey, Rick.
Yeah.
Hey, you going to have to do that Beth Mowins commentary and that skunk move because that'd be on that, what's that, ESPN 3 or whatever it is.
Oh, yeah. Oh, looks like Bubba's gone with a skunk move. Oh, man. Yeah, that's what it is, Kirk. You and I both know we're close enough here. That was definitely a skunk move.
There's a direct shot and a dusting.
I'm going to need a timeout. Top of the hour. Thanks for being with us. Much more to unpack. We'll talk about the other games coming up this weekend. We got the old Red River Classic, Bubba.
How about that?
Rivalry,
I
Rick,
want to call
rivalry.
it the Red River Shootout. That's what it always was.
It'll soon be an SEC game, but not this year. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hieracium is spelled Hieracium.
ELAS, erysipelas.
This year's winners will each take home a prize of $50,000, as well as the satisfaction of knowing how to spell the word erysipelas. That's a kind of skin rash, in case you were wondering.
Adler's got that. They just the last 5 rounds were perfect. They had 47 words left when the producer said, "Hey, this is it. We're out of words. If you're still here, you win." And one of the co-winners is from Huntsville, Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I don't have erysipelas.
Okay, you don't.
No, you just
He
had-
got a shot.
Who
for
was
it.
that had that?
That's right.
He just has jock itch.
That's it.
That's
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
That's a word they couldn't spell.
They couldn't spell that. You're exactly right.
Mm-hmm.
But how about this? So Scripps has got to pony up $50,000 to all of them.
Yeah.
not a spread amongst them.
That's right. They don't have to share it.
I mean,
they each get 50.
Y'all, you
baby.
cannot. I don't care what the contest. If you're going to have this kind of thing, which I'm against anyway, I don't.
You need a tiebreaker.
Don't get
somehow.
me into the.
You got to
spread
have a
thing.
tiebreaker.
Obviously, it's. Yeah, you can't have 8 winners. That's no. You just can't do that.
By God, we're gonna spell till we got a 1 standing.
Yeah, I know you're out of the words y'all approved, but there's a lot of words.
There's plenty of words,
and like we said,
probably common words that they would probably struggle with.
That's right.
Yeah,
or get some of those words that are 12, 15 letters long. I mean, make it tougher when you get to this round.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, come on.
True.
Aaron Howard is who's from Huntsville, Alabama. But last year, would they have 2? They had co-winners last year too, but not 8.
Not 8.
94-year history of spelling bee, and there's never been
co-winners is one thing. 8 is something else. That's crazy.
Your word is repella. Repella.
I mean, that's crazy.
Rick, your word is fun.
Yeah. Which probably
fun.
none
They're
of
like,
you,
what's
none
the
of
origin
you have
of that?
had.
Can you say it backwards? Nuff.
You haven't had any fun in the sun because you've been studying all those words.
Your word is rattle trap. Rattle trap.
Shimano.
Beverly in Monroe County. Beverly, go ahead.
Hi.
Hey, Beverly.
I have a foolproof way to have just one winner. You can have celebrity guests to call out the words, and the first celebrity to call out the words should be Ozzy Osbourne.
Oh,
all right. They would be able to understand it.
That's true.
But I think as far as where we do the show from, did y'all not tell me one of the 8 winners is a girl from Huntsville?
Yes.
Yeah,
she was in the finals last year.
Erin Howard, 14 years old.
She was easy to pick out. When you got down the final 8.
And her name is Erin Howard. It's not Salido.
Greg.
Careful.
Well, there's a lot of hard names.
Careful here, buddy.
I went through
Looks
them.
like the Indians spell really well.
Well, they do.
They do, Rick.
They do.
It looks like they even bumped out the Asians. The Asians are more mathematics, aren't they?
I think so.
Math and science.
Oh, yeah, you can't beat them in it.
But a girl from Alabama, most people would have. I mean, I'm not saying
Rick,
that they're correct. Would have been surprised, because of the stereotypes we have.
That's right.
You can't spell cat if they spot you the C and the T. Stuff like that.
Yeah, right.
That's not true.
Stuff
Yeah,
like
I just spelling is just I don't know.
It did take away a lot of Alabama stereotypes.
It did.
Of course, now she's from Huntsville, where all the rocket science is good.
That is a good point.
Like Adler said, and it's in all cases, but we thank Huntsville for making Alabama smarter.
It does bring us
It
up.
does.
It really helps.
Just space camp alone.
Right. Because as he said, and I'll have to agree with, I'm not helping them. I'm not helping Alabama. So
not on spelling.
Well, but no offense, we brought you from Mississippi. That's not you. If you're going to recruit,
so that's
well,
where
I'm
we're
just
going.
saying if you're going to recruit,
that's where we're going.
Because Alabama and Mississippi are kind of hang around at
the
same
only
area.
thing divides us is a line.
Right,
Rick.
and
They're in the same class.
You know what else we have in common? We stay down there at the bottom.
When these rankings come out, we're using that.
Well, guys, though these rankings, you got to look at who
Mississippi
does
start doing some research over there for NASA.
Well, they do. Yeah. They have a space flight center over there.
Do they really?
At Stennis.
You know how to spell that?
No.
Stennis.
Can you use it in a word? Can you use it in a sentence?
Mississippi is studying space at Stennis.
Your word is bubble gum. Bubble gum.
You said your word is fun.
What does that mean? Origin.
Your word is exercise. Exercise.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
7 minutes now past the hour. Somebody say what? All right, a brand new hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, so glad to be here, so honored to be here in seat number 2, and thank all of you for being part of the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Well, last hour we set the stage for what should be an action-packed weekend, so don't miss Monday's edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. If we all return, should have some great stories. But looking at some of the headlines that we do need to deal with today, and one of them is the hilarity of watching the Biden administration. Now, remember, based on what we're seeing on the cognitive state of the leader of the free world, I believe that he will have no problem immersing himself in a world that isn't real. He can live in a world where he cannot build a wall and build one at the same time.
Yeah.
Now, the rest of us are going to have a hard time being pushed into a world where the Biden administration said they will build no walls, but now are building one. But now when we say it looks like you're building one, they say, no, we're not, but we are. I don't even know how to follow this wall thing. Do you?
Well, Rick, I think the bottom line in this is that their polling data, this is one of the worst categories they're scoring in. They're Democrats, Republicans across the board, they're about 25% positive, and overwhelmingly like 75% negative. So they needed to change that narrative. I mean, we're trying to gather votes now. You know, we're canceling school debt, and we're we're back to the old playbook. We're about to raise taxes on these rich people. You never know who they are. All this stuff. So we've got to do something about these terrible polling numbers. So we're going to tell America that we are building a wall.
Right.
We're going to build a wall.
Right.
But to the people who elected us before and didn't want us to build a wall, we'll tell them, no, we're not building a wall.
Right.
And we'll create enough confusion that we can say to whoever we're talking to, we're doing what they want us to do.
That's right. Now,
I'm not even sure they're actually going to build the wall. I think they may just be saying they're going to do it.
Right.
Now, their excuse, if you dig into this, is that this was all appropriated by Congress. They tried to move the money, and they have not been allowed to do it. That money has to go to the wall, and it has to be finished, so they've got to finish it.
So is Biden saying in the clip 2.8, is Biden saying they're making me build the wall? I can't not build it?
Right. Yeah. It's not his fault they're building it, but we're building it, so we'll take some credit for it with those of you that don't like we're not building it.
And when we build it, it will do some good, and then we'll come back and talk about all the good we did when we didn't build a wall that was built.
Well, they're putting it in a place, Rick, where they're having some of the most trouble with people coming across the border. And why is that the hot spot? Because they can't go over the wall that's already in place.
Thank you.
Yeah, Rick, you've nailed it. It is. We're building it because legally we have to build it because of the funds that were allotted for this, but we don't think it works because we don't want the wall, and we think there's other ways to spend this money, but because legally we have to build it, we're going to build it, but we're going to say we don't want to build it while we're building it.
And at the same time, our constituents were all about an open border, and we jumped up and down about it until it started affecting them. Now they're mad at us, and so we're going to not do something while doing something.
Yeah.
Remember all these cities that stood up and said, we are a sanctuary city. If you have trouble, if we want you, come to our town, until they started showing up.
Until they actually showed up.
And now they're going, oh my gosh, we don't have enough room.
Yep. Here's the president saying, I can't, he's declaring an immediate need for the border and the wall construction, but saying he really didn't want to do it, even though there's an immediate need. He was made to do it. So if you like that he did it, you can like me. If you wish I wouldn't have done it, I was made to do it. Is that where we're trying to land? Like you said, is that we're trying to play both sides, right?
That'll do it.
Exactly.
All right, so here we go.
Answer one question on the border wall. The border wall, the money was appropriated for the border wall. I tried to get them to reappropriate, to redirect that money. They didn't. They wouldn't. And in the meantime, there's nothing under the law other than they have to use the money for what was appropriated. I can't stop that.
All right, now let's go.
That's kind of the role of Congress to do that. Yeah.
Now let's go to the second one. He's going to be asked directly, do you think a border wall works? Mm-hmm. Here we go.
Do you believe the border wall works?
No. Okay, thank you.
Wow. Since that made the left happy by him saying no.
Okay, but explain why it doesn't.
I don't know. Ducey,
Right.
Ducey asking Jean-Pierre on 2D, Rick, is gold.
Yeah, I'll get to that one.
Golly.
Do you think D now, since we said that, we should do that before C? Let's do D, because you're going to see, based on everything the president just said, Ducey's going to say, "Are you going to build a wall then tear it down?" So here we go. And then she does that hypothetical thing. She loves. She thinks that's her end all. Here we go.
If you have to build a border wall, but you don't think that it's going to work, then once it's done, are you just going to tear it down?
I'm not getting into hypotheticals from here. I'm just telling you what I can tell you from here. The facts are that DHS is complying with the law. This is from this was under fiscal year 2019 under Republican leadership, and DHS is required to do this. The president asked multiple times of Congress to reappropriate. They did not, and we're not complying by the law. Thanks, everybody.
Well, if you would have let them finish what they had started when y'all took over, you wouldn't be in this situation.
Yeah. Look, building a wall securing the border should not be a Democrat or Republican issue. It should be an American issue.
Exactly.
And then we don't have all this problem, and we can focus on other things. And we have legalized immigration. The Congress is charged with setting that up every year, how many people we're going to let in. And we do that so that people assimilate into the American culture. We don't end up with different pockets like different countries inside a country.
Now, here is the press secretary before she walks out, which we just heard, trying to tell us that they have been doing something, but it really kind of turns into a rambling mess.
Oh, boy, does it.
Since May, we have returned sent away or sent back more than 300,000 migrants who came here undocumented.
She didn't even know what to call them. You see, she didn't know how to explain sending them back. All right, now, if you want to know why they're going to say that they were made to build a wall, but then we'll say, if you like that they build a wall, see, we were doing something. The reason why they need to not build it but build it is comments like 3A. Here is someone calling Democrats criminals, like they've now come to this conclusion based mainly on this problem. So here we go.
Right? They're illegal. Right now, Brandon Johnson and the Democrats are criminals. You're locking up guys from smuggling drugs and trafficking people crossing in. The drag government's doing it. Right now. Right. We're going to sue these bosses. We're going to sue these Democrats as civilians because they're supposed to be agents representing the people they voted for. They're agents. I'm a sports agent. If I don't have represent my clients, they fire me. It's time to fire. Don't let the Democrats have that stupid convention here next year. Enough's enough. All I see, right, is the citizens of Chicago marching to the gas chamber. Ever since these scumbags came across the border.
Wow.
Now maybe a better spokesman.
But here's 3B.
The passion is great,
I'm
but
not
you're
sure what
going to
he
have to
said.
communicate.
Well, he said, and it was hard to understand. He said, "I see those of us that keep voting for Democrats over and over again, just like we're marching into the gas chamber."
Okay. Yep.
And so here's the last really sums it up. Now listen to this. You think this won't terrify a Democrat? A comment that says the black community has found out what it means to vote Democrat. Listen to this.
You cannot keep bringing immigrants in. The city does not have the money.
You cannot track them. You ain't tracking them good at the police station. You don't know their name, but you want to spread them all over the city.
It is unsanitary, it's unsafe, and it's just not right.
Well, that's what you voted for.
But and you obviously didn't have a problem when they weren't coming to your city.
No, Greg.
As long as it was happening in Texas, Arizona, all that, you didn't really care.
If other states and cities have the problems they all clearly, correctly pointed out about an open, unchecked border, nobody cared until it came to their city. Yeah. And now that it's come to their city, they've had enough of it.
Yeah. Orange Man don't look so bad right now, does he?
No. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Now go to the NBA Finals, and it feels odd to refer to the Toronto Raptors in the NBA Finals. But I know the Raptors have won the first game, 118-109 against the Warriors, but there's a lot of drama
Well, and Rick, that was historic. That's the first time that Golden State has lost a game one under the Kerr era as a coach, and it could be trouble for this series. I mean, they're chasing history right here.
Right, yeah. Well, in Toronto...
Well, I think if you look at the math, they're going to play the first two there. They just need to get out with one of them.
Yeah, they do.
Yep, and so it's, again, if when we were watching the NBA, if somebody said, hey, you're not going to believe a final that's coming up, the Toronto Raptors will be taking on the Golden State Warriors, we would have been like, what?
And Rick, I don't know. Golden State is chasing history here. If they can win this, you've got to include them now when you mention Celtics and Lakers.
And Bulls.
Rick, it's been so long since I cared about basketball. The last time I cared about basketball, there were no Toronto Raptors.
That's right. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. If somebody had said that, I'd be like, Toronto don't even have a team.
I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, I don't even know what that is. But there was a lot of drama involved in it because you got celebrity things going on, too. See, the Toronto Raptors, it's like they have their own Spike Lee, and it is the artist Drake.
Yeah.
Drake is their Spike Lee.
Exactly.
And the NBA's actually had to deal with him, the way he behaves at the games.
I think that old guy that looks like Lurch, the commissioner, had to speak to him about it.
Right, that he keeps
when you got the top guy having to talk to you about it.
Well, let me ask you this, too. I thought having Drake cheer for you was a curse. He's been a jinx for a lot of teams.
I don't know.
Well,
I mean, you can look it up. They even call it the Drake curse.
Right, yeah.
People have begged him not to wear their jerseys and do Instagram posts. And things.
And again, I don't follow it enough. He's obviously Canadian, and is this his team, or you're saying he does this for other teams too, Bubba?
Oh yeah, he's many times he's had things on. I mean, didn't he get in trouble for wearing an Alabama jersey and cheering for them in one of the national championship games they lost?
I can't remember.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the Drake curse.
Yeah, I think it's out there now.
I don't like his music,
but about this and why, Adler?
Is this
Drake curse is real? The Drake curse is real. Yes. There are UFC fighters that are like, Drake, please don't come to my fight. Please don't come to my fight. And in fact,
I know you'd bring UFC in.
The only way the Raptors made it to the finals is because during that last game, I think it was during the against the Trailblazers, Drake was sitting at his house watching the game wearing his Raptors jersey, but he wore Trailblazers shorts.
Wow.
That's how the Raptors
trying to offset it?
To offset the curse,
Okay.
yes. The Drake curse is real.
Is he a Raptor fan? Is that his team?
And he's from Toronto. He's from the Six, He's a
from
six.
the what?
Yeah, he's from the Six.
What does that?
What does that mean?
That's what they call Toronto, I think. Am I right about that?
The Six.
Why are you asking Frank the Tank? He don't know.
He's young. He's young.
He may be young, but he's Frank the Tank.
Well, he is Frank the Tank, but
that's Big Love. Does he know?
Running through the Six. I think
Big
that's
Love acts like he knows.
I think that's what he's talking
He
about.
said, yeah.
Adler, you're
Big
giving
Love, is that right?
Yeah.
Is that
Adler,
right, Big Love? Thank you, Big Love. Yeah.
Adler, you're bringing good information to the show. I just wish you wouldn't have your hair in a bun when you do it.
I forgot it was like that.
Yeah, there's that bun thing.
Do you mind
Neck gets
taking that
hot.
down?
Neck gets real hot.
Do you mind getting rid of that bun?
That's why you get a haircut, look like a guy.
That's right.
I'm running through the Six.
How would Drake, if he's talking to Draymond Green like he was, and he says y'all are nothing but trash, you trash? How would he say it?
I don't have a good.
Is he going to do it through an auto tuner?
I can only really do one.
That's funny, Greg.
That's all he does.
That's funny.
Stated.
Oh, well, let me ask you this: for game one now, Drake is on the front row. He's on the front row, and he has a throwback Toronto uniform or jersey on, and it's the one that Steph Curry's dad wore when he played for him, right?
All right,
did I understand that right?
So if you have that right, back to what Adler talked about and him running through the Six. So what he's trying to do is like what is he trying to do? Say, yes, it's a Toronto jersey, but Steph Curry, since it's your dad, now the whammy's on the Golden State, not Toronto.
I don't know what he's
trying
trying
the blood
to do.
tie to your dad. I'm just wondering how he's trying to play it.
It looked like him and Curry had at least a casual conversation, but Draymond Green does not have casual conversations, and he got into it with him, and Drake screaming trash at him.
Yeah, here's about 26
Which I don't
seconds
know if I'd do that with Draymond.
He's a
big man.
Draymond Green in his post game about all that.
I wanted you to talk a little bit about that post game scuffle between you and Drake.
You got a question about basketball? It wasn't really a scuffle because I didn't hit him and he didn't hit me, or I didn't push him and he didn't push me. We talked. We barked a little bit, but I wouldn't necessarily consider that a scuffle. Not really.
It's not a scuffle.
What I.
Pass the gravy, please.
21 minutes now past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Action-packed weekend coming up, and we've hit a lot of that on the program today. We updated you on
The Biden administration is not building the wall they're building, and they've been forced to do it. And if it helps, they'll take credit for it. If it makes you mad, they were forced to do it. Isn't that kind of?
That's what's going to happen.
Isn't that going to happen? So a couple of other things back to college football this weekend, which we are big fans of and really enjoy. Some games that may be of interest. We announced already Beth Mowins will be in Birmingham. Speedy is going to attempt to have his picture made with Beth Mowins and maybe even get a liner from her for the show. We'll see how that goes. That will be an interesting conversation on Monday. So we've already warned those two fan bases. That's been done last hour. Probably the premier game, if you look at the weekend, is Texas undefeated, Oklahoma undefeated at Texas, 11 a.m. on ABC. That probably is the most intriguing game if you look at the matchup and the rankings. But others are of interest. The surprising Missouri, LSU, they're also at 11. Missouri now in the top 25, and LSU still hanging in there after a loss to Ole Miss. The 2:30 CBS game, we were just discussing it in the break. Alabama at Texas A&M. Texas A&M is such a difficult team to figure out.
Mm-hmm.
And you thought when Fisher got there they might become a little more consistent, but they really haven't.
No.
And they get a lot of players. They got a lot of hype. Sometimes they look like that they're ready to make a run. Then other times they play and they look like that they can't get their act together.
I know.
It's an odd thing, and I don't know.
After having great recruiting classes,
right? I was saying that. I mean, it's not like they don't have players. So anyway, that in Alabama, kind of finding themselves now that they almost look like somebody that was kind of staggery, but they're starting to get their legs under them.
Yep.
Which we predicted. We knew that was going to happen. They're too well coached and have too many players to remain playing poorly. So they're kind of getting it together. But it'll be interesting to see where both of these programs are on Saturday, the 2:30 game.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know what to say about it because I can't figure Texas A&M out. I don't know who will show up.
Where is game day? Are they at Texas, Oklahoma again?
Yeah, in Dallas.
Yeah, they'll be in Dallas.
And that's the big state fair is in the same place, and there's going to be so many folks. It should be a lot of hype, mania, big crowds.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
The whole 9 yards.
We get to the nighttime games. Kentucky, Georgia.
Yeah.
Kentucky playing well. Georgia kind of finding themselves now too. That'll be a good game.
Is Georgia ripe for an upset? Could Kentucky do it?
I think Kentucky really needed Auburn to get waxed. I think Kentucky needed Georgia to just run all over Auburn, run Auburn out of the stadium, and then come in cocky and overlooking Kentucky. Yep. I think Auburn may have helped Georgia beat Kentucky
to get refocused.
Yeah, so it'd be hard for me to pick against Georgia, and really the main reason I can't really pick against Georgia is number 19. I mean, he is a game changer.
He's a game changer.
Good.
No, he did it.
So we'll see. But I think that the struggle with Auburn helped Georgia prepare for this game, and they did the thing you want to do if you're in a championship run. You got yourself.
Refocused.
Yeah. Well, you got yourself in trouble, but you still won.
Right.
And you figured some things out in the second half. Now I will tell you this: Georgia at some point. Well, maybe not. Maybe they just continue to do it. And we've seen our alma mater, Jack State, seems to be running this script, is where they just come out flat, and then they come out in the second half and go nuts. At some point, that strategy can't be. It has to burn you at some point.
What if you don't get in gear?
Right. Yeah.
So what if you get hung and low?
But I don't think you're going to see that. I think Georgia will. They're playing at home. I think they'll be ready to play, and Kentucky can certainly play with them. But I would have a hard time saying that they can beat Georgia. But we'll see. And then the two programs that also trying to kind of get some consistency, Ole Miss and Arkansas. And I don't. Does anybody believe in Louisville? Anybody?
This is going to be an interesting test for Notre Dame, though. Rick.
But Notre Dame keeps finding ways to win when they're beat, and that's good. That probably bodes well for your program. But they keep getting themselves in trouble. they get down to like in Ohio State, they had every opportunity to win the game and they couldn't do it. Then they come out and you think they're gonna get beat, and then they find a way to win. So I don't know. But Louisville, and it would not surprise me if Louisville beat Notre Dame.
Right.
Yeah.
It wouldn't. So we'll see. And then Michigan, they'll go to Minnesota, but Minnesota they're not really rowing the boat that well, are they?
No, but this would be the first.
Do you think they'll row
somewhat
the
of
boat?
a test that,
Yeah,
that
the
Michigan will have because they have not played anyone.
Right. So
what's Minnesota's record?
I could look it up. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not on here. So, but they're not ranked, so no one seems to believe. But for Michigan, it will be like y'all said, the best opponent they played so far. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
We didn't. We talked about it a little bit the other night because the game. What was it? Wednesday night that Jack State played.
Yeah.
How about being off to 4-1 start? I mean, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah. I'd like to see them come off this script of we get behind by 4 touchdowns.
That's like you said, it will catch up with you eventually. But I mean, for a first season at D1, it's been very successful so far.
I was watching. And I was looking at the record because when I was watching, Middle Tennessee scored 4 times in a row, and I thought, well, here I am again. Jack State was doing great till I dialed over, and here I am being a bad luck slep rock again. But I mean, it looked like Middle Tennessee was going they were scoring at will, and Jacksonville, and they were 1-4, Middle Tennessee. So I was like, all right, so is Middle Tennessee, is that 1-4? They've been playing a bunch of big schools. Is that why they're 1-4? Because they looked good at that point in the game.
Right.
But then
I think they have a couple of them. It's pretty tough.
And then I went to bed, and of course Jack State rallied again.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
So I'm sorry, Jack State, that I dialed over. I
had to go to bed.
How about this? When I dialed over, not one good thing happened.
Yeah.
I mean, it was. I saw nothing but disaster.
How about they host Liberty next week? That'd be a good game.
Is that one of those Tuesday night games?
Yeah, I think
Good gracious!
How about that?
I know.
Yeah,
I'd love to see it. There's just no way.
Yeah. Oh no, you're not going up to Burgess Snow on a Tuesday night and then coming back to work.
I can even stay up to watch it on TV.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
You're right.
Bubba, Minnesota's 3-2.
They're gonna have to row that boat hard.
Yep.
Row it.
We'll come back. Bottom of the hour. Your phone calls are next on any topic you want to talk about. 866 We Be Big. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming your way. Also, don't forget to check upcoming events. A lot going on this weekend, and always get out there and participate.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Personally, would consider it a scuffle.
Next. He said, I barked at him, he barked at me. That's about it.
Yeah, scuffle means we're physically something's going on.
Yeah,
Right.
there's some pushing.
You want to say we got in an argument? You want to say that we had words? We had words.
Maybe that's it, yeah.
We barked at each other a little bit. But you're right. Steph Curry tries to just kind of keep it low key, but Draymond probably not.
You're trash.
Yeah, Draymond has never, I don't think, ever been low key with anything.
I think Drake said, Draymond, do you love me? I think that's what he said.
I'm rolling through this.
That's right.
For some reason, the car was rolling. He was outside dancing with it. I don't know why.
That's right.
Sure. So,
we used to be bad at basketball.
So again, so I can get all of my pop culture correct. There's an overall Drake curse with any team.
Yes.
But his basketball team in the NBA is the Toronto Raptors because he's from the Six.
That's right.
Do I have that right?
Yes.
But why do they call it the Six?
I
don't know.
And then he wore a
what's the
Toronto
five?
jersey, but so he wouldn't jinx the Toronto current team, he wore a Toronto jersey that featured Steph Curry's dad.
I guess I didn't know that story about the jersey at all. That's the first time I've heard it. Right now, it's news to me.
I don't know either, but that's
This is just bizarre.
yeah.
But I think he messed up Alabama once. Who else did he mess up?
Oh, there's
Bubba?
been a bunch of them.
Yeah, the Drake curse is real, guys.
All right, so it's called the Six because of the 2 area codes that the city is under. It's 416 and 614.
Mm-hmm.
And in 2014, the rapper Drake announced the title of the newest album from the Six. Views from the Six is what he called. So that means
views. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. In fact, he photoshopped himself on top of that tower that in Toronto or whatever, and it looks real until you realize he would be like 25 feet tall, so they kind of mess up the proportions of that a little bit.
Also, a Raptors fan, to try to help the team, set fireworks off at 3 a.m. outside the Warriors hotel, but they claimed that it was such a pitiful attempt that they never even heard it.
Yeah.
So they're saying if anybody thinks that had anything to do with the game, it didn't. We didn't know there was a fireworks show outside our hotel until we saw it on Instagram like everybody else.
Right.
And the guy screaming a bunch of foul language about the team, and I mean Toronto's trying to be a rowdy basketball town, aren't they?
If the Raptors are going to win, they're going to have to whack, 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 whack.
Rick and Bubba.
Dr. Drew. Now, if you know Dr. Drew, I don't think that Dr. Drew is known as like a huge Rush Limbaugh fan, or he and Hannity are seen hanging out together. He's a staunch, vast right-wing extremist. Dr. Drew Pinsky is talking about Los Angeles.
Right.
And he was interviewed on the Ingram Angle.
Correct.
But he says there is no city on earth that is tolerating. He's got statements about Los Angeles like this. He says third world countries are insulted if we were to say that L.A. is like a third world country. He said this goes beyond this. There's nobody. He said this is medieval.
Yeah.
What Los Angeles is. He goes, it's going beyond third world to medieval conditions in Los Angeles. And he talks about, get ready for what some of the problems are. Here's what Dr. Drew says. There's now a complete breakdown of the basic needs of civilization in Los Angeles right now. We have 3 prongs of airborne disease. TB is exploding, and rodent-borne. We are one of the only cities in the country that doesn't have a rodent control problem, and sanitation has completely broke down. We have a complete breakdown of the basic needs of civilization in Los Angeles right now. And then he goes on to say the government is somehow insisting that they don't understand the problem, even though he said he said California cannot handle the situation right now, let alone allowing tens of thousands of illegal immigrants with no health records to flood its major cities. They somehow insist it's a housing problem when, in fact, we have chronic mental illness, we have addiction, we have people who won't leave the streets. They literally will not take the housing that we claim we have to give them. And he goes, and that's a population that is susceptible and is going to get so ill this summer, it scares me for their well-being. Now, this is Dr. Drew Pinsky again, not Hannity, not Laura Ingraham, not Rush Limbaugh, asked why the liberal politicians aren't doing more to alleviate these conditions. Dr. Drew Pinsky said, loved by the Hollywood left, Dr. Drew Pinsky said they are disgustingly negligent.
Yeah.
Comes the first phone troll of the day. Now, phone troll is a different kind of phone segment. That means that there'll be no meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, no baby predictions, nothing like that. This is designed for 30 seconds a pop, for you to make a comment, for you to ask a question, for you to bring information to the table. Everything else gets the buzzer. 30 seconds will get the buzzer unless a timeout is offered to you, one apiece. We have Speedy with one since Helmsley's out today, and Bubba also totes the other. But they only have one apiece. So keep that in mind. ReliefFactor.com. All natural, 4 botanicals. If inflammation is your problem, there's a natural way to do it. And these botanicals have been researched for years, and they've always shown success. But we had, scientists that now started working on would they all work together. It was really working on the aging process, but they discovered really it works for anyone. Nancy is out of Tennessee. She said in 2016, I was in a car wreck. I crushed my pelvis. Oh, my goodness.
No.
And broke the tip of my hip off. Hey, now. So you can imagine how I feel, from taking pain meds, nerve meds, and so on. My body was being destroyed. I finally decided to pull up your website and found the link to Relief Factor, and praise God I did. I feel like a 30-year-old, and also my mind's getting clearer because I'm not on all these drugs that kind of cloud the mind, and I feel like almost my body's been rid of junk. My sister and mother have ordered some for my pastor's wife, too. Before you know it, thanks to you, our whole church of old folks might be out doing more than ever because we're feeling great. Thank you, Rick and Bubba. for introducing us to this outstanding product. I'm so glad that worked for you guys. And hopefully it'll work for you. The majority of people that order the Quick Start Pack, it does work. ReliefFactor.com. I take it every day. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button, and maybe we'll be hearing for you. Let's go from you. Let's go to Will, Huntsville, Alabama. 30 seconds. Will, go right ahead.
All right, guys. Would you rather listen to or sit next to Kamala Harris at a comedy show and listen to her for an hour, or call a game in the booth with Beth Mowins?
Whoo! I got to go with the comedy show. As hard as that is,
Rick,
hard as that is,
that's one of those would you rather that I don't even think I can commit to.
Yeah, I mean,
I can't. My mind just won't go there. I can't.
Oh, I'm in the booth with Beth all day.
I don't think so. I don't think I can. I really don't.
It gives me a chance to study the whole situation.
Bubba from Sweet Home, Alabama. Miss K is on the line.
Miss K,
30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, Richard, Bill, Speedy, Mr. Helms, and Mr. Gregg. I was just calling to wish Mr. Gregg good luck on his crap run. I'm not real sure what that is. Crap is in fecal material?
No. It's an acronym for a ministry.
Miss K, good to hear from you, though.
Well, it's so good to speak with you fellas. It's going to be a beautiful weekend here in the state of Alabama with cooler weather.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to have I know that our Auburn Tigers are off tomorrow.
Right.
We're going to cheer on for the Roll Tide tomorrow for a win, hopefully.
Miss K, you're going to pull for the Tide? That surprises me.
Well, look, if they're playing in the state, you got to pull for your teams.
Okay.
Miss K, I saw where you were sending some National Guard down to help defend the border.
Well, it's time somebody does something, don't you think so?
Right.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
No doubt.
So everything else going good?
Things are going well. I'm just, hopping along every day. And we got a big election coming up in the near future. And we just need everybody to open their eyes and fill in your cards and vote for the right person, if you know what I mean.
Right. Yes, we do, Miss K. It's so good to hear from you, Miss K.
It always is.
Yeah, it is.
Well, listen, you high steppers have a good weekend, and we'll talk again soon now, okay?
Thank you, Miss K.
Good luck keeping that lieutenant governor in line.
Let's go to Anonymous in Alabama. 30 seconds. One timeout is gone. One remains. Go ahead, Anonymous.
Is it me?
Yes.
If you wanted to be anonymous, yes, sir.
You are.
No, this is James from Scottsboro. It's raining. I need your advice. How feasible is it? I've seen about 24 cars driving without the lights on in not heavy rain, but heavy enough. Could we rig up a pneumatic fly swatter to our vehicles? And if somebody hangs the butt out?
We'll continue. Wes in Decatur. 30 seconds, Wes. Lines are available if you want to join us now. Wes, go ahead.
Hey, wow, what a wheel.
Well, there you go. Yeah, wow, what a wheel.
Hey, I've been wanting to say it, man. Hey, only sports announcers. RG3, Beth Mowins, move them over to pickleball, bowling, and tennis. Keep them away from football.
Well, Bubba, you want to be protected? I mean, he said tennis. I know for you and Helms, that might be. I mean, you don't want them over there, do you?
Tennis is one of the stranger sports for people to call
I bet
because of how quick it's happening. And I've listened to several people on the radio do it, which is even stranger. And there's several different styles, which I've always thought was interesting. But look, we'll take whoever. We're not proud,
Okay. I want to hear her say Western grip.
I'm going to use a Western grip.
The big top spin.
It's top spin. I think that ball's in.
Caught the line.
I can't imagine listening to tennis on the radio.
Rick, there's different styles. There's people that kind of tell you the general thing of what's going on, who wins the point, and there's some that try to tell you every shot. And it is so quick and fast. It's almost comical.
Do it. Yeah.
I think I texted y'all when I was listening to a guy do the U.S. Open.
Yeah.
And I said, y'all got to try to find this guy because on the radio, it was hilarious.
Rose in Birmingham. Rose, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Rick, have you ever done a study on the Trinity? And if you have, is it in the archives? And if you haven't, have you thought about it?
You know, honestly, I know how sad this is. I know that throughout the different Bible studies, we certainly unpacked it. Probably, I was thinking your best shot, and it wouldn't take long because it comes up in chapter 2. Go try to find the archive on the study of Acts, ACTS. I think you'll probably find a deep discussion about it there. But boy, I'm gonna tell you now, that's a tough order. I think the late Adrian Rogers said it best. If you truly try to comprehend the Trinity, you will lose your mind. But if you reject it, you'll lose your redemption.
Yeah.
Maybe
I think sometimes it's better not to overthink.
Right,
it, you know?
right. But I will say this, and I do remember studying this. Every analogy we've come up with is off. They fall short.
Well, there's nothing going to give you that.
We've tried to come up with analogies and things that make us grasp it, and all of them fall short. I remember finding that out. We continue. Let's go to Anonymous again out of Mobile, Alabama. Anonymous, go ahead.
Morning, guys.
Hey,
listen, Speedy, if he doesn't get that liner, he's lost it. I've been a listener. I'm 32. I've been a listener since I was 4 years old. I've heard Speedy do everything and get involved with everything. If he can't get a liner for Beth Mowins, he's lost it.
I think he can do it. I really think I think it's a layup. I mean, for all you've done,
as good as Speedy is at wandering into a room on the phone, talking to somebody, acting like he's looking for something. I mean,
nobody's better.
He's in a league of his own.
Now she may turn him down, but I think he'll get his opportunity. Now he can't help it if she turns him down. Colton,
I think we should do a complete poll on how that will go and what the response.
Okay, Colton, go ahead. Welcome to the program,
guys.
Hey, man.
Hey, so when are we going to get Eli Gold as a TV caster for sports? That's what I want. I want to see him announce Alabama games and SEC games.
Well, he's done a lot, and what's his
ton
current
of stuff?
What's his current deal?
I'm not
he,
sure. I don't know if he's just doing a select few.
Yeah, I think he came back this year. He'd been suffering with cancer and has finished all that, but I think he was just doing a few selected games.
Yeah, because
right?
Somebody told me, was it you, Speedy?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Somebody just told me that he did a game, then he didn't do the next game.
Yeah, I know. I've been hearing Chris a lot. So.
Yeah. To Kobe in Alabama. Kobe, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
It's actually Toby. I'm sorry.
Okay, it's all right, Toby. Go ahead.
Was going to ask if you guys have seen the preview for Journey to Bethlehem, and that being the birth of Jesus presented as a musical, and your thoughts on it.
Know nothing about it. It was brought up to me in an email, so someone is going to attempt to educate me on it, but I'm not educated on it.
Yeah, I'm out of the loop.
Yeah, so but it has been mentioned to me in the last 4 or 5 days, but I know nothing about it. So, but I'm going to apparently find a lot.
What was the movie a few years ago that came out about that? I can't remember the name.
The Nativity?
Nativity. I thought it was. Good.
Oh, the Nativity.
Yeah.
You talk about thinking something was going to be horrible, and it turning out to be actually quite worshipful. As a matter of fact, Sherry and I watch it just about every Christmas.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah,
it's really good. I was impressed with it.
But I'm not. It's funny you called. Somebody just emailed me about this. Within the last 4 or 5 days, but I'm not familiar with it, so I'm sorry. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He said they have created this terrible situation, and now they're acting like they don't know how we got there.
Well, Rick, they're trying to run a city
overwhelming them.
out of a liberal textbook.
Yes.
And that's the problem with a lot of liberal ideas. They look good on paper, but they don't work in reality. And now keep in mind, these are some of the same cities that have this ingenious idea. Outlaw straws to save the environment, but hand out syringes. That are also made of plastic.
Sure. A lot more dangerous.
See, it just feels good to do both of those.
Rick,
but that would confuse the average American to hear that.
I know. It's insane.
Oh no! Wait a minute! Wait just a minute! What's happened to L.A.?
Look at his eyes.
What's happened? You mean if you let a bunch of disease-ridden people for God knows where fly
So we said, come one, come all, and that's a mistake, Bubba?
Yes, it is.
Why do we need health records? Why would we need that?
Well,
who are we to judge? What's happened to our medieval LA? I'm sleeping in dung. How'd this happen?
Well,
Rats are biting my kids in LA. What happened?
you know, they don't want any of us conservatives.
TB! We all got TB! What happened?
They don't want any good conservative ideas to work. And you know what? You can deny some of these things, but nature eventually will clean it up for you. And it's going to when we start having all these outbreaks.
Hey.
By the way, Rick, he mentions
Rick.
in here, and you didn't go into it.
What?
He said he's listing all the outbreaks they've had, and he said that he is very confident that bubonic plague, a pandemic that killed tens of millions of people in the 14th century, is likely already present in parts of L.A.
Good night.
What?
Oh, no.
Bubonic what? Where'd that come from?
It was homegrown.
Somebody said a police officer has typhoid fever. How? Could it be touching the nasty illegals? What are we doing here, man? This is... Guys, it's not me.
You know what? And they probably, I don't know this for a fact, but I'm going to take a stab that they probably do not have a rodent control problem because somebody doesn't want to kill the rats because they think they're beach mice or something.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
I thought we just going to let nature be nature. How'd this happen?
Hey.
I love your eyes.
L.A. ain't the only place that protects rats.
Right.
Yeah. We have some close to home.
Yeah, I know.
Protecting rats.
Rats.
A mice, you can call it what you want to. It's still a rat.
Are you telling me rodents are nasty and disease-ridden?
I am.
Where'd you hear that? Other than it wiped out millions of freaking people.
I read it on Facebook. Millions of people.
I'm confused. What happened to L.A.?
I told y'all.
Did Magic Johnson cause this?
Okay.
Watch out now.
Well, I mean,
they had. I think it was. I was watching a documentary, and I believe it was Seattle. It was Seattle or San Francisco, and they have so much human dung out on the sidewalks that they have people, their crews that go around. That's what they clean up.
Oh, yeah,
I want you
to make good money.
I want you to think about this. Drew Pinsky says to call it third world is offensive to third world countries.
That's it. He's right.
This is medieval.
Let me tell you, these airborne illnesses too. All you need is a good, warm, year-round environment to really get that thing going. At least New York City, the freezes kill it every now and then. You know,
that's what he's worried about. He said, "Here comes summer, typhoid fever." Got a police officer with that. Bubba, you mentioned the bubonic plague, all that.
Can you believe it?
We'll be right back. What happened?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG. So, action-packed weekend coming up. Greg today, Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall, 11 to 1 local time in Birmingham, the home of 104.7 WZZK. Go hang out with Greg today. Tomorrow, the crap run. Greg going for a new personal record. He'll be cheered on by hundreds. And they're coming from all over to support Greg in the run. Speedy will be with Beth Mowins as the UAB Blazers host the Panthers or the Jaguars.
USF.
USF. Are they Jaguars?
The Bulls.
The Bulls. Where do I get Jaguars from? The Bulls coming up this weekend, so that'll be a story. And then we have the latest wedding happening with the kids of the Rick and Bubba Show, as young Broderick will marry Camtastic this weekend, and we'll have all that for you coming up on Monday. So
Bubba, when we talk about this Speaker of the House situation, which let's admit it's bizarre, so now Donald Trump, people were saying, and I saw some people even putting out, what if Trump decides he wants to be Speaker of the House? And
Trump said he would be temporarily to help the Republicans until they got it together.
Yeah, I saw that story picking up steam.
There's a little problem. I don't think you can be Speaker of the House if you're under indictment.
Today, I'm very proud of myself.
So,
because I've accomplished something that nobody else has been able to accomplish.
Yeah. So anyway, Trump's going the other way now, and he will endorse who he thinks should be Speaker of the House.
Yeah, Jim Jordan from Ohio, the 4th District. He is chairman of the Congressional Oversight Committee on, House Judiciary Committee. And he, Rick, is a noted athlete. He's been very successful in high school and college as a wrestling champion. And, man, he wrestles some of those people down when they have hearings.
Yeah, I mean, I would have no problem at all with Jim Jordan. And what's the other guy?
Steve Scalise. He was the one that was shot at the softball practice.
Okay, I have to ask myself this question because I don't know that much about Steve Scalise.
He's a good guy.
Am I finding myself being okay with him because he got shot?
No, I think he's a good guy, and
Right.
I think you would agree with him 99% of the time, but
Right.
like Jim Jordan.
Right.
The thing with Steve, he's actually, the highest-ranking member on the Republican side for his, their caucus. But he's dealing with cancer right now. He's not in good health. He's walking with a cane and a mask most of the time.
I didn't know that. Okay.
And it just, when you're being critical of so many people with physical problems, notably the president and several people who are struggling in Congress, it doesn't look like the right pick.
Trump gave Jordan his complete, these are his words, complete and total endorsement. Says he's respected by all. Says he's been a star long before making this very successful journey, and you talked about things you were talking about, and said he's respected by all. He's chairman of the House Judiciary, as you said, Bubba, and he says that he's receiving Trump's complete and total endorsement. And he said, I really enjoyed working with him when I was president.
He's a hardliner. I mean, he gets in there and asks the tough questions, but he is liked by the Freedom Caucus. As a matter of fact, he was one of the founding members of it.
There you
go.
go.
Last I saw, Gates said he would have no problem with him being Speaker.
Well, unless he makes Gates mad, then he'll come back and try to throw him out.
Well, they're also calling to change that rule where one person can call for the Speaker to be resigned. So that was a compromise for McCarthy to get in, and I knew when he did that was bad. Man.
15 times we had to vote to get McCarthy in. Are the Democrats going to do the same thing with Jordan?
No, I think you'll see him move a little quicker on this.
I didn't know he wrestled. I like him even more now.
I knew that.
I think he's got a little bit of cauliflower ear going. I
wow.
really like it. I like this dude even more.
Yeah. So now, Jim Jordan, we have a quote from him, not about this, but just showing how he is a hardliner. And this is becoming more and more controversial, and I sensed long ago that we would get here. The Ukrainian thing is just starting to look a little. I don't know if y'all saw the thing about this trans Ukrainian thing. Did you see this person making comments about all that?
It's an American person,
like a spy over there or something, and I thought that was weird. But
transgender ambassador.
Well, we all think it's wrong for Russia to invade.
Of course,
Ukraine.
yeah, sure.
And we wanted to help them out the best we could.
Right.
The people who should be the most concerned are the people in Eastern Europe who will have to deal with this next.
Right.
The problem is, and it's complicated. It's not a simple thing. But we have thrown $75 billion so far into their defense, and they have honestly done something no one thought they could do, and that is hold off the mighty Red Army of Russia this long. But what is our plan? We got to have a plan to bring this to an end because this can't drag on for 10 years.
I'm like Jim Jordan. Y'all know this. It drives me batty to be asked to be involved with something that I don't know where we're going. What are we doing?
But here's the problem, and this is what the other people say, and there's probably some truth to that. You let Ukraine fall, and then Putin, who feels like he is re-energized to put the old Soviet Union back together, then he rolls his tanks in on a NATO member. Well, guess what? We have to defend them now with everything we got, including soldiers on the ground. So we would find ourselves fighting Russia in Poland, in the Baltic states, in Norway, Sweden. You know, they've all joined here lately to NATO. And do we want to see our sons and daughters go to fight the Russians in Poland? And most people would say, no, I really ain't into that. They're going to have to defend themselves. But at what point do we have to get involved?
Jim Jordan still wants to think. He's asking the question I think we all can agree on, because I understand both sides of the argument. Would somebody tell me what our objective is?
Yeah.
So here it is.
Well, let's talk a little bit about aid for Ukraine, because there are a number of conservatives who say in your conference that they will sink any candidate for speaker who does support aid for Ukraine. So where are you on that?
I've been clear all along. Why should we be sending American tax dollars to Ukraine when we don't even know what the goal is? No one can tell me what the objective is. Is it some kind of negotiated peace? Is it driving them out of the eastern Ukraine? Is it driving them out of Crimea, which they've had for 10 years now, but they took during the Obama administration? What is the objective? And so until you can tell me the goal, I don't think we should continue to send money there, particularly when we have the problems we have on our border. So that's fundamental. I just think that's front and center. And then second, how is the money that's already been sent, how has it been spent? Right. What kind of waste is going? Those are two fundamental questions that I think the American taxpayers want to know the answers to before they send any more of their hard-earned money there. Particularly, you're sending money there to protect Ukraine's border when we got the situation we have on our border. So those are the fundamental questions that we should get answered before we even think about sending more money.
All fair questions. Just straightforward common sense questions.
It's a fair question.
So we're worried about their border, but we're not worried about our own? I mean, you can leave ours wide open and go, well, good, we stopped Russia, but then now ours is wide open and our whole economy has collapsed and bread costs $20. Yeah. So, I mean, what have you accomplished?
It's fair.
Yeah,
fair question.
Right, yeah.
He went on to say, let me show you guys how to do a double leg takedown. Sorry,
the other fair question is, if we don't support Ukraine and they fall, what happens next?
Right. Yeah, oh, no question.
Both are very, very important questions.
And so we'll see. It's you're almost in a situation where you're just picking the lesser of two evils, and I think it's up to debate on which one of those would win. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Greg, you hit on it. You and Adler were wanting to make fun of the fact that Sylvester Stallone will milk a character.
Yeah, he's in his 70s now. He's still doing Rambo.
And just about the time that you think, well, I'm not going to watch another one of his Rocky movies. I'm not going to watch another, Rambo.
Yeah.
And there's a new Rambo, and all of us are ready to make fun of it, but now the trailer makes us want to see it. Is that where we are?
That's we started out laughing, and by the end of the trailer, we're like, man, this is awesome.
Yeah, is that it? Do you have it ready to go? Are you going to go see it, Bubba, yes or no?
Well, I loved the John Rambo, but I don't think I saw the fourth one. I didn't know there'd been 5.
There's been, I forget how many.
Yeah, I don't think I saw the fourth one.
I think I
saw
stopped after
the first
2.
one, and the second one was real good.
Okay. Okay. But there's a new Rambo.
Adler has put on. Oh, he's got his knife. Look, he's got the whole thing. Yeah, got his bow, compound bow, ready to go. You tied a T-shirt or something around your head like a bandana.
They drew first blood.
And they drew first blood, Rick.
Now you got to give Stallone credit though. When he gets a character that hits, he rides it out.
You know what?
He never leaves you wanting a sequel that you never got.
You never
like Men at Work.
Men at Work left you hanging. You want to know what happened to the brothers?
You know what Stallone says? Just what we said that day on the show. Play the hits.
Play the hits. I know what my people like.
He's
and I'm
gonna
going
play
to
the hits.
continue to give.
Man,
you
boy,
think about
does
it. I can't even remember how many Rockies there are. But then because I saw I guess it would have been the last Rambo
2008 Rambo.
Yeah, I saw that one, and it was.
There's been one since that though. To Bubba's point.
There's not since 2008.
Okay.
So
This is 5 though, right?
I messed up this morning. So you have First Blood, You got First Blood Part 2. That's 88.
Which
and
was
then
Rambo First Blood Part 2.
Rambo First Blood Part 2, which makes no sense. First Blood Part 2. Okay. And then in 2008,
Second
Rambo.
Blood.
So this is the fourth.
This is the fourth.
Okay, so
Last
Did you
Blood.
say
Wait a second.
I thought the
third.
No. There's Rambo 3. I'm messing up, guys. I'm messing up.
You're killing us.
was.
Try it again.
So you got
So
First
he went
Blood.
3 off
Your
the
orange
original.
bandana's too tight.
That's
Talk
what
like
it
Rambo
is.
when you do it.
Okay, so you got First Blood. And you got First Blood Part 2. And then you got Rambo 3.
And then you got Rambo. And now we're doing Rambo Last Blood.
Last Blood?
So this is the fifth one. Thank you, Bubba. You're right.
But to your point, if it's called Last Blood, then the second one should have been called Second Blood.
First Blood Part 2, The Force of Freedom, Rambo 3, and then Rambo.
Yes, so there's
and
four
then this
already.
is Rambo Last Blood.
Rambo Last
Right.
Blood.
Oh, my goodness.
I remember
The next one will be really
I watched
Last Blood.
the Rambo one, the 2008 one. I saw it.
Did you see that one, Bubba? I don't think I saw that.
I did not
It
see.
was-
That's
I saw it. It was
You're
amazing.
talking about Rambo 3
Amazing. I
in
remember
'88,
It was
right?
graphic.
It
Or
was
Rambo:
so
The
No.
Force of Freedom in
Kill
'86.
shots.
I'm not so
No,
sure.
Keep going.
That's the
He's
third one.
Right, the next one in 2008.
The
is what they're talking
second
about.
one was Rambo: First Blood Part 2 in '85.
Right.
Love that one.
First Blood Part
And which
2.
what was 86
That was
called?
Russian.
'86 was called Rambo: The Force of Freedom. I don't even remember that.
I don't
one.
remember that
The
one.
first one when he's in the mud, I was talking about all of a sudden
Yeah.
No, that's the second one.
No,
That's
not,
the
not when
first
they
one.
dip him in the mud. He's talking about when he's hiding against the
when he's
wall.
hiding
That's
in
the
the mud.
second one, isn't
No,
it?
it's
That's the
first. And
first one.
guy's
Is that the
walking
first
like
one?
this, he's
Yeah,
Who
it's the
knows?
first one. He opens his eye and he's like, "Oh, he's in the mud the whole
second
time."
one-
I thought the second one's where they bring him in to go rescue the guys.
They did. Yeah, he goes to the Vietnam veterans that
Right.
are still there.
And he
has
tells
to
that
take on the
guy he's
Russians.
coming to get him with a radio.
Yeah. Coming to
He
get
said,
you.
I'm bringing him back. I'm coming to get you.
Okay, so I saw the second one. I think all I saw was the first and second one. I think that's it.
Well, Rick, Last
Three's
Blood.
not very good, but definitely watch it. I mean, I'm definitely gonna go watch it. I'm gonna watch all these leading
But
up to
this
this.
is
probably
what's
a bunch of
confusing
times.
everybody. Rambo 3 is the fourth movie.
It is.
How
That's
about that?
true.
Oh
That's
my
true.
gosh!
Now only
Yeah.
Rocky can come up with that.
And you know,
Should I
the
talk-
only
should
to
I
me,
talk about it?
the only bad Rocky is the one when he loses all of his money and Tommy Gunn's his fighter and they fight in the
Do
street.
you consider the Creed to be Rocky movies? Because he's
I
in
do.
there.
I do.
It's a spinoff.
And those are pretty good.
No,
They
wait.
are.
Rambo 3 is the third movie, Bubba. I thought.
First Blood, Rambo First Blood Part 2 is the second one. The Force of Freedom is 3 in '86. Rambo 3 is in '88 is the fourth one.
Wait.
According to this.
The Force of Freedom? Are you on the Rambo franchise Wikipedia page? Because I did not see Force of Freedom on there.
Well, by the way, you're still holding a bow. I just want you to know that.
And do I still have a bandana on
You
my
do,
head?
you
do I
do.
still have a gigantic knife on my hip?
do.
Can
And
I-
you're talking
Sweet.
serious.
Excellent.
This is a list, and I'm not sure where it came from.
Right.
Go to the Rambo franchise
a
Wikipedia.
lot of Rambos.
This
Rambo
is
franchise
from
Wikipedia.
this particular story that lists them is from Men's Health magazine.
The Force
Wow.
of Freedom. I've never even heard of that.
I don't even know what that is.
Rambo 1 is a Christmas movie, by the way. My wife disagrees with me, but Rambo 1 is a Christmas movie. The town he destroys in that movie, it's Christmas time. There's several Christmas lights in the background. You can
So
see
that's
it.
a Christmas
and
tradition.
a small Christmas tree in the jail.
By the way, when y'all
Yeah.
made that point, when Blaze TV did that thing, that was actually a good point.
It's a Christmas film.
If you're going to call Die Hard a Christmas film, then you certainly can call Rambo.
Rambo.
Oh,
All right,
yeah.
according to
Doesn't a Christmas film need to be about Christmas though?
It does.
Right.
that's what you just told me to pull up.
Original series. Oh, Bubba, that's an animated movie. Rambo: The Force of Freedom, 1986. That was an animated series.
Never knew about that.
All right,
Did
so
you?
the
didn't know
movies
about
are
that.
what?
The movies are First Blood in 82, First Blood Part 2, 85, Rambo 3, 88, Rambo 2008, and then Last Blood 2019.
God, we didn't
I'm
get the
just
trailer
telling you
in.
what they say. Here is a recap of every single Rambo movie, and they list 5.
Well, I guess an animated Rambo movie would be an animated movie, right?
That's stupid.
There's a Rambo cartoon?
That's according to this.
I'm gonna.
You're the
show
one
that
that
to
just
my-
said it was.
That. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what,
because he
yeah.
read it from here. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was you.
You did. You just said it.
We didn't even get to play the trailer.
Don't be surprised.
6 minutes past the hour. From Sweet Home Alabama to the world, we're glad you're here. And no matter how you're getting the program, whether it be America's boldest radio stations, our TuneIn app, our YouTube channel, all those are live options. Or you can catch the archives on your own time on our podcast channel or our YouTube channel. And a best of hour, you can see that Monday through Friday on Blaze TV.
if you're a Blaze TV subscriber. We got Greg today, we got Speedy today, we got Adler today, and welcome back, Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for letting us do what we do.
Helmsley oversees the golden ticket seats, and he alerted us that we had a big group that had booked for today, and that they had canceled for some reason, and we hope it's nothing serious. But we do have two, so it will be the terrific two today in the golden ticket seats. And Bubba, they know how to win over the team by bringing delicious homemade sausage balls. There ain't no balls like sausage balls.
That delicious holiday treat.
And then they also threw in, for good measure, some donuts.
Yeah.
So they were nearly tackled in the parking lot by trainer Sean, but they brought it in anyway. And
How can you beat a donut?
we will enjoy those in moderation. So they are fantastic. So thank you guys for doing that. And y'all from Huntsville, is that right? Yeah. And even got one of them has somebody help Daddy shirt right off the Rick and Bubba store. So we got a number of things to unpack. We've announced the Beth Mowins game, so we've covered that. We have Speedy on the case since he and Beth Mowins will be in the same stadium.
Can you believe how close they're going to be?
I cannot believe that. So that's going on, and so we do have a funny clip. So we've got a guy on Fox News, and he is going to live on Fox News plug Tucker Carlson on X. So who Fox News, of course, let go. So here is that moment. This feels very Stern-like, but now over in the conservative talk world. All right, so here we go.
And we've got Tyrone on the phone with us now. Tyrone, when you say poker game, what exactly happened? What transpired?
Well, first we were watching, we all get together every Tuesday night, and we watch Tucker Carlson's show on X. We used to watch him on Fox News. Obviously, he's not there no more. And still being the most credible guy in the media in America, we always get together to watch Tucker Carlson. And I think he's doing probably better now that he's not with Fox News, because the corporate media always controls what the teleprompter readers are able to say. And now that he doesn't have that hand.
Thank you, Tyrone. Maybe we can work to get Don back on the phone, Tracy. We can get that. Clearly, that was not a student.
They don't have a delay. I can't believe how long that went on. Yeah. He got a full plug-in.
That is funny.
You think they would have grabbed the switch a little bit quicker?
And you could tell he got further than he thought he would, so he had to just start repeating stuff.
Right,
he was out of material.
How did that not just get stopped immediately?
I think they were so desperate for somebody with breaking information on this. They put him on. He told the call screener the right thing, and then they're so scrambled in the control room they didn't realize what was happening.
I love that.
The anchor was probably going.
Oh yeah.
Was it Dan Rather used to get really mad?
I saw last night on ESPN2, they were just running 30 for 30s, and I love 30 for 30s. So I watched the one on Venezuela.
I saw that.
The pitcher.
Fernando
Venezuela. And so I went away for a while, and then I went back to that to see what else they had. And Greg, the one that we all have talked about on the show so many times, about the poor sap that kept the Cubs from going to the World Series by interfering with the foul ball.
What was his name? Beckman or something?
You talking about they're escorting him out and they're chanting? You talking about that?
Greg.
What was his name?
I can't think of it. Steve something.
Beckman?
Steve something. And of course, his whole life was destroyed by it. And so anyway,
I like the other people that were up there, and you look, and they were trying to catch it too. They just didn't.
Right. You know. They interviewed that guy, by the way. He goes, "Look, I was going for it too." He said, "Luckily, I just didn't hit it."
Steve Bartman.
Yeah.
Steve Bartman.
So what was funny to now bring that all the way back to what just happened on Fox News. So, what's his name? The sports guy that has his Dan.
Lebitard?
No.
Washburn?
No. He's got his own studio that we think is sharp in his own house now and is doing his own thing. But anyway, he's on the air. And, everybody wants to interview Steve Bartman. Everybody. Right. And nobody can find him. Okay? He will not do any media whatsoever. None. And, of course, just what just happened right here, and we've seen it happen in the past, Dan Rather, all that.
Oh, Dan Bongino?
No.
Dan Patrick?
Dan Patrick.
Oh, Dan Patrick. You couldn't get
I couldn't think of Dan Patrick.
I'm sorry.
I was going for somebody obscure.
Yeah, but anyway, so Dan Patrick is on the air, and he goes, Well, it's been so sought after. We have Steve Bartman on the phone like that, and they're all excited. They think they have finally done what which no one else could do, is get Steve Bartman on the phone. And all of a sudden, of course, it was one of Stern's listeners, and Stern asked Dan Patrick something I can't say on the air. Look, it's like how much Greg loves it.
I love when they do this.
and involved, unfortunately, Stern's rear end. And so anyway, so they hang up. Dan Patrick, he goes, and I believe we've been had. he goes, hey, y'all got us. Y'all got us. He starts and he goes, Steve, hey, Dan, I want to ask you one question.
How do you get through all the screeners to get to there?
Well, back to what Bubba said, they were desperate.
Yeah.
They thought
everybody. They don't know. They know the right thing to tell them to get on.
Because y'all realize Bartman to this day, he's never done an interview. He went into hiding.
Yeah.
And he would speak to no one. They even one of the reporters, because they said they got they said in the beginning, like they even interviewed
when they escorted him.
They even did the guy that was like, doing the switching for Fox when they were carrying the game, and he's like, at the time, it's just our job. I mean, you start thinking, this has become the narrative of the whole game. And I realize I'm sitting here ruining this guy's life. Yeah. I keep showing it over and over.
How about the look on his face?
Yeah, and so, but anyway, so that if you just see Dan Patrick, and Dan Patrick, he didn't get mad like Dan Rather. Dan Patrick,
Dan Rather get mad.
Dan Patrick's like, hey, y'all got us.
That was a good one.
But anyway, there was one guy that was a Cubs fan and was a sports writer, and he said, he wrote for ESPN, the online or the whatever it was, or the magazine. I can't remember then, but he was told, he said, I told him that I did not want to bother Steve Bartman anymore. And he basically said, if you're going to continue to work here, you will go find Steve Bartman and you will get us an interview. And he was like, I really don't want to bother this guy anymore. And he goes, so there's a Cubs fan side of me that's like, hey, I know how he feels. I know he's a real fan. I just kind of want to leave the poor guy alone. And basically he was told by his boss, well, if you want to continue to work
you're out of here.
And he says, so I set out and stalked him, and he said, I finally sit here and wait on him at his workplace. I found out where he worked, and he goes, and he comes walking out, and I just got out of my car, and I'm like, hey, Steve, I'm with ESPN News and whatever, and he said, of course, he was startled.
Yeah.
And he said, he was real nice, and he talked to me, and he said, hey, I'll get you in touch with, I have actual PR people now that protect me, and then he said, hey, in the future, if you want to get an interview with somebody, he goes, scaring them in the parking deck is probably not the way to go. And he goes, yeah, you're right. He said, I didn't really know what else to do. He goes, then I watched him drive away. And he goes, and, of course, I never got the interview.
Yeah.
He said he wouldn't do an interview with anyone. But that Stern caller on Dan Patrick.
I love when
I know you love it. And
this was terrible.
If
you remember Flight 800, the TWA one?
Great.
Oh, great. That's the one.
Do you remember when they got it on?
We weren't even going to bring that one up.
The guy called in and claimed he was out in a boat and saw it all. And then at the end, he goes, and I looked close, and O.J. Simpson was actually flying the plane.
Yes.
And Dan Rather was like, okay.
He was so mad. Well, a lot of times,
Of course, that was a pretty serious situation.
Yeah, Greg. Well, the desperation of media to be the one that got the interview that no one else can get. I mean, they just set themselves up for it.
Yeah, you would think they would.
We finally got the guy that no one could talk. They throw his picture up. Steve Barton, I believe, is on the line. Dan, I want to ask you a question. Let me tell you, his life, what that poor man went through.
Oh, I know.
It was
over one baseball player.
They went as far as to do an interview with Bill Buckner to say, tell us what this is like. And Bill Buckner says, oh, it's horrible.
Yeah, that's all anybody knows you for.
Bill Buckner did not go back to the Red Sox stadium till, 20-something years later.
Rick and Bubba.
Are you driving?
You just said it.
Rambo.
So yesterday, Greg and I initially start making fun of this thing. We're like, oh, come on. By the end of it, we're in. We're going. The explosions drew us in.
Well, movie
guys.
trailers.
And he keeps sharpening that knife.
Let's look at it.
Oh, yeah.
Let's
the
look
knife
at it.
sharpening scenes.
How about I love movie trailers so much.
Oh, yeah. Was he a goat farmer now or something?
I don't know if he's a goat farmer.
I don't know. He's some farmer.
Who said goat farmer?
When in the trailer.
Rick and Bubba show. Flipped over there. Speedy. Coming in the house. There he is. All right, so
everywhere.
We got Rambos everywhere. All right, so we have we were talking about it. First of all, do you remember our friend the Rodfather?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, the Rodfather said it's a big day for him because he heard the 7 o'clock song, which harkened him back to his early days of Rick and Bubba enjoyment. But he's also a Rambo expert.
Oh boy!
And he will now help us to straighten out our Rambo information. Rodfather, good to hear from you again.
Ryan, glad to be back, guys. What's up?
You know what? Long time no talk. So get it straightened out for us.
All right. 1982, First Blood. 1985, 86, First Blood Part 2. That was the first time it was titled in Rambo. Rambo subtitled First Blood Part 2. Then we jumped to 1988. That would be Rambo 3. And Johnny Carson made a funny. He's like, and what's this one called? It's called Rambo 3.
Yeah.
That was, and so then we took a little bit of a break to 2008. And then that one was brought back, just calling it Rambo. And now we're doing Rambo Last Blood. And so
what was the Freedom one? What was the Freedom one in there?
It was the animated
Bubba,
series.
I have never heard that before. You're going to need to check your source on that because they're wrong.
It's Facebook.
Yeah, Rambo, the Force of
Facebook's
Freedom.
always right.
Animated series.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It was an animated series.
They're calling
it.
it. Did you watch the Rambo animated series? Yes or no, Rodfather?
That would be a negative.
Okay.
That would be a negative.
Okay.
No.
Was it a movie or a series?
Series.
Was it just like a cartoon that came on Saturday mornings?
Oh my goodness.
Oh wow.
It was just
I'm
like
pulling it up right now.
cartoon on Saturday mornings, and they had figures that came out, the whole toy line, all of that stuff.
Yeah.
But
There it
no,
is.
we did not.
They list
subscribe
this
to
as a
that.
film.
And it's based on the character John Rambo, of course, and it's from
I think
the
that's even
David.
something else.
It's from the book First Blood. The animated series is.
Well, from what I
Now,
get,
a bit of a quagmire in the timing when Rambo 3 came out. I think that the Russians have always been the bad guys throughout the 80s, and right as President Reagan was telling Gorbachev to tear the wall down, Rambo goes out and fights the Russians like right on the heels of that, and he partnered with what would be known as the Taliban. So that was kind of a want.
Yeah.
That's a little unfortunate.
The Taliban. Here's the problem: the Taliban was our allies while they were fighting the Russians.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Hey, Rodfather, good to hear from you, man.
You too, guys. Take care.
All right, see you, man. So the animated series is throwing everybody off.
I'm looking at it now. It's classic 80s cartoon right now.
Let's ignore it.
Pretty good looking.
So you got your movies, and then that's what we're focusing on. Then over here on the side, you got an animated series that came out in '86.
If you want to say that the Rambo franchise features all these things, you got it. If you want to say just the movies,
Y'all need to call Men's Health. Tell them to get it off.
Well, if we're going to do that, then let's bring up all the books. We got First Blood and 72.
We're talking about things you sit down and watch.
Well, I'm just saying that's under the franchise.
I know, but
calm down.
Yeah, look,
Let's see
I'm
the
just saying
trailer.
if we're going to talk
the
about it.
animated
trailer for
series,
this.
whatever.
It looks like G.I. Joe. Y'all remember that old school G.I. Joe cartoon? It looks exactly like that.
All right, I would also like to mention, since we're here and we're wrapping up our Rambo discussion today, and we'll end it on the trailer. I do have a guy at church that talks to me like Sylvester Stallone all the time.
Do you know
he
why?
doesn't normally
Excuse me?
talk that way.
No, he'll come up and see me, and great guy, and he'll say something like a normal salutation.
Like, hey, how you doing today, Rick?
And then the very next thing, he would drop into Sylvester Stallone.
You serious?
You look good.
Why?
You don't think that's weird?
Well,
how do you react?
It makes me uncomfortable.
Does he?
Have you seen Adrian?
Does he try to have like serious spiritual conversations? He's like, "How's your walk going?"
Is he Rocky?
Right.
He drops into.
How's your walk?
It sounds like Rocky to me. Yes.
That was a good message on Wednesday.
Picture. No, honestly, guys, don't. I sadly.
You really brought it.
Sadly, it does.
I'm a little
it does
punchy.
stay in there. "20 minutes past the hour. Let's go. Brand new music from Need to Breathe. Wasting time. So, speaking of that, we love for you to hang out with us. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend, ties into our next topic. We will be hanging out with the folks from Babylon Bee. We get a chance to talk to Joel Berry, managing editor of the Babylon Bee.
The latest book, they have this guide series. They've got a guide to wokeness. They've got, I forget what the other one was, or a couple more. But they're now doing a guide to gender. And they're taking the absurdity of our modern society when it comes to the confusion over gender. And they put together, as they only can, through their brilliance in comedy, to make some pretty obvious points. Well, it appears the UK Prime Minister, he is now saying, you know what, enough's enough. He's stepping forward and like a lot of us, none of us want to be mean. None of us want to be, to treat people poorly. But when it's not good enough to say live and let live, and when the whole society and the Prime Minister uses the word bullied, is now said that not only is this how we want to live our private lives, the whole world must embrace it as well. And the Prime Minister is about to come out and be pretty clear. I believe, because, there's the real world and the fake world, I believe this is going to garner support for him. Because he's bold enough to say
to the applause.
Now he's going to face a mob, but that's okay. Sometimes to stand for what's right, you have to deal with mobs. But here he is. How do you say his name? Rishi Sunak?
Rishi,
Rishi Sunak.
Sounds good.
UK Prime Minister on transgenderism. Here we go.
Also shouldn't be controversial for parents to know what their children are being taught in school about relationships. Patients should know when hospitals are talking about men or women. And we shouldn't get bullied. And we shouldn't get bullied into believing that people can be any sex they want to be. They can't. A man is a man and a woman is a woman. That's just common sense.
Yeah, there you go.
Wow.
Well,
boy, he'll be
Isn't
in
that
trouble.
refreshing to hear that?
Well, I love that he says we're not going to be bullied into embracing something that's absurd. And that doesn't mean that we are unkind or don't have any compassion for people who truly struggle with gender dysphoria. That would be a small percentage of people. But as we say in the podcast this weekend, interviewing Joel Berry with Babylon Bee, but it's really, really dangerous when something as serious as gender dysphoria becomes something that is mod and trendy. That's, it's one thing, as we have talked about on the show and they talk about in the book, it's one thing for your child to think it's cool to wear a mullet. Or to get a tattoo, or to get a piercing, or to wear weird clothing, okay? But that's pretty normal, young people trying to figure themselves out. But when it becomes mod and trendy to do things to your body that are not reversible, to tamper with the hormones in your body that you will pay a price for the rest of your life if you decide, oh no, this went bad with me, or what was I thinking?
Yeah,
I was just trying to be hip and trying to be mod and trying to be edgy. And like when we did the interview this weekend, when they finished the guide, he said we would have to go back and abridge it. We put in here your guide to the 437 different genders. He said there's actually more than that now.
Yeah, I know. Can you believe it?
437, and it's increased. I don't know what the number is now. But see, that's just not true. And when we allow a society to treat truth as offensive, we're going to get ourselves into real problems.
Yeah.
The truth really shouldn't be offensive.
Yeah.
And there is a way to go about it and stand on truth the right way. But if you're standing on truth and that's the only thing that upsets people, then you just have to say, that's just the way it is, and you're going to have to be tough enough to say, I'll take it. Because I don't think I should have to apologize for the truth. And I think on the church side, and some of the things that we talked about, with the Andy Stanley thing and all that, where I disagree with how some of them are taking it, they think that grace and truth don't coexist equally, but they do. What they want to do is take grace and elevate it beyond truth as if it's more important than even the truth, and it's not. Truth and grace, they're equal pillars. They're one is not more important than the other. And honestly, you're not really being gracious at all or merciful if you deny the truth. For instance, what if God never told us we were sinners? And I just think that might bother them if I said that truth about them. Well, if you don't tell them that truth, aren't they going to go to hell?
Yeah, they don't never change.
And never be in your presence. That is true, but I want to be gracious. Without telling them the truth, you don't want to tell them they need to repent? No, I just think that might hurt their feelings. Well, you know they're going to die and go to hell if you don't tell them they need to repent.
That'll hurt their feelings,
I know,
too.
but today we all get along. Today everybody thinks I'm nice, and that's more important to me than being truthful.
This is a clip that's been going around. It's real quick. This is Candace Owens. She's on a college campus.
Uh-oh.
She's on a college campus, and she's taking questions from the audience, and her response is excellent. She's 8 months pregnant, by the way, at this huge Q&A.
Listen how goofy this question is.
Oh, Bubba. Why?
Trans students on this campus who actively feel victimized by your presence here today. Additionally, you just pointed out that this man detransitioned, but earlier in your speech...
Guys, I want to hear her. Go ahead. What do I have to say? Just the question, please. No speech. What is the question?
What do you have to say to the trans students on this campus who feel actively victimized by your presence here?
Life's tough. Get a helmet, man. I'm too pregnant for this.
That's funny.
Life's tough. Get a helmet.
Okay, so she's saying she is saying people feel actively victimized, by your presence on this campus.
If you feel
Candace Owens is not going around with a ball bat cracking heads. She's not shooting anybody. She's not rounding anybody up.
Does recommend a helmet though.
And just your
good.
presence. And what is so offensive about Candace Owens? Her words to her.
Because she disagrees with them.
Right.
Yeah.
And
That's
so, I just did we just quit teaching sticks and stones? I don't hear that quoted much anymore,
She said
Sticks
something.
and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me.
Right. What she said it was quick and it was a fun soundbite.
It really was.
But what she's really saying is true. If someone's presence, their presence, can cause you to feel victimized and you can't persevere through it, you're troubled by their presence, you have bigger problems than them disagreeing with you.
Yes, you do.
Yeah. You're going to have a tough time out there.
I take offense with the word victimize. A victim is someone who's been beat up in a violent crime, had their car stolen, had their house broken into. I mean, that's a victim.
Well, you saw, and
you're not a victim because she disagrees with you.
I forget the guy's name, and he talked about the scientific study they did that victimization can be taught.
Yes, absolutely.
And they did the double blind and everything, and they had the women that they put the fake scars on their face. And they told them they were trying to see how people responded to them being in job interviews. If they had a disfigured in any way, would they be treated differently? But as they were going in, they took the mirrors away, and the makeup artist took the scars away.
They thought they made them worse.
And they went into interviews, and they interviewed them, and they started talking that they felt like they were being treated different, and they didn't even have the scars. They had removed them. They said, see, we taught them to be victims. They never really faced anything that would have made them victims. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A little bit. It's like we'll be in, like, picture me in the worship service at, and I'm coming wrapping up, or he sees me before or after. It could be either. Hey Rick, how you doing? Man, so good to see you. Let me tell you. And then he drops down. And he talks like Sylvester
Does
Stallone.
he do everybody that way or just you?
I don't know.
The Holiness series is really good. I thought Danny really brought it today.
So you think? So somewhere in his mind, he goes, "There's Rick. I tell you what, Rick's gonna love my Sylvester Stallone."
Yeah,
Bubba.
And he does do it well. I'm just not sure it needs to be done so
Every
often.
time.
So often.
And it doesn't apply.
That message really cut me.
Right.
You know how he says,
Hey,
cut me,
Mick.
cut me, Mick.
Cut me,
Yeah.
Mick. And I'll get every now and then a line from a movie, but he mainly will drop down and say anything in that voice.
He will have a line from a movie
Every now and then.
Okay.
But I mean, it seems it's kind of starting to be like every
Let
time.
me give you a heads up. You need to stay away from that guy.
No, he's a good guy.
He loves you. I think he loves you, and he wants to wear your face as a mask, Rick. Don't hang out with that guy.
Yeah.
Don't talk to him.
He's fine. Just pat him down.
And it is pretty good. I mean, he sounds like him.
Well, that helps.
He's obviously got something wrong with him.
All right, so let's watch the trailer. Here it is.
All right.
I'll tell you who's going to see it. Is that guy?
All right, here we go. See you later, YouTube. Here we go.
The legend comes home.
Are we back home again?
Rambo Last Blood.
Rick, he's retired.
I mean, the only thing on some of these fight scenes, because we've done so many of them, and fill in the blank on the character. I'm the character that can beat up multiple people. There's been so many throughout the years. When they have guns drawn on you, somebody just needs to shoot you. I mean, they always delay on shooting them.
Yeah.
I mean, if you've surrounded the guy who kills multiple people and you've got him on the draw for a minute before he can get to the knife, shoot him.
No speeches.
nothing.
You don't have to tell him why you're going to shoot him.
Don't monologue. That's when he gets you. He's going to stab somebody in the leg during the monologue.
The out is always when whatever evil leader wants him, bring him back to me alive.
Yeah.
You know, that's true.
And they try to bring him back.
Right.
Fight.
I would watch Sylvester Stallone just sharpen a knife for like an hour and a half. I would just watch just that.
He's got a little bit of a growl to him now. He's getting so old.
Yeah. But he's actually kept himself looking to the point it's not uncomfortable.
Right. Yeah,
when
his
I
head's
saw
a little big because of the HGH, human growth hormone. But besides that,
and a few lifts. And a few lifts.
We'll be back. Rick and Bubba.
Beth, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about the abortion issue. It's really hard to wrap your brain around this, but being in social work, talking to liberals who are pro-choice, and not all, but some, they don't care when life begins. They will say that's not the issue. The issue is that the mother's right to terminate that child outweighs the right of that child to live. So in my opinion, as a believer, that is a huge issue that could, like you've talked about, could turn into, once the baby is born, what does that look like and right now it's legal for a baby to be aborted if they're going to have Down syndrome. That's crazy to think about. So I just wanted to throw that out there that right now
you're getting a lot of, matter of fact, I saw a guy, some people sent me yesterday, they're starting now to be people that are coming forward that are saying, because I know what you always, and it's not really, here's what it is, and you just hit it, Beth. You'll find it with some of the women now that are saying it, and some are saying it unapologetically, that, you know what, I'm just going to, and at least these people are being truthful. And I put this in the same list of people that won't just tell you the truth of what the real situation is, okay? Like when you get people that'll start wanting gambling to come to, say, a state like ours that doesn't have it. They'll tell you lies about how they think it's going to help revenue, why are we letting that money leave our state? Oh, it's going to turn the schools into where every child has everything they need. Teachers are going to get raises, and they'll drive in gold-plated buses. And they'll be in schools made of gold. It'll solve all problems because there's something unique about gambling revenue that corrupt politicians suddenly aren't corrupt with gambling revenue. It's only tax revenue. That life is just going to change for the better. But what they really need to say is, I don't like to leave my state to go gamble. I wish I could just gamble in my own state. I just like to gamble. Okay. Yeah. Well, now we can have a conversation on whether we want that kind of environment or not. Most of the people who are clinging to pro-choice, not all, but most are, if they were honest, they're saying, I want to live my life however I want to when it comes to intimacy, because we have some children in the room, and I want to be able to be intimate with anybody I want to, anytime, as long as both parties are willing. And if I end up getting pregnant or
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Well, what if I told you that you could save about 25% on what you're paying for drive-thrus and DoorDashes and Uber Eats?
Yep.
Or what if I told you that you also could save money at the grocery store? Anybody want to save money at the grocery store right now?
Yeah, we could use it.
How about I had one of those experiences last night? Have you ever had this? Because sometimes I'll just go along to get along when I'm trying to get in and out of a store. And I was sent down there to pick some stuff up, and there were two items they didn't have. They were out. And I've noticed the shelves, you can't really depend on stuff to being on the shelves anymore. They're having a hard time keeping up with supplies and keeping the and so as I was leaving, the person they have, it's a standard line. Well, so did you find everything you want? No, I actually didn't.
No.
And then it's like everybody's like, oh no, somebody said no. I didn't. Couldn't find the pickles I was looking for. And also, I would like to bring up, I couldn't find the flavor of the soft drink I like. And so he said, okay, well, do you want us? And I said, look, there's no need for us to make a big deal out of it. You asked the question, did I find everything I was looking for? And the answer is no. And he said, okay, well, we'll make a note of that. And I said, hey, appreciate you. No hard feelings. You ask questions. So anyway, and the prices right now at grocery stores. Now, the president wants you to think they're not there, but they are. So HelloFresh.com/Bubba. You know what? I would never order anything from HelloFresh.com/Bubba that they would say, sorry, that's not on the shelf. I order them. They send me the recipes. They send us the ingredients, and you make the meals. If you're trying to do a little bit better, this is a great system because they go ahead and give you the meals that meet what you're trying to do health-wise, but you may just want some family favorites. So they'll do that too. And some of you out there are vegetarians. We don't understand you, but if you want that, they got that. If you're looking for a quick breakfast or a quick lunch or some snacks you can add to your order every week, you can do that. It's America's #1 meal kit, and we're going to get you 50% off when you order right now, and then you get 15% off for the next 2 months with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Just a better way to meal plan and save some money on your total food bill. All right, so I had one of these situations happen. We've got 2 guests in the golden ticket seats today because we had a group that canceled, couldn't come. And so he asked the question that, that nobody wants to ask here at this new setup, here at this new studio. And he had to go to the bathroom. No. So that means that he had to take
get your jogging shoes on.
He had to take the journey with Greg and me as we were going to the restroom. Well, when you listen to the show, we have 5 hours. You count the kickoff hour to fill every day. So everything we're looking for, whatever we can talk about, and we always talk about where we work and how we interact with people around us. And so there's a lot of stuff about the building, and I've got another one today. And it was interesting to watch him. He's got his Rick and Bubba shirt on. He walks out. He immediately finds somebody that's confused about Sweet 200. It's like he can't believe what's happening. Yeah. He goes in, flip-flops is in the #1 stall. Yeah. He's like, this is unbelievable. I can't believe this line. Because I'm here. I'm seeing
right on cue.
I'm seeing all these things. If he was still in the building, if he just got to the bathroom profit. But
that'd have been perfect.
But he's not in the building
Everybody
anymore.
needs to experience that.
Yeah, but so you'll love this one because you just got to see it too. Well, we're part of a commercial building now, like we just said. So apparently there's some sort of makeover going on with the building.
Yeah, they're doing a little painting.
Yeah, and they're doing new carpet, and they're doing painting.
Good night.
Yeah,
Who
they're
picked that
patching all
carpet
the
out?
walls.
Yeah.
And
So we all have we're all the king of awkward moments. Okay, I mean, right? We'll get ourselves in awkward moments, and the part of it is we just can't shut up. If we just keep our stupid mouth shut, but we always looking to hack, and if we think we got something, and if we got something we can make fun of, we're all in.
Yeah,
Greg.
Well, I unfortunately made a mistake 2 days ago, and I've been meaning to tell y'all this, and I keep forgetting. Because you heard the term "know the room."
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, read the room. Know
Read
the
the
room.
room. Yeah, know the room.
I'm guilty of that.
You ever have those people that have no ability to read the room?
Yes.
And I can somewhat be that way. So, you start developing a camaraderie with all the other tenants in the building, and we all have our running jokes and stuff about, my goodness, how many times are they going to clean this bathroom in a day? Appreciate the cleanliness of it, but it seems it's always being clean when I need to go. Me running into the glass upstairs at the snack setup.
Yeah.
Good.
Everybody making fun of that. Sweet 200, we all go along with that. So, unfortunately, I thought these were fellow tenants that I decided to yuck it up with and misread that. And so there's a group of guys standing around, and they're staring down at this carpet that we now have. And you just heard Greg mention it, and we've all made running jokes that the new carpet looks like the pattern of a giraffe.
It does. I didn't know they made carpet like that.
And so, which is funny if you're one of the tenants, probably not funny if you're the person who picked it out. And so
you did.
And so,
did you really? Funny to us. You're the one that picked it up.
Yuck.
So I walk up, and everybody's looking at it. He said, "What do you think about the carpet?" I said, "Looks like a giraffe laid down." And I realized nobody joins in with me. And I look back and I go, ha, giraffe laying down.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wow, that really went nowhere. And then the guy looks and says, well, we're about to start painting too. And I said, huh? He goes, well, yeah, this is the carpet, that we put down. And
now you realize.
I want you to know that we're going to be painting soon. what you're. How do you know about the painting? Well, we're the building people. We're the ones that are doing the redo.
Oh no! Well, I hope you let somebody pick the color that didn't pick the carpet.
Greg, thanks, Greg. That's helping.
I'm gonna get a text any second.
So then
Gives
there's
me a
that,
headache.
Then there's that moment where I was about from here.
I like it.
I was about from here to where that door is. From escaping back to my life, okay, but I don't know when to move. It's like, do I try to fix this? Do I
or just walk away?
Just let it go.
Is the best thing for me to do is just keep moving, and so I just kind of started mumbling a little bit, like, man, it's paint, and I'm just saying paint, and
lovely carpet.
Can I ask you
I think my
something?
worst statement was good for y'all.
Yeah.
What does that even
Yeah,
mean?
good for y'all.
Yeah, I was like, hey, good for y'all.
They had to replace that because they had a leak in one of the bathrooms and it overflowed.
Yeah.
Now, Speedy, was it you or somebody else told me?
They
Because
didn't
I
have to
came
pick
in,
that
they have carpet in the hall out here where we access the studio. And was it you or somebody else that said, "Don't worry, they're going to change"?
I heard that too.
Yeah, no, that was from management that
And
has
we
my
don't
phone
care.
that's about
But
to text me
I
that's in
like
charge
that
of the
carpet.
building and picking out the carpet
think
that Rick's
that's-
talking about and has my cell.
I didn't know.
He said that
I like that carpet.
that they mistakenly put that carpet
That-
down.
that
They were
looks
going to change
good.
it back to what it was originally supposed
So
to
they're
be.
gonna make it draft too.
So we're supposed to get the giraffe out here. We don't. I'm not.
think
I
you
think,
What's
I think
out there looks good. I like that.
I think
Buddy,
I
I'm
like
not in
that.
charge of
Tell them
carpet,
don't worry
bud.
about it.
Do you
I
like
wonder
that
if they
better
got
than
a
the
deal.
giraffe?
Speedy, you don't have to change it. Just leave that.
Do you like that better than the giraffe?
I like that's out there.
Do you think they got a deal that somebody?
So
had,
that's
like,
a yes, by the way.
that somebody
Yeah,
had
he
bought
wants to say
like,
yes or no.
like
I
a
don't-
huge allotment of that draft print, like
Yeah.
Toys R Us or somebody did,
Yeah.
and they got it at a good price.
Right.
So that's all that was left.
Well,
I'm going to say you're the new contact of the show.
well, Greg, let me tell you this. I'm kind of. You ever had the thing? You're the one that told me the story, and I've never forgotten it. Where you were working with some guys, and somebody's sister came in,
Yeah.
and they started hacking on her
'Cause
appearance.
she was large.
And the guy said, before we go any further,
He stopped.
need
it.
to
I
know.
need to tell y'all that's my sister.
Yeah, you did.
And y'all were thankful because there were more lines
And
coming.
the guy that was really leading the charge, I told him, he said, "I sure do appreciate you doing that,
yeah, right. Yeah.
letting me know
Because-
I was really
Was that
fixing
you?
to get offensive."
Yeah.
No, it wasn't me. Be honest.
Because
Because that kind of sounds.
I mean,
like
he
you a
jumped
little
on it
bit.
quick. He goes, "I can get you a look." He goes, "Hey, let me stop you right there. That's my sister."
right.
Well,
Well,
oh, thank you.
well, I'm thankful that the guy brought up the painting because I could tell one of them was signaling to me. That
I think I know who that was.
This is the guy who
Wave
picked
it
out because I
You're
was
right behind him doing this.
I had an Elvis Jungle Room joke.
Oh,
And
Rick,
I
that's
had
a
it
good
ready.
one.
I had it ready, and I was setting up to that line.
Yeah.
And by the grace of Almighty God, one guy said, "Yep, we're going to do some painting in here too." You know,
Looking at
it's
you like
carpet.
You're now
Oompa-loompa.
you're now hacking on the carpet in front of the guy who picked it out, and I was like, "Hey man, I don't know why I said good for y'all," and then I just kind of
We may need them one day.
I know
I'm gonna be honest.
I just kind of awkwardly went through the door and just disappeared.
Look, I
saw
like the giraffe print. I really do.
That didn't surprise me. In the
I
least.
saw all the blowers in the hall that week before where they'd had.
They had-
I
they had a
thought
tough time.
that they had to get that up, and they just had this left over and threw it down
Greg,
just to
please.
cover it for now.
I'm sorry.
I know.
That's what I honestly.
trying to
I'm not
help you,
kidding.
Speedy.
I
I'm
truly
trying to
thought they said, "Well, go back here in that closet. You remember that ugly carpet we used to have out there?
Greg, no,
We
don't.
got enough just to cover
Greg,
this there."
it's
And then
fine.
I looked and it was everywhere.
All I can think about is there's a pawn shop owner right now says, "Y'all out of it?"
Hey, Kate.
Dang it! I'm in the middle of remodeling.
Right. Let's see here.
I kind of like
Y'all
that.
must have got a big order.
I like that Serengeti feel. I really do.
Yeah. Hey, Casey. Hope you're doing well. Greg is the new contact for the show. His cell is.
Phone calls next.
Look, I can't help it's ugly. I can't help it.
All 10 lines are available. 866 We Be Big. Greg, I couldn't stop if I tried. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Our men, I end up getting somebody pregnant. I don't want to live in a society that I can't abort that baby. I don't want repercussions. I don't want to have to go, well, now we got to wait all the way for the baby to be born. Then it's going to be born. I'm going to have to deal with the pregnancy. And then, because, I always say to those people, nobody's saying you have to keep this child. If you end up in a situation, or maybe you made a mistake, or maybe it wasn't even a mistake, but you want to do what causes babies to get here, and and it happens, and you don't want to have to raise the baby. Adoption, I would think, if you think about it, that's humane. I don't want to take responsibility for the child. I don't think that's what I want to do, but I'm going to give somebody else the opportunity. I've given this person life. I've given this family a child, and I did not have to spend the rest of my life taking care of the child. Okay? Now, but no, see, that's not good enough for us. It's like, no, I want to be able to do whatever I want to do, and I want to suffer zero repercussions. Now, see what they're not saying, though, and I can speak to this from talking to people and being in this situation, because at one time, like I say, I had a different view on this. But I have horrible news about sin. Even if you do this, whether you want to admit it or not, you didn't commit this behavior and get away with no repercussions. I promise you, if you do this, you'll suffer repercussions. And there's a lot of women, a lot of men that would tell you, Rick is telling you the truth. If we could tell you what it really is like to have been somebody who, informed or not informed, okay, that was part of this, you do live the rest of your life, if you're honest, regretting it. Because you know there's something that is inside every human being that says, this just isn't right. This is not right. So what's happening now is we're doing the thing that happens with all of us when it comes to sin. People are being made to feel uncomfortable because we're actually trying to move ourselves into a conversation. Because if we're all honest, when we have something we're doing in our lives and the repercussion shows up, we try to find a way just not to deal with it. You know, when the person's standing in front of the doctor that says, you've chosen in your life to do this, this, and this, and I just did your physical, you're going to die. And you go, gosh, I wish I'd just been able to do whatever I wanted to do and never really know. So you mean the things I did, actually, I'm going to suffer from that? You are. Mm-hmm. And, you know, but at the time, you were like, well, I'll worry about that another time. Most all this stuff is people just want to do whatever they want to do and not suffer any consequences. That's it. And I know we're having a lot of different conversations, but at the heart of it, that's where we are. Because, guys, the amount of abortions that are done to save a woman's life are so small. You know how many pregnancies are involved in incest? 0.0.0.1. You know how many are involved in rape? About 1.5%. Now keep in mind, now these people are still saying, like you have that, they're going out now, the people who, even though the woman suffered something traumatic, she thought she shouldn't deny life to the person because they're not responsible for how the biological father, how evil he was. So I will either raise the child as our own or we will let someone adopt the child. Now those people are coming forward going, so y'all don't think I should have had a right to live? I'm the product of rape. I didn't have the right to live? And so that's the question we got to have. Do these people, these persons, have the right to live or not? And that's the question that we're going to all lean in, and we're going to see exactly what we're talking about. And as I said, if you're truly pro-choice, you certainly should be for well-informed choice. And if you're not for that, you're not really pro-choice. You're pro no repercussions is what you are. That's you just want to do whatever you want to do. And if something bad happens from it, you want to try to get rid of it, move on. That is the overwhelming. It's birth control. Yep. But do we have the right to do that?
Yeah, it's scary what that young lady said. I mean, the way that people are looking at this.
No, I'm telling you, that somebody showed me a Facebook post.
It's called murder at that point. Well, it's called murder at that point, and you share the same opinions with Joseph Mengele and the Final Solution. I mean, that's crazy. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Think about what you're saying.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, and now there's some people, and it'll scare you that you're living this time, that said what I just said. Let me be clear. I want to be able to go out and be intimate with whoever I want to, wherever I want to, whenever I want to. And if I end up in this situation, she even said, I saw the Facebook post. 10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. You can reach us right now, Calvin Speedy Wilburn, who will be at Protective Life Stadium this weekend as the UAB Blazers host the Bulls from South Florida. Play-by-play action from Beth Mowins.
Gonna be looking forward to seeing Speedy down there at Protective Life Stadium. Spectacular.
So if you can join us, do so now. Lines are available, and we will take your calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Lines are available. You ought to be able to get in now. Let's go to Cincinnati, Ohio, where Chuck is standing by. Chuck, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Chuck.
I'm good, sir. How are you?
We're great.
Hey, I was telling Speedy, I married my son to my daughter-in-law 2 years ago last week, and I was able to conduct the ceremony, and I know you were getting ready to do that, and I tell you what, it was a blessed time. I made it through it without crying. It was kind of hard, but it's just a wonderful thing to be able to say that I officiated that ceremony. So,
yeah, it's.
Are you prepared?
Well, yeah. I'll tell you what, Chuck. What helps is, first of all, I was honored to be asked by my son and my future daughter-in-law to do it. Your first reaction is, hey, what an honor. Then immediately it doesn't take long to go, oh, my goodness, that's going to be very difficult. I wish I was just standing up there with my son.
Yeah.
You know, and but it's an honor to get to do that. Thankfully, I credit Greg's daughter and his wife, Lisa, when they honored me to officiate Greg's daughter's wedding. And I'd never really, I was like, I don't know. And then, you know, they were so kind and gracious to let me kind of work through that, and because I wanted to do a good job. So I know it will be even more intense, but I already know that rehearsal is not like the real thing.
No,
because I watched Greg with his daughter at rehearsal. I didn't get emotional. Everything was fine. You know,
we're all cutting up,
when you have
laughing.
these people that you remember the day they were born, and then they're standing there getting married.
Yeah.
And so I was really good. And then we get to the real ceremony, and I'm nervous about getting the ceremony right. And I'm looking down at my notes, and then I look up, and I see Greg with now this little baby who's a grown woman. In her beautiful wedding gown, coming into her marriage the way God intended it and the way she'd lived her life with such integrity under the authority of the Lord. And then there's my goofy baby brother standing next to her, and it's his precious daughter. And I will tell you, I struggled. I was like, oh, wait, wow, this is okay.
Yeah, this rehearsal.
This is a little different than I thought it was going to be. And I was able, by the grace of God, to work my way through it, because I started trying to focus on, making Chandler comfortable and, cutting up a little bit and kind of taking the the intensity out of it. And
Rick, take it down.
Yeah,
Rick, what was that?
Let's take it down.
Take it down, man.
And so that prepared me, and then I've had the honor with some friends who've asked me to officiate weddings, Speedy being one, and Mark Garnett, a friend of mine,
So you've
being
got a
another.
few under your belt now.
Yeah, I even a buddy that we graduated with, I married he and his wife on a creek bank.
Yeah.
So
there you go.
So I'm a little more, but I acknowledge, Chuck, I still have not married one of my own.
That's it.
And I realize that's going to be intense. So, but I'm ready. I'm looking forward to it. And what's funny, these two have such different personalities. They don't want to be the spotlight ever. And of course, I told them, I said, let me tell you what I'm going to do.
That's a little tough on the wedding day.
Yeah, on wedding day, you're pretty much the spot.
I said, I've got it down now, guys.
Hopefully.
I've already looked at the service. All I need from the two of you is I do. Okay?
Yeah.
And I said, because sometimes they both are like, the repeating and all that.
Oh, I
Sometimes
know.
Yeah. I said, we'll go through it. I just all I need is 2 words from each of you. I do. I'll say the rest of it.
Yeah, when you do a lot of that, a lot of things can go wrong.
Yeah, and
let me ask you this too, because I know with marriage licensing changed and all that. What do you have to do to be licensed to do that now?
Nothing now.
You don't even have to have nothing. Anybody can get
now.
Up and
Back
do
when
it,
I
right?
married Chandler, I did,
Right.
And so I went through that process, but now anybody can marry anyone anywhere.
Right.
Wow.
That's what I thought.
I don't even have to sign the license anymore. Not in Alabama.
Rick, you did such a good job at my daughter's that Bubba had a cardiac event over it.
Yeah.
Well, I started to say you
Got
thought
real
you,
emotional.
Hey, you thought you were struggling.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bubba, you sure you want to come to this wedding?
He was only one plate into the reception, and I look, he's leaving. I said, oh, what?
Yeah, Bubba had a cardiac event.
Well, no, I was just struggling a little bit.
Yeah,
but
right.
Well, let to a stint.
Nothing a little stint won't
It
fix.
forced me to go get that done, but I probably shouldn't have gone to the top of the barn with a plate of food.
Them stairs got
a little hot. Then.
It was hot in there.
Yeah, so it's going to be sunny, blue skies, and 68
Yeah.
for the wedding. So it'll be great.
I am bringing Ruby and Ezra, so Ruby will probably ruin it, you know. I want some fruit steak now.
Yeah, thanks for that.
So that'll help you. That'll help you.
It will.
Maybe. Okay.
It will. So let's go. I do have the one thing, and I've done this. I know I did it at the Garnett wedding. But it's a little bit of pressure when you're the officiating of the wedding, and they're going to do it too. Is they take the Lord's Supper together before they're announced as husband and wife. That puts a little more pressure because I have to now do the elements and go through that with them while the song's going on. But I've already done that once, so it won't be my first time on that, so that's good. All right, let's go to Joe in Tuscaloosa. Joe, go ahead.
Hey, this question's for Adler. He posted a video y'all did several weeks ago about the mask not being effective with the, it showed the pollen, how big the pollen was down to the
size
virus.
of it, yeah.
I have searched all over Google, and I cannot find a video like that. Is there any way y'all could post a link or tell me where you were able to find that at?
Adler, did you recall how you found it?
Yeah, I'm searching through right now.
I think he made all of it up.
It's probably been removed from anywhere you can get it now because of the obvious point it makes.
Yeah, and it was just an infographic kind of video, and you're like, all right, here's pollen, and it was gigantic, and then it just went down.
Yeah, he knows. He just wants to find it so he can show it to somebody.
I was just explaining to other people.
I want to show it to my liberal friends that are still wearing masks to try to help them through their little precious time.
Well, let them wear them if they want to wear them.
Yeah,
just as
let
long
them
as
wear
that. But you might want to bring it out if they try to make you wear one, and show how absurd it is.
Saw somebody driving one on. Now again, they may have had other issues.
Yeah,
but,
sure.
But I did look up in there.
John in Birmingham, and we'll try to help you with that. John in Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Go ahead.
Hey guys, do y'all remember old Brent Musburger that used to call the games late at night?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. What would y'all do to listen to a game between him being called with him and Beth Mowins on a late night on like a Pac-12 game? What would y'all do to listen to that?
Well, I probably wouldn't listen as long as Beth.
I thought he did a good
He
job.
would comment on how she looked.
I like Brett. Brent didn't bother me at all. But if she was part of the broadcast, I just wouldn't listen to it. So that I wouldn't. Johnny and Hoover, ZZK. Johnny, go ahead.
There you go, Speedy.
Hey, Rick and Bubba, how's it going this morning?
Good.
Hey, real quick, first of all, I was telling Speedy off the air, the way my schedule has changed, I'm able to listen to the show now from the 5 o'clock hour all the way to the end, and
Nice.
you guys are doing a fantastic job.
Thank you.
Wow.
Secondly, you know how you go to family reunions, and let's just say, Rick, you make potato salad. You become famous for your potato salad, and they ask you to make it every time you come to a family reunion.
Oh yeah, you get typecast. Yep.
I don't want it to get that way with the Beth Mowins thing because you do it so good and it's so funny, and I don't want you to get tired of it. But if she was calling the play-by-play of your son and daughter-in-law coming down the wedding,
Well, looking up, there comes young Broderick, looking handsome as always. Look at that bride, Camtastic. Oh, I tell you, she's living up to that name today, isn't she, Kirk? She looks Camtastic today.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This type of birth control is not 100%. This type's not 100%. I don't care how much birth control I use, there's a chance I will end up pregnant, and if I do, I want to be able to have this option. That's why I want it. At least that's honest. And so that's the conversation we got to have, because that's the real conversation. Same thing, like I said, with gambling. Look, people just like to gamble. I want gambling in my state because I don't like having to drive somewhere else to do it. At least be honest, and we can have a real conversation about all these things.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There we go, Bubba. How do?
Rick, I'm great. How are you, sir?
Well, I warned you about the staying up late.
Well,
I told you.
I didn't mean to.
Yep.
And
big guy.
It got me last night. I had big eye, and it was really the fault of a nap that ran a little later than it should.
You got to watch that
Sunday
Sunday afternoon nap. You got to be careful with it.
We have an especially comfortable chair that you can watch TV in and not move your head and be asleep.
Mm-hmm.
And it started the process, and it went south from there. But anyway, we watched a lot of college baseball over the weekend. Exciting times as we get into the regionals and all of that. And our school that we graduated from, Jacksonville State, was in that over in Oxford, Mississippi. Speedy's son plays. So we'll talk about that here a little bit this morning too. But I tried to go to sleep, but I just couldn't do it. I just laid there and I got old big eye and I flipped it off, flipped it back on, and
your nap was too long.
Yeah, it was. It got in there a little too late in the afternoon. So,
Yeah.
but my eyes didn't. My eyes, you couldn't convince them they'd had enough sleep at 3:30.
Right. Yeah. Well,
I look like Big Love when I tried to get up.
Yeah. Big Love said he was down. Speaking of, he was at the lake too. He had some friends invite him down for the weekend, so I know they went hard. The last thing I saw was him a picture. You know this thing where now they try to do a surfboard behind like a freshwater boat.
Yeah, I've always wanted to try that.
Yeah, he said he finally
the inboard.
Yeah, he tried that and got up and. He looked a little. My eyes looked a little red and looked a little tired when he came home from it out in the sun getting after.
Yeah,
it.
I asked him this morning if he was able to prise them open.
Yeah,
he looked a little tough.
Yes, it does. So but he's here. I mean, we got to do it. We got to go. Bubba's here too.
Bubba's here.
Speedy is not.
Speedy is not, and Speedy was trying to. I mean, Speedy would have needed a time machine to do what he was trying to do. So I told him, look,
big-hearted Bubba let him off the hook. I was going to tell him, I'll see you in the morning.
Well,
he did a Marco
special
Polo
time.
this morning at 3 something when he just got home, and he is so sunburned. His whole head was red.
Well, first of all, and this is where I let Speedy off the hook, and Bubba, big-hearted Bubba was talking about it, but he had to come back anyway because one of his other sons has got a game like at 10 o'clock this morning in Atlanta.
Yeah.
So anyway, but Speedy, it's kind of like, you got to get in the real world. Now, he has no way of knowing how many players Jack State's going to walk. But in general,
if you keep loading the bases before you play, it'll drag the game on.
But he said he was saying numbers, and they were bad numbers. Don't misunderstand me. But even the numbers he thought by the time he was going to get home were way off.
Yeah,
he thought he could be home by 1 in the morning.
Yeah,
and
which was doable.
If you're watching a baseball game though that starts at 8 p.m., baseball's slow.
Yeah,
slow. That's a slow game.
Especially when you keep walking.
And if you keep walking, people, it gets slower. Like I was long gone because I'm not going to get behind on the week because when I do that, I chase all week. So I went to bed at normal time. But Bubba told me since he had big eye, and I don't know about the rest of you, that when Tyler pitched Speedy's son last night, it was 11:20 and it was just still in the 8th inning.
When he took the mound,
you didn't get home at 1.
When he took the mound, I took a picture of it and sent it to Speedy, and it was 11:22.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah. But it's fine. I mean, we'll
what a great opportunity.
Yeah.
That's
when
great.
he left. This is the beautiful thing about just 6 guys with their own company is here's Speedy.
We'll make it happen.
Speedy's got this. I mean, this ain't gonna happen again.
No.
And I mean, unless JC goes to play for Jack State or something, maybe. But
and then Reese.
But with Tyler, Tyler's situation, this is it. For Speedy to get a chance to see this. So you as a dad, you want to make that happen.
When he left, and let's just call it nothing against JSU, but they were in this regional, and they were not expected to make it to the championship.
No, they were the
so
fourth seed.
He figured he'd be home Saturday.
No doubt.
When he left, I mean, nobody.
And then they went to showing out.
Well, no, here's the thing. I was at Greg's house, because I had to go see Baby Ellis.
Baby Ellis is in town.
I had a hankering for Baby Ellis, and I had to go see him because now he can, he's stiff and he can get his back up, which means you can hold him in that good way.
Yeah.
And so I went. I was like jonesing, like I needed to get him.
Oh yeah.
So we went, and of course Sherry beat me to it. But anyway, so I'm all.
6 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Eddie Van Adler, all here. The terrific two are in the golden ticket seats. They'll spin the giant wheel of canned meat for you this hour. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussett.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
So you said you had a question.
Well, we have two dogs that stay inside. We have little Lovey, and then we have Ruby Sue.
Lovey.
Ruby Sue is a King Charles cockapoo, and there's probably another name or two in the middle of that.
I was going to say, that's quite a name.
Well, I'm uncomfortable saying it because I feel like I'm saying something inappropriate. But little Lovey is, I don't know, maybe 10 pounds. She's just turned 3 years old, like last week. Ruby Sue is maybe a year old or about to be a year old, and she is full of energy.
Sure.
And she runs roughshod over everything, including the little dog, because she's much bigger, which we didn't think she was going to be to begin with, and she has continued to grow. But sometimes, they can get a little rowdy. Anybody has dogs, you know how they get.
Right.
So Betty was telling me, now my wife, the lovely Betty Lou, is a lot like Ellie Mae Clampett. She communicates with animals on a level that most of us do not.
Right.
And I appreciate that, but it's her thing, and I let her do that.
Sure. Of course.
But she told me that she had found something that really calmed the dogs down, and I thought, well, this is interesting. What is it? She said she had found a channel online that you go to, and I guess it was on YouTube. And she says, I play it for the dogs, and they sit down and start watching it. And I had a flashback to the movie Scrooge, where the crazy guy's telling them to do more programming for cats and dogs.
Yeah.
And I thought, you've got to be kidding me. She says, oh, no. She said, they lock into it and they watch it.
Is it that dog channel?
It's Pet TV.
It's some dog channel. I don't know what the official name of it is.
Did you hear what we're saying? Did you hear us?
Oh, yeah, Pet TV's
we did
been around
a bit
for a while.
on that. I played it on the best stuff because we took it way too far.
I said, do they bark at it? She says, not unless the dogs on there start barking.
Now, that's funny.
She said, now they will see these dogs, and they have like this music like you would expect in a spa, kind of
relaxing.
Betty says it makes me sleepy when I put it on. And they will show dogs running through fields, through woods, playing on the beach, all this. Some of them are drone shots of dogs playing, and she said they absolutely sit down and start watching that. Yeah. And I said, Betty, seriously, I thought she was playing.
I'm going to try that on
me.
Mr. Buddy.
So is this a thing that, and people send a lot of pictures of their dogs watching this show, by the way, which is funny.
Well, that's a lot.
You remember the day I had the cat thing up where I was talking as a cat and the dogs were going nuts?
You had it on your face?
Maybe we should talk to our syndicator. Maybe this show should also be seen on Pet TV.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm thinking. Are we marketing to the cats and dogs out there like we need to?
I wish they had a posable thumb where they could buy our product.
Right. But their owners do.
Yeah, their owners.
But have you heard about this in real life? I mean, I thought this was a joke.
If I would have heard about it, and it sounds like we did talk about it on the show, I would have tried to get out of the conversation as soon as possible. So no, I'm not familiar with this.
I just wonder if any of our listeners have experienced this phenomenon where it appears that dogs will calm down and watch TV.
There you go.
They will.
So it actually works.
So our kids will do that,
Yeah.
And frankly, I do that sometimes, depending on what it is.
So not only do we now use television and media to babysit our kids, they're now going to babysit our dogs.
I hear what I'm saying,
right? Yeah,
and I understand how ridiculous it sounds.
Well, it makes
but
sense.
I'm trying to circle around this thing and get a handle on it. Is this even possible?
I wish Betty'd walk in. You were sitting between the two, and you're all just hung in a stare.
Well, it sounds like we.
Now you give him some sausage balls, he will.
So
that's true.
Yeah, that's true.
I caught him back there gazing.
So y'all saying, is this the same thing we talked about when we did this, or is it something different?
I don't know. I know Pet TV's been around for a long time, and they have programming like this.
You know
and then
what
they also do stuff for the owners and tips on this, that, and the other. But then they have sections where they do like.
She
have
said that
stuff
spa music where they're running through the woods and in the yard and on the beach and everywhere you would see a dog. She says they absolutely lock into it.
I've seen the life of dogs
especially like in your case, these pampered house dogs. What in the world do they need to escape from?
Yeah. Yeah, what stress are they under?
What stress are they under? They
So when you
look
make
like
them
their-
ride in the car?
They look like their lives are as good as it could possibly be.
Yeah. And our biggest one is such a scaredy cat too. I mean, if you set a bag down, she's gonna bark at it and run around it for a while.
Bubba, they have Pet TV and Dog TV.
Okay.
Both been around for a while.
Yeah.
Well, from what I know, our cat has not been watching TV. So
the cat has
a dog thing.
Well, I would say if you were going to be a
since the cat's outside.
Well, I think
we got this backwards.
If you were going to be a programmer, I would hate to be handed the job of programming for cats.
Yeah.
I think I could get dogs interested a lot quicker. They just seem to be more simple and
I don't
straightforward.
know. What if they have a show with a red dot on the screen
Well,
just
that's
moving
true.
around? They're locked in then.
Somehow I don't think they'll be calm though. You know, that's it.
Bubba, they have their
If
own
you-
YouTube channel too. So I guess you said that's what she's
I
watching.
think it
probably.
is, yeah.
Okay.
Right.
I'm gonna go
Rick,
watch
when a
it.
cat chases one of those red pointers and it thinks it has the dot under its paws, it's got it together and it's looking under there for it.
Yeah.
And it can't find it.
Right.
God, it owns me.
That's
I tell
pretty
you, that's
intense.
so good.
Bubba, here it is right here. We're not just TV, Dog TV says, but the first channel created to bringing relaxing video and music for dogs, created specifically for a canine audience.
Can we show any of that?
Dog
I'm
TV is
curious
a
what it is.
24/7 dog TV channel designed to alleviate your pup's stress and anxiety throughout the day.
And what stress and anxiety do they have?
Deciding if I'm going to sleep on the recliner or the couch, I mean, it's not that big a deal.
They don't have to be concerned at all where the food's going to come from.
Yeah.
They don't have to go to work.
No, they don't have to protect you from anything.
I mean, the biggest thing people would like for you to do is not poop in here.
Yeah. That and the occasional doorbell that freaks me out.
Right, yeah. I don't understand the stress.
So is other people going through this? Is this
Well, I'm sure they are.
Are they coming in?
Yeah. I don't know that it would be. I was not aware of it. I know that's shocking to you, but
Funny when they chase their tail.
Do you hear what we're saying?
Here's the music. It's just like calming music.
Well, look, they're at the beach. How sweet. Oh
Is
my
this
God.
Baywatch for dogs?
That's what it looks like. I tell you what, it looks like Pippin.
It does.
Don't go too
They had a
far,
stick
Pippet.
out in the water.
Hey,
Yeah.
Pippet, not too far out.
Watch
there.
out.
I'll tell you what.
Talk about a TV that'd be entertaining.
You let that particular scene go too far, and you could turn to a horror movie.
Yeah, you may not find the dogs again. They may be hiding under the couch.
Somebody. We'll come back. Your phone calls are next at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Also, this hour, the Giant Wheel of Canned Meat will happen this hour before we're done. We're just going to do a regular phone segment when we come back now, so it's not the wheel. And also, we'll talk to all of you that are listening on archives today. We've made an adjustment on this ongoing archive thing, and we'll update you on that as well. All that's still to come. Your phone call's next at 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Out to the truck because I think it's over. I mean, Jack State's getting beat 4-0 by Illinois. It's late in the game.
Yeah.
And I'm walking out to the truck to go home, and Greg's son Taylor runs out and says, "You ain't gonna believe this. Jack State just hit a home run, tied the game up."
Yeah.
I'm like, "What?" And so then it turned. Now it's a whole different weekend now. You know?
Oh yeah.
Because then they beat Illinois, and
then they beat Clemson handily.
Beat Clemson handily.
And all of a sudden you're in the championship.
And then, hey, here comes Ole Miss again.
Now we'll tell you,
and they're mad at somebody.
Boy, I tell you what,
The
the powder blue uniforms really got them fired up.
Hey, the Ole Miss Jack State matchup was a bad matchup.
Yes, it was.
Once you get beat that bad twice, you go, it's just a bad matchup.
Yeah, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so also, Helms, you're back from the beach, and I know in the kickoff hour you broke down a little bit of that trip. I hope that you and your family had a great trip, that all goes smoothly.
It did, for the most part. A couple of hiccups here or there, but
You're gonna
that's
have
just
that.
part of it.
You're going to have that.
Yeah, but it was, thank y'all for letting me get away. It was nice. I told Greg I was very productive and not a lot of laying around or anything, but it was nice to do things when I wanted to do them. It was nice not having that alarm go off at 3:15. I still can't sleep in as late as some of y'all. But if that head can keep on the pillow till about 6:15 or 6:30, 7 o'clock, that's a game changer for me.
No, it is, and I hope you didn't do what happens to us when we go on vacation. Is if you go for a certain amount of time, you actually drift back to who you really are. and that's the worst thing. You actually start going to bed and getting up. What would happen if you lived normal?
Yeah, your natural clock.
Right.
Amanda claimed two things. She's claimed one of them for a while. The first one that she's claimed for a while, she says that I'm a much nicer person when don't have to get up at 3:15.
Sherry said the same thing.
Yeah, I've heard that too.
The other thing was Braden took a buddy with him, so she claims that I'm much nicer to everybody when there's somebody else around, like a friend of his.
That's really actually a good idea.
And I filed that away, and that's true. I said I didn't say things to Braden and Caroline that I normally would have because there was another kid in the room.
Really, what your wife is saying in a very uncomfortable way is when we're not allowed to be who we really are, we're better people.
Yeah.
We fake it.
That's exactly. There were times where I would have said some things and even probably done some things,
right,
that, in kid world that I just didn't do because I thought I still parented, but I did it differently.
Sure. Yeah.
I didn't have that first reaction that I wanted to have.
Yeah, well, you're a little more filtered, and that's a good thing sometimes.
Mine's kind of the opposite. Lisa told me it doesn't matter if I get up at 2:30 or 10:30, I'm still the same guy. I don't know what that meant.
Let me ask you about this little phenomenon that happened, okay? So we're strictly talking about time off. Okay, time when there's time off, there's certainly some exceptions, but for the most part, and I don't know why this is, if I do not have to do anything the next day, sometimes I can't sleep as long as I want to. But if you ever tell me on my day off that I need to be somewhere, like it say 9, you know what I mean? And
You're so sleepy.
And I go, well, that's no big deal. I get up way before that.
Oh yeah.
Well, on the day that I need to be somewhere at 9, for some reason I'm sleeping perfect.
Yeah.
And I have a hard time getting up.
Some of the best sleep you've ever had.
That's what happened Saturday. You know, we were coming to see Baby Ellis.
Oh yeah.
So we were like, well, now that we know that our Brody, young Broderick, was coming back from a camp, we said, well, he's coming back earlier than we thought. And you know how Sherry is. She's like, well, I want to see Baby Ellis, but I want to also be home to see my baby because he's been gone for a week and he's about to go off to college. And I said, I said, Greg already said we can just come anytime. Let's just get up and go. And and I was like, we're going to be there at 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. Then all of a sudden you got that text. Be there more like 11.
11 o'clock.
Be there more like 11.
But hey, there was no time. But it was fun.
It was great. I loved getting up there and seeing Baby Ellis. And what is it that Chandler says that you have become? She used a term about how you act around the grandbaby.
What was it she said?
She said fruity.
Did she say fruity?
What does that mean?
She did say fruity.
I've got a definition for fruity.
Yeah, that's what I thought,
I don't know
too.
that you don't
I have
want
to say something to her about that.
I know. She was like, she's a great.
I do act different. I'm talking about this acting different. Yeah. I do act different around.
Well, Greg, your heart grew 3 sizes.
Oh, yeah.
When Baby Ellis
Especially
was
when he
born.
spends the night.
Just like the Grinch.
Yeah.
And then bring him down first thing in the morning.
Oh, first thing in the morning.
As happy as he can be.
There's nothing better than a baby
can't
first thing in the
beat
morning.
that.
Yeah. But and the way they smell.
Oh yeah.
At one time, I just took Baby Ellis's cheek and just put it up against mine and just held it there. Look, I mean, just look at him. He's just so.
And he's good with whoever has him.
Oh yes, he's not. He's not one of those babies that's a handle.
No.
I mean, like,
whoever grabs him, he's good.
He'll go to anybody. He's ready for anything. Look right there. I just see how that little face feels. I just hold it there. I know he was thinking, why is he doing
What
this?
is it about the smell? I'll take a big whiff. I love.
Now, not when they got
clean.
a bad diaper, but when they're clean.
Oh yeah, especially right out of the.
You got them all oiled up, powdered up.
"20 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. And the phone bank is filling up quickly, so if you want to get in, there's a couple of lines still available. Let's go to Greg in Mississippi. Greg, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today?
Hey, I'm great this morning, guys. Unfortunately, my job has changed to where I can't listen to you guys as much.
Oh, no.
In fact, Friday's the only day. Well, but my family says that I'm more tolerable. If I see somebody doing something stupid, I don't hack on them until my wife has to apologize to them.
Oh, okay.
I'm nicer to the dog. I mean, so I've got some things to think about this weekend, guys.
So you're saying that though you missed the show, your family says it may have affected you positively as far as you're not acting like the members of the show now.
Yeah, I don't act out as much.
I never thought about that.
Right. We were hoping this was a better story,
Right,
honestly.
Right, yeah. Robert in South Carolina. Robert, go ahead.
Okay, I got a question and a comment.
Okay.
My first question is, do you think Beth Mowins might call in this morning if she heard herself invite her to call in. That's hard to pass up.
Oh, wow. I hadn't thought about that.
You know, I was kind of
Think about that one.
Okay. All right.
And for the gentleman that was calling in a few minutes ago about the mask, he was wanting to have an example for his friends. I would tell him that he should ask them, look, if your underwear won't stop a fart, do you really think a mask will stop the Rona?
Okay. Yeah, well, that one's good. That one's been out there.
That one has made the rounds.
Yep, that one has made the rounds.
There's your particle size too.
Oh, there it is.
There it
is. If we can get that in show notes, then everybody will have it.
I couldn't find the video, but here's the just a single image that shows it. There's pollen, and then way down there is coronavirus.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a tiny little thing.
Yeah. So that one may help. It's not the one we showed, but it's one that pretty much does the same thing. John in Decatur, 100.3 The River. John, go ahead.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Or morning still.
Hey,
Bubba.
Yes.
Something we haven't thought about with the whole Ukraine thing is that, as stupid as Putin is, he would have never have attacked Americans when we were at full strength. But now we've given up so much of our weapons and we've given away so much of our bullets and all that other stuff. Now he might think about it. So now we put ourselves in a situation we shouldn't have been in had we not given away so much to Ukraine. What do you think about that?
Well, I see your logic in it. I have a hard time thinking we would ever get that low, though. You know, I don't think we're going to give away so much. We start going, ooh, we ain't got any.
But I will say that during the Obama administration, that's when Putin took Crimea.
Mm-hmm.
Trump didn't do anything, Putin didn't do anything during the Trump administration, even though he was, quote, a Russian asset. You'd think Putin would move when Trump was in office if they're so closely tied. Then Biden gets in office, and that's when Putin does this full-scale war against Ukraine. What are we talking about? It's so obvious.
Look, our enemies
get away with it.
Yeah, our enemies always move when they feel like we're weak. And I mean leadership. I'm not talking about weapons. I'm talking about the leadership.
Yeah. And not only, I think they viewed Trump as strong, they viewed him as a wild card. They didn't know what he would do.
Absolutely.
Which is even more concerning if you're trying to make a plan.
Well, he also did what, always works. He told them straight up, I will not be tampered with. And if you attack us, I will go all out on you. As opposed to, let's see if we can meet again and talk about another compromise. And then we'll give you a little bit of that, and then that. And then we're not going to get kind of involved, but not really. Look, we believe if someone declares war or is doing something that's worthy of war, go all in, or don't do it at all.
Yeah, it's more complicated now that nuclear weapons are involved, but history says you can't go in halfway and win.
Well, the thing about the nuclear thing, though, whoever decides to do it, they're also saying we're all going to die, because you don't launch, especially against us, and us not launch back. So,
you would hope.
Yeah, so if you go there,
the mad theory,
then you're just saying we're all going to die.
Mutual assured destruction.
Mark and Muscle Shows, WLAY.
Well,
Mark, go ahead.
We should not let anybody else had it.
No.
Yes, sir. So I've got two dogs, and we actually enjoy watching segments, and they enjoyed watching Speedy and the Stuckler 3000.
I bet they did.
So much so that I'm now expecting a litter of puppies.
Let's go to Jimmy in Atlanta, Georgia. Jimmy, go ahead.
Hey, listen, I want to go back to the very first segment that y'all were doing this morning. Y'all were talking about the UAB, and y'all were talking about this year's promos and last year's promos, and Bubba brought up something that kind of got all mixed in. And I wanted to make sure, let me get this straight. So I thought Greg said y'all want Speedy to track down Beth Mowins and ask her what she thinks about Little Lynx. Is that how it was?
It was not. I know that narrative can be drawn because there is a promotion called that, and it's good to hear from Bill Clinton, by the way. Right. He sounded just like Bill Clinton.
He did.
But yeah, no, we should not draw that line. No. Let's continue.
That was funny, Rick.
Let's go to Johnny in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Johnny, go ahead.
This is Johnny.
Okay, good.
But I'm from Coleman. It threw me off. I'm from Coleman. You said
sorry about that. Yeah, you got to understand this new software we have. Wherever your phone is tied to, that's where it shows you're calling from.
Greg.
All right,
okay. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. I have my 4-year-old and 2-year-old daughter here, and they would just be really excited if y'all would say their name, Evie and Audrey, on the air, and I'll hang up and listen. Thank y'all very much for what y'all do.
Thank you,
Evie and Audrey.
Evie and Audrey. Evie and Audrey riding with Daddy in the car today. We continue. Let's go to Craig in Gardendale. ZZK. Craig, go ahead.
You got me a little shell shocked with Beth Mowins because one day I was driving and that national emergency thing went off and it didn't faze me at all. And about 30 minutes later, you hit the Beth Mowins siren, and I swear, my head turned. I turned the steering wheel, scared me to death.
Oh, I know. I know. People are much more concerned about that.
They really should have got her to read the script for that.
Pamela, welcome to Rick and Bubba out of Florida. Pam, go ahead.
Hey, I just want Bubba to know it's okay that your dogs are watching TV. My cat loves the pet channel because there's a whole series of bird videos, and she will sit and watch them. But better than that, she will sit at night and watch movies and TV with me. She loves it. So you guys keep showing your dogs some videos.
Rick. No, more to each his own. To each his own. Chris in Birmingham. Chris, go ahead. Hey, Chris. All right, Chris. Sorry that didn't work out for you, bud. Let's go to Anonymous out of Athens or Huntsville, or it's all kinds of cities listed here. Anonymous, go ahead.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Got you.
I wish you'd say no. Good morning. I want you to know that I work with the Ukraine and one of a very large group of people who are helping them rearm themselves. You should know that your very own Redstone Arsenal is at the hub of this. The Army Materiel Command and the Aviation Missile Command are the ones that are working to get them what they need. But we've sent them out of stocks things that are not going to disarm the U.S. Army or Air Force or Navy. We've sent them older M1A1 tanks, which are the original versions. The Germans have sent them Leopard 1 tanks, which are some of their older versions. The one thing that's been an impact is ammunition. We've sent them a lot of, I don't want to get too specific.
Sure.
We've sent them a lot of rounds of different caliber
Yeah.
that we can rebuild because we have the capacity to do that. But I want you guys to know the surface-to-air missile systems that we sent them, including one very old Army system, had been in storage for a long time. We took the stuff out. Our engineers got on them, did the testing, made sure the warheads were good, the engines were good, the guidance systems were good, and we shipped them over. And when they got over to a location that needs to remain unnamed, they were checked out by U.S. Forces personnel who are familiar with them, engineers, civilians, uniformed Army, and everything was up to speed before we turned them over to the Ukrainians. And one of the funny things, the Ukrainians, shush, quiet dog. The Ukrainians showed up with the Russian trucks to pull them in the country.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. See that's those optics that we're all not kind of crazy about.
Yeah.
Are they all working
Exactly,
together?
exactly.
Are they all working together just to?
Yeah,
have us
well,
get...
I just didn't think we were going to give away enough to
No.
actually hurt our own
No.
supply. I mean, that's kind of, that's Facebook stuff,
Are we going to ignore his dog growling?
And well,
we
the dog was unhappy with some of that.
Should-
Maybe he needs to be watching Dog TV.
Right. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And,
Ready to go.
Well, and I've been struggling with this because Greg is Papa and his wife is Lee, and and I'm in that weird relationship with this because it's simple for his dad and Greg's daughter. I'm Uncle Rick. It's simple.
Yeah.
But when you're a great uncle,
Yeah.
see, when
Yeah, I
you're,
don't know.
when you're a grandfather or grandmother, everybody wants to give you names. And of course, we had a great uncle we called Hootie, but everybody did.
Yeah, we
You know
didn't
what
call
I
him
mean?
Uncle.
Yeah, and I.
Well, you can just be Rick.
Well, but I own the room. I claim, of course, this is fun. I claim that I'm somehow his favorite. Now
Well,
think about how many people he has to go past for me to be the favorite.
Rick's the favorite.
Yeah,
though.
and so I'll
He had to
use-
wait till 11 for his favorites to get there.
right. I'll go through. I said I can see he knows I'm here now. And is he frantic? I'm almost there. So I came up with it. My name would be Big Fave. You know what I
Big
mean?
Fave.
Yeah,
The Fave.
and,
I like that.
Yeah, and I said, give him the Big Fave. I'll put him to sleep.
Big
But,
Fave. I'm the Big Fave.
But I tried. There was too much going on. He's too alert now.
Yeah.
Everybody
Yeah.
wanted me to get him to sleep because he was supposed to have a nap.
Yeah,
when
last
we got
time
there.
he was still when you
And
you held him, he just went completely out.
Yeah.
He
I had
wasn't
one-
as aware as he is now.
I had one moment where I almost had him out, but then there was just too much.
and
going
he'll
on.
fight it now.
Right.
There was a time when he'd just go to sleep, but
And,
if everybody's there, hey, he'll fight it.
And what was funny is aggravating Sherry on the way. I said, "Now, Sherry, when we get there, don't upset Ellis." And she said, "What are you talking about?" I said, "By going in there and making him wait for me."
Yeah,
I said, "If you grab him first, it's just going to frustrate him because he's going to be looking past you, going, there's Big Favor."
Big Favor.
I said, "So let me go ahead and get him, and then when I'm done with him." And
everybody else gets it.
and he's got what he needed.
Yeah.
And then I said, I'll pass him around.
He's calmed.
Right. But I tell you what, I love that baby. He is
he's
a
something
blast.
else.
And watching Greg with him, guys, is telling you, you just don't understand.
Yeah, I know. I'm in amazement.
The gentle giant.
Yeah.
I like when
Greg said 2 or 3 things that was kind.
Well, you talking about Fruity Greg?
Yeah.
Oh, Fruity Greg. What Chandler's? I'm going to say something.
Yeah, what does she mean by that?
She's just trying to get me.
What if his nickname was Fruity?
We can't
like
have that.
Hootie.
Hey.
It's like instead of Hootie, it was Fruity.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
No,
Bubba.
Greg, let me tell you something. That's Bubba.
She claims that I
Fruity.
put, like, when they'll send a picture out of him and everybody's commenting, that I put fruity messages in there.
Greg.
And then, see, I try to be nice. Anyway, Taylor popped
Greg, you
off.
hadn't responded to a group text in your whole life with us.
I know.
Right.
But I
Not
Taylor
nothing
tried-
nice.
He tried to pop off during one and make fun of me. And I was in my nice voice, and then my next text was, "I will whip your."
Oh, really? Okay.
Exactly.
So
With
you
an
had to go back.
exclamation point.
Well, I think what you just realized, because I think there was so much going on. You had baby Ellis, and you had to go get everybody something to eat and all that. So you were kind of like,
How about barbecue spread?
I'm
It was
big.
good.
I'm popping. I'm hosting.
Oh yeah.
But what's happening is Chandler is starting to pick up some momentum on something that you hadn't squashed it.
Exactly.
And
I had
might-
too many things to do.
You might want to deal with that.
She was having fun at my
Right.
expense because she knew I couldn't concentrate on getting her back.
Right. Yeah. So
And nobody loves to get after me more than her.
Oh, I know.
Oh, buddy.
she loves to race on Greg. It is so good.
It's unbelievable.
It's almost like she aggravates you and then leaves Lisa with it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You
It
know?
gets me stirred.
Right.
Yeah.
But
she loves to do it.
But it was great, and so the whole audience.
We had a good day. It was fun. The weather was pretty.
Yeah.
And,
what was funny is I had people say, "Well, Rick, thank you for posting pictures of the baby because Greg doesn't."
Well, you
And
know,
I said, "Well, Greg doesn't have all that.
I
Greg
need to
don't
get
have it.
better
Greg
at
don't
the
have
social
Instagram
media.
and
Greg,
all
you've
that."
been saying that for years.
now that Ellis is here, I don't care about putting stuff about me because I don't know.
Yeah, well, and where I'm going to be somewhere.
Yeah, I
You know,
should do that.
kind of-
Rick,
just marketing. But
People say mean things to me when I put it on there. I made that up.
No.
I want to act like I was being bullied. So that's why I don't do it.
Sure. No, but go back to this. Really, you could just tell them just to follow Lisa.
Yeah,
And
now
that-
she's the next. She's excellent.
Yeah,
at it.
and that way they get all the pictures they want.
Oh yeah, and then some.
And then some. Yeah.
Yes, there's every angle you can have of it.
Right. And of course, there was a lot of things that happened that was interesting. Like our nephew, that's one of the twins. He shows up with a Tupac shirt on.
Rick, I'm not sure what that was.
Yeah, our
How
sister,
does
our
he know
sister
who
said
that is?
our sister said that they
10.
did something and they were in like a department or one of these stores,
TJ Maxx or
something like that. And she said, well, everybody get a little something. And he picked a Tupac shirt
and had it on.
and had it on and was
I
like
said,
talking
do you
about
even know who that is? Yeah.
He did it
10 years old and you're white.
How do you even know this? So one of the stories, sadly, over the weekend on Friday.
No safe, like Simply Safe.
Pass the gravy, please.
We're back, 35 minutes past the hour. Thankful you're here. Here we go. Everybody say Will of Meat. Everybody say Will of Meat. Look at those lights, Bubba. That
They're so
baby,
bright.
that baby is lit up, and the wonderful Will of now canned meat is ready to go. And America has called in. All the lines are full, and they're ready to go. Calvin Speedy Wilburn's got the wireless mic over by the wheel. He's ready. America's favorite house band, Rock and Roll City, they're ready to go. They're in there. And so they're standing by. And out of the golden ticket seats, a terrific two today, Jay and Barbara Sanders, they have been supporting the show, got Rick and Bubba Somebody Help Daddy shirt on. Jay's ready, Barbara's ready. They brought us delicious sausage balls today, donuts, and something in a pitcher that I'm not sure what it is, but I won't let Greg drink it. Because it could have been a gift for him. But we got all kinds of stuff on the wheel.
He's still driving today.
Moultrie Mobile Edge Cellular Camera is on the wheel, and then there's all sorts of Rick and Bubba goodies all over that wheel. A Blaze TV subscription is there too. So Bubba, I hope that we have winners. We do have canned meat. Spam stands alone as the finest canned meat ever produced, and then there's also kind of a we'll see drawer of canned meat that is also available to you. Let's go to Wyoming. Where Rob is standing by up first and ready to spin that wheel wearing his Somebody Help Daddy shirt is Jay Sanders. Rob, what do you say to Jay to get him to spin that wheel for you?
Hail State and what a wheel.
All right, I think I heard Hell State and wow, what a wheel. Let it rip. That boy Jay Sanders. Somebody help Daddy. Help me. All right, so here we go. Let's see if we can get a winner in Wyoming. Here comes Rob. Yeah. Bandana. You know, we talked about DogTV.
Yep. Now they can wear their bandana while they're watching it.
Bubba says it'll fit a human head, too. If it fits his, it will.
Yep.
But it's a bandana for you to put on the dog if you're that kind of pet owner. If not, it's for yourself, Rob. How about a go for Rob, Gregory? Go! Go! Go, 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 go! Up next, Barbara Sanders, the wife, gets a chance, and we'll go to Rob in Trustville. Rob, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. What do you say to Barbara to get her to spin that wheel for you?
Hey, buddy. Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Barb. There we go. All right.
Barbara with a big spin.
Here we go. Let's see if we can get a win here for Rob. Yeah!
It's a win for us.
Henry the horse.
Wow.
Yeah. No win for Rob. Yeah. A win for the audience. Rob. A win for the audience, though. Here comes Henry. Hey, Henry, how you doing, buddy?
What's up, guys?
Henry.
I've just to give you guys an update what I've been up to recently. I've been watching a lot of horse TV.
Really? A channel for horses?
Yeah, horse TV. I gotta say, kind of repetitive content, mostly during the day, Kentucky Derby and Mr. Ed reruns. But at night, after midnight, it turns into the incredible Dr. Pole. Ooh, steamy.
Of course, that channel's sponsored by Elmer's.
Yeah, oh, wow. Somebody say... Jay Sanders moves back to the wheel. We go to 1017 and Scottsboro, Alabama. David standing by. David, what do you say to Jay to get him to spin that wheel?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it reverse. He wins with a reverse spin.
A big reverse spin.
A big one. Let's see what happens here. Somebody help Daddy. Let's see how this lands. Oh! Sunglasses! Sunglasses! Well, David, you can head out this weekend into the beautiful fall sunshine. You'll get a pair of Rick and Bubba sunglasses. Comes with a case that also acts as a cleaner. Got all kinds of Rick and Bubba comments and phrases on the case. And these sunglasses are now yours off the wonderful wheel of canned meat. So, David, I'll put you on hold, and we'll ship that right out to you, okay?
All right, thank you.
Most of these products all of them that come from the Rick and Bubba world can be found at rickandbubba.com under the store. Barbara Sanders goes back to the wheel. Jim is in Hartselle, Alabama. Jim, what do you say to Barbara to get her to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Barbara.
Barbara with a big spin. I mean, she sat down on it that time, Rick.
Here we go.
Pretty good spin, Barb. This is here. Yeah! You've won spam, Jim. An autographed can of spam.
Because it eases stomach pain.
Everybody on the grill, served with candied yams.
I don't care what else you give me.
Give me spam. Give me spam. Oh, there it is, Bubba. Spam. You remember when we were calling it the processed meat of the new millennium?
And it still is, Rick.
And
Trust me.
It still is. So anyway.
And we'll be in the next millennium also.
Yes, and they'll be here when we're all gone.
That's right. Probably survive a nuclear blast.
That's right. So we will. It hangs on like a Democrat. So we'll. They live forever. So we'll put that. We'll autograph that, Jim. We'll send that right out to you. So we're back with Jay. Jay's gone back to the wheel. We got Chris out of Birmingham, Alabama, listening to 104.7 WZZK. What do you say to Jay to get him to spin the wheel for you, Chris?
Wow, what a wheel.
And here we go. Yeah. Well, that's really somebody getting after it right there.
That's a big spin. We won't need to grease her up after this episode, Rick.
That's a father of three right there.
Yep.
All right, let's see what happens.
Henry again.
He spun Henry the horse again.
I didn't do anything.
He spun Henry the horse again. Again.
What are the odds of that, huh? It's like being in a drive-thru getting your dinner bought twice.
It is.
What's up, guys?
Hey,
Henry.
welcome back, buddy.
I've also, in addition to horse TV, I've also been watching dog TV.
Oh, really?
And they do have some great videos for dog owners, like how to teach your dog to sit, how to teach your dog to fetch, how to name your dog after your coworker's daughter.
Yes! 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 Yeah!
Everybody! Yeah, I kind of thought it was odd. The Buskies are also, they just got a pony and they're naming it Ezra. So I thought, that feels odd.
Wait till you see our new cat.
Please, no.
With final spin, Barbara's up there. We'll go to Indiana, where Brian is standing by. Brian, for the final spin of the week, what do you say to Barbara to get her to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Barbara.
That wheel will roll all the way back to Huntsville, Rick. What a spin, Barbara.
All right, Brian, let's see what we can win for you here. Come on, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, what a way to end it. I mean, on Pippin. We warned you. We warned.
Come on.
It's not automatic.
Yeah, there it is. Sometimes we win. There we go. Does anybody see my dog Pippin?
I bet they won't show that on Dog
No,
TV.
Jaws will not be on Dog TV. So congratulations to the winners. Give it up for Jay and Barbara Sanders. Good job. Jay and Barbara Sanders.
Yeah.
They got it done. They got it done. For those of you that are watching on YouTube, in the break, it is America's favorite house band, Rock and Roll City. Enjoy that. We have final comments, and we'll discuss that when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, yeah. Here we go, Greg. Let's do this.
Welcome to Rock and Roll City. I don't have a pick, so I play with one hand. I'm playing with one hand because I forgot a pick. Okay, I cheated just then. Go, Greg!
Rock and Roll City. We can play with one hand sometimes, but we'll be white cheat too.
Is now being called the Virginia Beach shooter. Here we go again. Sadly, 12 people killed and wounding several others at a municipal complex. He had submitted his resignation earlier that morning. The gunman is identified as 40-year-old Dwayne Craddock. He was an engineer with the city's public utilities department. Had been there for 15 years. The city manager, Dave Hansen, described the man's work performance as satisfactory with no ongoing issues of discipline. And he said the shooter had notified his chain of command that he would be quitting via email on Friday, hours before he then showed up and started shooting everybody.
Goodness.
Said that he said he was not fired or he wasn't in the process of being fired, meaning we can't really find out what he was angry about because he wasn't in trouble at work. But he came and opened fire on the building where he worked. I mean, we're talking 12 deaths, guys. I mean, 12 people killed. And, of course, then it goes into talking about, the officers hearing that shots are being fired and how many rounds. Said it went into the double digits, but they couldn't give specific numbers. The community there obviously praying and trying to be there for those that are mourning. But it's
well, I was out of the news cycle a little bit this weekend, but since he sent a resignation in, was there something that had happened at work he was mad about and he resigned and then he went in to shoot? Or
part of a story this morning, which part of the story that's bad to say because that may, but I think that he had had some altercations lately. They were saying that he was acting kind of bizarre and that he had I think physical altercations with some people.
Oh, really? At work?
Yeah, I'll try to find that article when we were scanning.
Yeah, this one is just giving you from Fox News. They're just saying, just so we're clear, there was nothing going on at work that he was about to be fired over that we were aware of.
Disgruntled employee coming back for revenge.
But now what you're saying is there may have been things that management didn't know about that were happening on the job site or while they were out working, and he was mad at his fellow employees about something.
Yeah.
Now we don't know. We can't confirm that. You're just saying there were people.
I need to say he'd been combative lately or something.
Yeah.
But 12 people, guys. That's
bad. That's real bad. And so I know that's shocking for everybody there. But now I'm looking here. They said that that they did shoot and kill him because it says they were trying to save the suspect's life after taking fire. So I guess they did shoot him. And then
the total number 12 he's included in that number.
Okay, I got you.
But yeah, I think he wasn't in a shootout with the police and they killed him.
Yeah, he said that he said that they actually tried to save the guy's life
after they shot
even though an officer was wounded, and of course the chief says our police officers truly believe in the sanctity of life, so they were even working to help this guy. But he did not survive. So there you go. That was a sad story from the weekend, and they don't really know unless what Greg's talking about. I mean, obviously, if I get to the point that I'm so evil that I will show up at the workplace over really anything, and kill 12 people and wound others, and then get in a gunfight with police, something has clicked in me that was. 10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. All right, things you need to know. Okay, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, out again this weekend. Joel Berry, managing editor of Babylon Bee. Our guest, their latest book, The Babylon Bee Guide to Gender. We'll talk to him about that this weekend. The real Greg Burgess today. If you're in Birmingham, Alabama, for any reason, live there or visiting, 11 to 1 today, local time. Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall, grip and grin with Greg and enjoy delicious pizza and get some great deals and become a Hendrick driver like us. Tomorrow, Greg is in the crap run tomorrow in Piedmont, Alabama. Speedy is at UAB hosting South Florida. And yes, Beth Mowins will be play-by-play. And Speedy has an assignment to try to come back Monday with a story involving that. So that's this weekend. Of course, we have the big wedding coming up this weekend that we'll all be attending or officiating. And then we'll come back Monday with all those stories. So enjoy your weekend. Bubba, we do need to say hello to the Golden Ticket seats, but they're the same people we just mentioned a minute ago.
And there they are.
They've enjoyed having the studio to themselves this week.
Dynamic duo.
Here they are, everybody's favorite couple, Jay and Barbara Sanders. They're here. Do we do this? Do we try to let them compete for this $50 American
Yeah,
Express
that way they
gift
can
card?
argue over who actually
I think
won.
the family's going to get it either way, Rick. But
Okay, so
that's
Bubba,
it.
give me a
Rock,
number.
paper, scissors.
Give me a number between 1 and 2.
1 and 2. What about lucky number 2?
Number 2. Congratulations to Jay Sanders. Well, Jay, well done. There you go.
You might as well just hand it to her.
Yeah, come on up. Just go ahead and get it. Jay.
Just go ahead and hand
I
it
hope
to her.
y'all have enjoyed your time here today. We sure are thankful for you guys and how you have obviously been listening to the show for a while. Thank you for the delicious food you brought
Yes.
today. Thank you for just being so kind and hanging out. And I hope it was as much fun for you as it was for us to actually had y'all ever been to the show before? Either one of you? Okay, so this is the first time you've seen it operate. Isn't that something? You kind of go away going, I find myself less impressed, if that was even possible. So we have that. All right, Bubba. Also, the ongoing saga of podcast audio archives.
The music, the bad music, too
saga.
loud for the audio.
It goes loud at times. The fluctuation in the levels. People don't know why it's happening. There's really no consistency to it at all. I saw you and Master Engineer Super Tom saying, what can we do to think about if there's anything on our end that would allow these different platforms and all that to have inconsistency on bed music but not on audio? And
well, we're trying something.
We're trying something.
Super Tom has identified something he wanted to try. And so especially the last 2 hours today, if you're on the podcast, let us know via email if the levels seem more in line where they need to be between the bed music and the audio of the show. Now, it's all the music's always going to be a little bit louder, but we're getting reports that it's way louder and you have to adjust the volume a lot, and we don't want you to have to do that. So we're trying something, and let us know if it helped.
Let us know. And, Bubba, one thing I did see that you have explained 1,000 times. For some reason, this always garners other people saying, well, I got something I'd like to talk about, too. And these are people that are saying on the TuneIn app, which is a live option, but also has archive shows, that people hear the commercials louder. And you're saying, well, that's been going on for a long time.
The commercials are compressed. The same thing with TV. You're sitting at home watching TV, and the commercials seem a lot louder. It's all in how you measure it. Unfortunately, you have to set levels on everything on peaks, and us as humans here on average. Mm-hmm. So that probably doesn't make a lot of sense to everybody, but other than the fact that it's perceived, there's no way to meter what you're hearing.
Yeah, but commercial people have always used what Bubba's talking about for their commercials to get our attentions.
Yeah.
And
yes, compressed.
that's been going on forever. Yeah. So that's just a ploy from advertisers that they hope that can get you to hear what they're hawking.
In other words, if you were at the transmitter site watching the audio during this on a highly sophisticated broadcast monitoring system, the peaks of the meter would be at the same place.
Right.
But when we talk, it would fall back and forth. During the commercial, it would just stand up there and kind of, do like that. And the average is much more, and that's how we hear a difference.
Yeah, and I've always noticed
that's how a lot of radio stations would try to be louder than their competitor by compressing the audio more.
And I remember, though, just watching TV, you'll be sitting there and all of a sudden the commercial going, whoa, hey.
Yeah.
But that's about design. Michelle Earl says, everybody get over the louder. The bed music on this show is so good, it's worth turning up.
There you go.
Okay, well, there.
Turn it up, turn it up.
Turn it up. How about if our bed music's too loud, you're too old?
We do want it to be more consistent, so let us know about the last 2 hours today if it seems better.
Yeah, because we did make an adjustment that may or may not have an impact on our end. All right, so you also sent, Adler, do you have this, the helmet thing?
Rick, this is kind of amazing. I don't know the full story on it. It looks like it's in the Canadian Football League right now. They've unveiled a new helmet. And, when they made the innovation where coaches could communicate with the quarterback, that was a big step forward. The problem, we recently saw this in Minnesota, I hate to bring up.
Here we go.
Where the team cannot hear because of the crowd noise.
Right.
Well, necessity is the mother of invention, and this very well may be the next generation helmet where they're actually going to be able to see the play in a small monitor in the helmet, kind of like Google Glass, as opposed to hearing it. And here's a little story showing it.
Okay. Good afternoon. I've been waiting for this meeting to kind of share some amazing technology with you. We've been working with AT&T for the last year, collaborating.
We set out with one goal: to increase the speed of communication between coach and player. I'm excited to present this to you today, the AT&T 5G football helmet.
This will change football.
AT&T 5G technology was the starting point for this.
The coach will have a tablet on which they will select a play. When they hit send, that goes via 5G to the helmet that the player is wearing.
And the players on the field will see the play appear in augmented reality before their eyes.
When we hit send, the player receives it, and it's clear, and then the quarterback could call the play.
Yeah, that would be great if that would work. You know what's going to happen, don't you? Is people are going to say, well, we had to stop the game because one sideline's not getting the streaming. It's not working. So
right.
Nobody can use it, and then everybody flip up the visor.
No, I thought anyone that.
Well,
Is
that
this
was
for
a deaf school or whatever there that was looking
Yeah, I
at
think
that
that's
particular
missing.
one, but you see where that'll work for everybody.
Yeah.
The
missed that in the story.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's the main
Thought it was
thing.
about a helmet.
Yeah.
Well, isn't it about in the
It is. I'm just saying.
Rick, did you hear?
Right.
I don't know if you heard Peyton Manning on the Manning cast this week.
No.
He was talking about the problem getting plays called in.
Yep.
And the plays are extremely complicated now, lengthy, because they're
Oh,
making
yeah.
several calls. And he said it's not a problem if the coach will not say other things after it. And he was doing a demonstration how he could call back exactly, and they had a play sheet. He was calling back in the huddle exactly what was being sent to his speaker in his helmet. But then when the coach started trying to say, hurry up or watch this or do that, it messed him totally up, and he couldn't repeat it back. So he says, I just want to scream, shut up. Give me the play.
Right.
I know what's going on. But when you try to help me with too much information, it messes the whole chain up. So this might help to alleviate some of that.
Yeah, and we went from sending a play in, then from signaling a play from the sideline. Now we're trying to talk on microphones, and now we're going to try to put a screen in the helmet. I mean, can we not just go back to sending a play in again, or what's all this signaling on the sideline? Is that, I know it's all to just throw people off, and this is about stealing signals and all this kind of stuff.
Let me tell you what I hate is, and I get it, so you can see me. But when the guys that wear the baby blue and the orange, and it's not even the color of their team at all.
I hate it.
I think you can still see
Do you realize how many?
Okay, if everybody else is wearing red, so your team's colors are red and white, you wear white.
Yeah, why don't you wear the road color, but still stay with the team's colors?
Yeah, look.
Well, and how about this? How many years did we go that everybody worked through it? But now the first person puts on a bright orange shirt, and everybody says, hey, that's a good idea. We're all going to start doing it. I hate to see anybody with the wrong colors on.
But they do stand out.
Yeah, but I mean,
I bet I can find them.
How did the other teams work through it all those years before?
Do you remember wide receivers running into play?
Oh, yeah.
yes, we all did it.
Yeah.
I'd always forget by the time I got there.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and